Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023 round number 9. Yes, we are already at round number 9. Only 3 rounds to go, and in joint lead, we have one of our Indian players, Vidit Gujarati. Guys, how are you all? Are you excited for today? Also, today, very, very exciting in lot of senses, but before I say anything, the games have begun, and let's just go to Vidit Gujarati's board. He makes the first move. He opens with e4 there, and Esipenko is thinking. How are you all? Can you hear me fine? I will be joined soon by International Master Saravanan, also a well known trainer. So he will be joining us soon. Today, the games have started 3 hours before. Usually we start at 8:15, but today it started 3 hours before. So yeah, you guys may not need a long night. It's going to end pretty soon. But here we are with it, watching Vidit Gujarati's game. Hello Sumit, hello Insane, hello Gopal. Why is the round starting early today? So it seems today they have some day where there will be fireworks and there will be some noise disturbance maybe. So they didn't want that. That's the reason the round is starting early today. And I think it's not just today, but it's for all the 3 days, like today, tomorrow, and day after. If I'm not wrong, all 3 days the rounds will begin at 5:15. Natrajan Raju says Vidit going to win today. Kya baat hai? I love your confidence. Amazing there. And also there is something which I'm gonna share with all of you. You might already notice in the banner. But by the way, I also need to get the bars going on. Let me check if we've got them in the link. Yes, we have got them. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go and get the bars there. Vidit's game we want on the bar. Arjun's game, of course, we want on the bar. Who else? Nihal is on. Nihal is playing with Vincent Keimer, by the way. Very interesting matchup. Anish playing with Mamidev. Pragnananda playing with Rina Jumabayev. And Rina Jumabayev, if you all remember, played a very, 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 very long game. With whom? Do you remember? With whom did he play a almost 7 hour game? Then we can get the bar of next is Hari over here. After Pragnananda, I'm just going board wise. So Hari and Aryan Chopra is playing with Jordan Van Forest. Hari is playing with Rant Melkumian. Then we have Narayanan playing with Axel Bachmann, Gukesh playing with Temur Koibarov. So there we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's all I can get as of now. Should add them. And yes. Oh, maybe I can get one more bar. One more bar, guys. Kiska bar? Top board? Can we get Fabiano's bar so that, yeah, that would be great. We will know what happens there. अरे क्या हो क्या गया हाँ ठीक है डन है so there we have all the bars here and okay perfect all set. Saravanan will also be joining us soon. Maybe we will also have Nikhilesh joining us from ChessBase India Hindi. So let's see. I'll get the women's bar also. Hari Krishna, I've got Hari Krishna's bar. You can see Pentala versus Ran. Oh no, the game. The game, the long game, it was with, no, not Hari. It was the crazy end game, if you remember. It was Arjun. Arjun versus Jumabayev. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you so much. So there we have the bars for the men's section. Before I go to the women's section and bring the bar, let me quickly check the game of the men's section. So after a6, what Vidit played was bishop went to a4. very standard. Knight f6, castle, and bishop e7 was played. So yesterday we did learn about going bishop c5, or first playing b5 and then going bishop c5. So if you remember the name of this line with bishop c5, let me know. Do you remember? Bishop e7 was played, d3, b5, bishop went to b3, d6, and Vidit plays a3. So normally a4 is one of the more, actually we have seen a4 pretty much, but a3. So let's see. Esipenko is thinking. I will check who has played a3 and how many times it has been played. That is one thing which I should check. Before I check, let me go to Arjun's game. Arjun is black today. He's playing with Fedosiv. Now, do you remember in Fedosiv, a lot of our Indian players played with him. So e4, e6, d4, d5, French on the board. How many of you play French? John says, Rupesh says your voice sounds different today. Ah, okay. Really? Better maybe. Now I can sing, I think. John says, yes, I was very sad. It was a draw yesterday. Arjun could have won. You know, guys, many of you went to sleep towards the end, but Pragg played a game for 7.5 hours. It was like such a long game, and he did all the tricks possible in the rook end game, and he had got this chance. So he had this, opportunity to win there. But 7.5 hours, not easy, but it was so exciting there. So yeah, they all are kind of, somebody is using the full time for sure. That's what we're saying. Pragg, Arjun, Vidit, Hari. Okay, so e5, French played by Arjun, knight d7, f4, c5. That's like very dynamic here. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop e3. He goes bishop e7, a3 played by queen d2 is the main move over here. So a3 is played by Fedosiv. He controls the square on b4 for the knight. Most probably he would want to develop bishop to d3. That is a possibility or what? So a3, and actually Arjun is thinking, because as I mentioned, the main move is queen d2. There's also d takes c5, but queen d2 is quite a main move. So after a3, Arjun has started thinking. So this is Arjun's game and Vidit's game. These both are very much in contention to big chance to qualify for the candidates. Let's go to the women's section there and look at Vaishali's game. Vaishali has been playing amazingly. Oh, women's games are not yet okay, they are yet to be updated. But Vaishali, guys, she's 13 points away from Grandmaster title. But that is not the most important thing, because right now, nothing more important than to qualify for candidates. Because this is the only tournament. There's a big chance to qualify for candidates. Rating waiting तो चलेगा. बाद में भी हो सकता है. John says, I saw the end of Pragg. Nice. John, oh my god, French, I play it a lot. आज जल्दी शुरू कैसे हो गया? Because of some fireworks going to happen there. So players, that's what I have heard the news. A6 and B5. Is this the last round? Not at all. This is the third last round. I know the word for second last is penultimate, but I don't know if there is any word for third last round. Women game start. Oh, yeah, Prakhar. You are right. Women's games will start after 1.5 hours. Completely forgot about that. Completely forgot. Guys, by the way, on the screen, if you are able to see, from 6 p.m. onwards, we are going to have a Diwali sale. Big sale, our annual Diwali sale. So I will announce it, but before, like, we will definitely get the link with more details. So let's wait for it. But that's an exciting thing for today. Manikandan says ratings are child games. Let's aim for the whole shark. That is candidates. Yes, everything gets a discount. Everything. And that's the Diwali is the main time when you get that. Okay, so after A3, Arjun is thinking, so why don't we go and check our check our opening? Because why is Arjun thinking here? A3 is not the most common that we saw, but also let's have a look at our reference database. Yes, there you go. So here, if here, let me get the opening book. Here we are. So E4, E6 was played. D4, D5. We have too many games. Knight C3, Knight F6. 1,09,047 games. E5, Knight goes back 46,000 games here. F4 was played. He goes C5, 36,000. A main line there. Knight C6, Bishop E3, still in the very main line. And here A6 and C takes D4 are also other main lines. Bishop E7 played. And A3, if you see, Queen D2 played in 5,000 games. Here, if you can see, Bishop E2 played in 599 games. D takes C5 played in 447 games. And then we have this move A3. Okay, then we have this A3. Firstly, with who are, look at this, Caruana has played it quite a lot. This line. Do we have Arjun here? Arjun, I think, will have in the name of E. Let me just check and see if he has played this before so that we will know whether his opponent is prepared or not. No, I don't see Arjun's game. So actually, Fedosiv, that's the reason Fedosiv knows that Arjun has prepared something against Fedosiv's preparation, and that is the reason he plays A3, kind of goes into some deviation there. And who has played A3 from white? Caruana, Grishchuk, Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk played with Carlson. Anish Giri. Anish Giri is everywhere, as we know. Morozevich. Shirov. Oh, Shirov has played it quite a lot. But with black, it's Magnus Carlsen who has played it, and MVL. And so, if Magnus has played it, of course, it has to be sound. A3, Castle, Queen D2, B6. That's what Magnus played and took break on F6. So we just get an understanding of what plan had happened, and white kept the king in the center. So this is where Arjun's game is going, and that's the reason he's thinking right now for the move A3. Yeah, he goes castle. He's gone castle. So later he's going to take the f6 break. He's going to play b6. So this will get very interesting. So I like Arjun's opening choice very much, going for the French defense. Now let's have a look at Vidit's game here, because after a3, what was played by Esipenko was short castle. He thought for around 6 minutes. He goes short castle. Vidit develops the knight on c3. There you go. So normally c3, knight bd2, rook e1, knight f1. That's how the knight maneuvers. But here Vidit has put his knight on a3, and definitely it's a deviation there. So knight went to a5, but Esibenko did not think too much. Bishop goes to a2, bishop e6, and b4. He challenges the knight. Bishops are exchanged. The rook comes to a2. The knight goes back to c6. And now Vidit has started thinking. We have seen some games in this line. Let's look at this opening as well. After the move a3, how many games have been played? Okay. आज मैं जल्दी नहीं आई, आज राउंड जल्दी शुरू हुए हैं, इसीलिए मैं जल्दी आई हूँ. So that's the whole point. But guys, women's game, as we've got the news, it's gonna start 1.5 hours later, so it will take a bit of time. Let's go to the reference database and let's try to figure out this position. Oops, wait a second. Yeah. So let's figure out what Vidit played. Bishop a4, knight f6, short castle, bishop e7. Here he goes d3. Look at this thing, 1,37,000 games in rookie 1, move order, and then he goes d3, and after b5, bishop b3, d6, he goes a3. So already in Rai Lopez, you have reached a point where we have 2,000 games in comparison. Okay, so he goes short castle, Esipenko short castles, knight c3. So if you have played d3, then the whole plan what Vidit is doing is going a3, knight developing to c3. That's how he's playing. Because otherwise, you can go rook e1 over here. And that changes things drastically. Got it. So he goes d3, b5, bishop b3, d6, a3, castle played by Sipenko, knight goes to c3. Now, knight a5 has been played. Carlsen himself has played 5 games. Look at this. He's played with Karyakin, Topalov, Vashiar, Lagrave, Grishchuk. Ding has played, so it's played pretty much on the top. But who has played? Carlsen has also played with White. Vishy Anand has played. MVL has played. MVL has played quite a lot, in fact, and Vishy as well. But look at MVL. So many games by MVL. And Anish Giri everywhere, as we know. He's played with Ding Liren. So that's, I think, Carlsen versus Ding. Is this the game Vidit is going to go for? Oh, exactly, something like this has happened. Maybe we are trying to look at Carlsen versus Ding, and Carlsen won this game. It all was about the c7 pawn, it seems. So you get to see the plan, the knight against the bishop and the c7 backward pawn, and towards the end things converting tactically. So that's how it was. Wow, lovely. So going to Vidit's game, let's go back. We've now got the whole idea about this. Knight c6, what Vidit is going to do. He's going to try and go for knight d5 and c4 and try to put this pawn c7 as a backward pawn. So will he follow Carlsen versus Ding is a question. Let's keep a watch on that. So knight c6 played by Esipenko. Kya lag raha hai, guys? How do you like Vidit's position or the opening choice? Nihal crossing 2750. Are you sure? What's his current live rating? Steady opening as always. Yeah, with its opening choice, I like it very much today. And definitely he's got all of the things in his mind. He's trying to recollect. He's trying to bring them up. All we know that those games which we saw only one game of Carlsen, but that's what he's seen a lot in depth, and he will bring it up. Going to which Nihal? Let's go to Nihal because I would like to show you the pairings before I go to the next game, by the way. Yes, there we have. So these are the pairings for today. These are the pairings we have. So round number 9, Caruana, Bogdan and Vidit versus Esipenko. So top 2 boards with the 6 points, and today we might get a sole leader. It's highly possible. Going to then Arjun is, wait, let me just make it a little easier. Yeah, Arjun is playing on the 4th board. Then we have Nihal playing on the 10th board with Vincent Keimer, and then we have Firuza versus Arvind Chidambaram. Whoa, that's interesting. And 15 board Pragnananda. So these are the main games we will focus on. David Navarre already drew his game with Alan Pitchot over here, as we can see. Pono Mario versus Abhijit Gupta, Temur versus Gukesh, Narayanan versus Bachman, and Oh, by the way, we have a guest. 1 second. One second, 1 second. कुछ बोलो तो लोग people can
हेलो
guess who is it.
हेलो
Guys, किसकी आवाज है ये? पहचाना क्या?
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
अरे निखिलेश, सरप्राइज दे दिया आपने तो।
अरे एक्चुअली क्या हुआ कि आई थॉट कि नॉर्मल टाइम पे होगा ना लाइव,
हाँ,
सो दैट्स व्हाई आई टोल्ड यू 9 o'clock।
अच्छा। ओ यू टोल्ड
बट
मी 9 o'clock, मैंने देखा
बट
ही नहीं
देन आई
था।
रियलाइज दैट माय मोबाइल हैव वन नोटिफिकेशन एंड व्हेन आई चेक द नोटिफिकेशन यू आर ऑलरेडी लाइव देयर।
Yeah, exactly. Cool, cool. You are here right now. Today the game started 3 hours before.
ओके।
क्योंकि वहाँ पे कुछ fireworks होने वाले हैं. There's some fireworks in Isle of Man. But for us, all the fireworks are on the board. And guys, Nikhilesh Jain, ChessBase India's हिंदी से उनको प्लीज वेलकम को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं निखिलेश?
हाँ?
वेलकम को
स्वागत स्वागत।
स्वागत स्वागत करो उनका. Nikhil, you're a
Well,
FIDE trainer also, no? FIDE trainer.
no, right now I'm FIDE instructor,
FIDE instructor,
but
FI.
most probably next year I will upgrade to FIDE trainer because I already completed 10 years as a FIDE instructor.
Nice. Amazing, amazing. Guys, do like and subscribe ChessBase India Hindi channel. And also, before that, your like छोड़ के जाना उधर like करने के पहले.
Someone is saying Nikhilesh photo studio में बैठे हैं जैसा लग रहा है।
एक्चुअली वो रहता है ना एक बैकग्राउंड एंड देन दे कट पासपोर्ट साइज फोटो, वैसे लग रहा है. ओके
मेरे पास
बट
है वो भी है मेरे पास, मेरा शिफ्ट करने का।
अच्छा, सब कुछ है यार, बड़े बढ़िया. So Nikhilesh, this is the position for Vidit. We have it just looking at the pairings. Actually,
Okay,
women's
so
game will start 1.5 घंटा बाद.
I have to check now. I think leeches then, है ना?
नहीं
Because
नहीं,
I
wait,
either
I will go give you start
हाँ
virtual camera. Now you
हाँ
can see this.
हाँ now I can see, yes yes yes
Yes, दिख रहा है ना?
yes yes yes.
So यहाँ पे we are looking at Vidit's game actually, and he's played this interesting Rilopez में. He's gone to this setup where he went d3 instead of the normal rook e1 and a4 or c3 d4 knight d2 knight f1, that plan. He's gone for a3 castle knight c3. He's gone developed his knight to c3, and here this was the game which was played between Carlsen versus Ding, where Carlsen was white, and they are following this game until now. Bishop g5, knight went to
Bit deeper.
g4 over here, bishop d2, and knight f6 went back. Oh, if he would have gone bishop g5, bishop d2, draw ho jata tha. But of course, today Vidit is not going to go for that. Yesterday with Nakamura.
नाका को दे दिया लेकिन अभी आंद्रे
टाइटल
को नहीं
मस्त
देगा।
था वो तुमने जो डाला था, बिना बोले बिना बोले ड्रॉ रुकी
हाँ
वन.
बिना बोले ड्रॉ ऐसे ही तो मांगते हैं ना, मतलब एक दूसरे को देखा भी नहीं, बस चाल चाल से समझ में आ रहा है कि नाकामुरा तैयार है ड्रॉ के लिए आज।
आंखों ही आंखों में इशारा हो गया.
अरे
और
आंखों में भी
draw
नहीं
हो
हुआ,
गया.
चालों ही चालों में इशारा हो गया।
So रुकी
आंखें तो बाद में मिली इन लोग की, जब वो 2-3 बार रिपीट हो गया।
Yes, very funny. Queen d7 was played over here. Rook e1, Queen d7 by Esipenko. What is he intending after? It's just, I think it's just a good square. ऐसे देखेंगे तो for the queen. Plus, when you have exchanged the light square bishops, what you would like to do is you already have a bishop on the dark square and you would like your queen to be on the light square, so you are able to control all the squares. That is what the move is. And Queen a1 by Vidit. Kesta, how do you like this position for Vidit?
No, I think Queen A1 is interesting move, and not only that Queen is going to support for A4 in some moment, not now, but also maybe in this, maybe some moment, maybe he will going to break the center with D4. He want to put his knight bishop some moment, maybe in C3. Knight
So what happened in Carlsen's game at some point was Carlsen had got knight
D5.
d5. Yeah. and then c4 ऐसा कुछ हुआ था, but I think the difference there was maybe bishop g5 bishop f6 हो गया था, if I'm not wrong. So here black has not allowed the exchange of this knight versus this bishop, and for Vidit to try to play c4, that is one plan. If he wants to go a4, he needs to make sure that b4 is supported. So is he planning queen a1, rook b1, defending this,
No,
and
but
then going a4?
if you go knight d5, either he will exchange the knight automatically, that c6 knight has to move, so b4 will be secure, or either this knight d5 will support the b4 and bishop d2 will support. So I don't think that this rook need to be shifted.
Yeah, if you are okay with knight d5, knight d5, d5, right, correct. So queen a1. So what I cannot, no, I cannot go a5. Black cannot be the one to take this break. So let's say I go rook b8, defending this, and now black is threatening a5. If that is what is played, then because I think it is a quite simple idea here. Defend this and try to play a5, because immediately white doesn't have a4. So here, what do you think? What are you thinking of? The moves. Guys,
So for
what are the
example, if
moves?
we go knight d5 here, for example,
Okay,
if we
knight
play knight d5.
d5. Let's see knight d5. If
No,
I take
if we
on
take knight
d5,
d5, ed5, where this knight will go?
yes, knight can't go to d4, b4, a5. Knight can't go anywhere, only move. Knight a7.
And then we can play a4 now, maybe.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है, Nikhilesh. Very nice. This is very nice edge for white. You have this bishop here. You have a nice central pawn.
And if we have so much pressure, maybe we can play even c3 one moment if anything is happening, something.
Yeah, but
Not
why?
so
No,
good.
not c3, not needed. I think you may have another plan to consider with bishop c3, d4. But this is great. This is if you take. So black cannot easily take on d5, and black has to consider some other ideas. But then what? What will black go for? Let's say, can he play a5 already?
There.
Doesn't look good. Oh, I was expecting computer to change the evaluation drastically, but no, that's not the case. A5.
It's okay, I think.
Yeah, and with a5, now it is black who has taken the break. So, do you want to exchange this bishop, the dark square bishop? But your knight looks so
Knight
great.
looks very good, na? Knight looks very good, na?
Yeah, unless you are able to open up the position. So, if knight e7, let's say if you take knight e7, that's some blunder. Wait, let me ask the chat, why is knight e7 a mistake? Because it can be the first question for all of you today. White to play. Very easy, but it's just warming up. Warming up for all those who actually exercise. I mean, many of you must be going for fitness. वैसे वाला, not the coffee drinking coffee वाला warming up. संकेत सिंह निखिलेश भाई फॉर्म में है आज.
यस, श्रेष्ठ ने मेरे को पिछले 1 घंटे से दौड़ा के जो है मेरा फिटनेस इंप्रूव करा दिया है.
अरे क्या बात है, निखिलेश का वार्म अप हो गया है. गाइस अभी तुम्हारी बारी है. उसको
कुछ तो एक दिन चाहिए रहता है, कुछ नया उसको मिलता है, फिर वो उस पे ही मेरे को घुमाता है.
Oh, we also have another guest. Wait a second. Okay, there we have. Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Good evening, and apologies for being a little late today. Sorry about that.
Saravanan ji, namaskar.
I was fascinated.
No, I have to say welcome.
Welcome को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? I was just listening to that.
Yeah, you have come late, Sarah, and you are apologizing. So, what can we ask Sarah to do? Because वो कुछ तो punishment होना पड़ेगा ना, वो late आते हैं.
बोलिए.
He will explain this opening deeply.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Just give me a second.
Absolutely. Yeah, until he comes, I won't be able to set it up. So maybe give me. I'll not set it up. Wait. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
No problem.
So, which game are we talking about here?
Vidit, we are looking at Vidit's game.
First of all, I want to ask you something.
Yes.
What do you think will be with its psychology today?
I think he wants to keep things in hand, like he wants to have a safe approach for sure, not
Okay.
risk too much, but he wants to keep that chance, like he's done in this tournament every time, to keep that chance whenever he gets to pounce back, that kind of a thing. That's my feeling. What is
Okay.
Nikhilesh's feeling? I don't know. Nikhilesh.
Nikhilesh?
No, I think he already shown in this game one or twice that he want to play, I think, more. And I think maybe he will try to praise from white little more today. Because compared to Nakamura, I can clearly say that Vidit is favorite today.
In this game, yeah, obviously he has a mild advantage in ratings today, obviously. And yesterday, honestly, I was a little surprised that he decided to repeat and take a draw, even though, Nakamura is a world-class player. Vidit was white, and there are still 3 more rounds to go. So, with that in mind, if you see this game today, actually, they've gone for the main line till knight c6 and bishop g5, I think, yeah?
Here he went a3, and this is becoming recently popular, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
A3.
Yeah, further to that.
Yeah, for the knight c3, this plan he went for. And we had seen Carlsen versus Ding's game, where Carlsen had got knight d5 and c4, and then this was a backward pawn there. So that's how it ended with the knight versus bishop and queen and rook. So knight g4, here black did not allow this exchange with the bishop and knight. Rook e1, queen d7, queen a1. So this is the move which Vidit played, queen a1. Here maybe knight d5, was it possible or not, was the question. But after queen a1, we were looking at rook b8, because that is giving a clear-cut plan to black of a5. And Nikhilesh suggested knight d5 here, which was very nice, because if you take, the knight has to go back, and a4, and white definitely has good pressure. But if you don't take, then this is the point at a5 we were looking at a5. By the way, just one moment, the guys have in the chat, I had asked a question. Yes, for knight e7, if knight e7 is a mistake, because you just win a pawn there, the knight was deflected, so you will have to take with the queen. And yeah, this is the position we will have to assess. What do you think of this position? Your
once before, when white played bishop g5, I'd like to go to that moment. See here.
Yes.
Yeah, when white played bishop g5 here. See, first of all, white has exchanged the light square bishop. So the center, if he manages to keep the white pawn on e4 and the black pawn on e5, the black bishop on e7 is going to be weak forever. Okay. So here, actually, bishop g5 is a kind of a tease, let's say for bishop g5, in that position, if black plays h6, white might actually take bishop and f6 here. Right. So, which means that in the long run, black will be having a permanently bad bishop. So here, bg5, instead of h6, black played knight g4, and white came back bishop d2, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so after knight g4, bishop d2, knight f6, it's a kind of a tempo you enjoyed. You enjoyed an extra move of on d2 in the same position. See here, knight d5 is obviously the best move according to the computer, as well as it has been played by in 5 games as far as my database, among them Vishy Anand, as you said. Vishy Anand has played knight d5 in this position.
The same position, yeah, knight d5 has happened. So if knight f6,
starting from rook e1, I think is the most interesting part of the game. Even though objectively nd5 may be the best, this is basically what is current chess in the top part. I may not be playing the best move in any position. Remember what I said in the first and second days. The third best move of the computer should be analyzed deeply. This code belongs to Nigel Short.
Oh, and this is rook e1 is the third best move. You're right.
Something like that. But the point is, I will go very deep into a position, analyze a position very deeply, which my opponent wouldn't have analyzed. Especially, it should be a different pawn structure. So knight d5, e d5 is a completely different form structure if I don't do all that and play rook e1 and all that, and I just keep playing. Okay. So rook e1. And rook e1 was, if I'm not mistaken, rook e1 was played after a thought of about
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay. I'm assuming that still white is in his preparation, because after rook e1, queen d7, which is also a prominent move in the position, played among others by Nepomniachtchi, Aronian, So Wesley, Swidler, white attack, and so on. Here, queen a1, white attack, Vidit has played. Here is the major surprise. At least now the best move was knight d5. Here playing queen a1 was a real surprise, and I think that is where basically the, as they say in English, no, the first salvo has been fired in the game today. In the psychological fight between these two people, queen a1 is the first psychological move which should have the desired effect of getting a slight surprise registered in Esipenko's mind. So, in all these games, in all these positions, the actual value or the actual merit or demerit of the position almost doesn't matter. What matters is how much do I know and how much the opponent doesn't know. And in this plan, let us say after queen a1, I need to have only some kind of a plan here. The plan need not be very devastating. Those days are gone when you can have opening bombs out of the right out of opening variations, So I have a feeling that things are looking good for Vidit, in my opinion.
So you will say even queen a1 is the preparation of Vidit?
Definitely. It has been played after what? Just under 1 minute of thought.
Yes.
See,
and also in top 3 moves of the engine.
The queen going to the a1 square will definitely not be played by a 27-20 without preparation. I can vouch for it. I'm willing to bet house on it, basically. Queen a1 is...
Nikhilesh, घर मिल
Yes.
सकता है Vidit ka interview today. I'll just tell Sagar, even if it is
Actually,
preparation, let him tell it's not my preparation. And then Saravanan is homeless.
Are you sure I have hope? That's the point. Anyway, so I think, this is a good start for the game.
Yes, Ritu is today. The games have started 3 hours early because
Hey, and what about women's games not started yet?
1 hour. They will start after 1.5 hours.
Why this
Because
discrimination
they have
is
the
there?
time. Because if you see, they will end at the same time. Normally, women's game end earlier.
Okay, they
The
are
time
playing in
control is different.
normal time control, 90 plus 30.
Yeah, correct.
So happy to see English.
But this is at least better that they start later because everything exciting happens at one. Like it doesn't happen at one time then. Yeah.
Okay, no, this is good for us, but I didn't understand. Means okay, now I realize because of the time difference, they have different time control. Then okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I am so happy to see English feminist side outside coming.
No, but as I remember, I was always like this. Amruta, you remember I was always like this.
Always respectful.
Because no, the reason is I will tell you. The reason is why because I'm a 3 sister. I'm the younger. I have 3 sisters, so I grow up with 3 sisters. So I think for
That
me,
matters.
I saw them. They did everything before me. Every achievement of their life came before me. So I saw them that they are even much more talented than me. So there is for me is nothing, no difference.
Amazing, Nikhilesh. Very nice of you. And yeah, let's move to the next game. Arjun's game. Can we have a look at Arjun?
Hey, I was checking the pairing today, means
Yes.
just normally, and I realized that even if Vidit make 2 draws and 1 win in 3 rounds, he's able to finish second.
So he needs
Most
8.5. That's what, like, according to the last this thing. Today he's on 6. Are you sure? For 8.5 for becoming a champion?
No, 8. I'm saying 8 points. He's right now in 6, na. So if he make 2 player will select na from here or 1.
2.
2 na. That's what I'm saying. And I'm also counting Caruana. because Caruana is already qualified.
That's why.
So I was thinking if Vidit means don't praise so much himself, do not put so much pressure, because earlier this happened with him. So there is safe to draw one win. I think he can finish in second. And with Caruana top 3. With Caruana top 3.
Got it.
So
but
so
it's
maybe
definitely
because
you
of
cannot
this,
lose. You cannot lose for sure.
that's
one
why.
loss
So
is gone. Then your
I think that's why maybe he will play just solid, not too much surprise to his opponent. Just keep control the position.
Got it.
Okay.
Nice.
So what Arjun is doing?
French on the board today. How do you like Arjun's opening choice for today?
So
For
once
me, I
again, there
never
is
like French. The moment I play e4 and opponent played e6, I'm like that.
अरे यार
actually है क्या Paris का?
Come on, man, play e5, c5, d5.
See, there is some shadow boxing going on here. Friends, see, 8th move, white played a3. So there should be some nuances here in terms of what white wants to achieve in that position. And a3, see, generally like in that position, white plays queen d2 directly. So a3 castles queen d2. Now black has played a6 himself. See, generally in these positions with a6, b5, black plays triplo generally. Queen d2 and triplo is a very normal choice, or early h4 is a normal choice and all that. So queen d2, a6, and now white has taken d cross c5 after a 7 minutes thought. Okay.
Achha, after you're talking about the game, you're not talking about the line here, or which is there on the reference. I thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I was talking about the 9th. Yeah. See here, yeah. Here, queen d2, triple O, double O, right? Queen d2, double O. Queen d2, I'm sorry, a3 castles, queen d2, a6.
A3, yeah. So a3 which happened in the game, he castled.
Castles, queen d2, a6.
Queen d2, a6. We have 28 games here.
Here, white played d cross e5 after a thought of 7 minutes here. See, this was a little bit of a surprise for me. I don't know. He initiated a3, Fedosiev himself, to basically have some kind of a nuance. It's not easy to figure it out unless you have to stick to the engine and the database for 15 minutes. Then you will figure it out as to what was played there, or what is the point behind a3. So after 7 minutes, he takes d cross c5, and then black makes the most natural move, knight cross c5. See, the point is there is nothing surprising in this position. It has been played between Anand and Kramnik and Mayer. So many top grandmasters at the top. So I have this niggling feeling that, today it looks to me there is something going on in the opening between players. Probably they were not prepared for each other in the system, or something went wrong in Fedosiev's preparation towards Arjun today. So this is also a little bit puzzling as to what is going on.
Actually, you make a very good point, because yesterday the games ended very late. This Pragg played for 7.5 hours. Everybody in the room would be like, we are not getting our pairings, or maybe they are happy that their opponents also cannot prepare either of it. And today morning round at 11:30. So literally you have no time to prepare. So today's openings, you can't prepare so deeply. That is, a very good point.
Today's openings में कुछ चल रहा है. I don't know. We'll have to figure out only after the game is over.
Yeah, so queen d2, a6, dc5, knight c5, and rook d1 played by Fedosiev. The time not coming, how much time he took, but rook d1 he's played, and Arjun is thinking here. He short castled, and then he's going to go for b5, bishop b7, the simple development, right? If I'm not wrong, and at some point may try to go for f6 break.
There is a small nuance there. White will play queen f2 at some point to pressurize c5. So to anticipate it, black will not play b5. Black will first wait with queen c7. And if white plays queen f2 directly, he will play b6 here. That is one small nuance here.
B4. No.
You play B4, I'm very happy. We are friends. I mean, White will be weakening his queen side somewhat, I believe, after B4. So this is, Queen C7 may be a very nice waiting here.
Yeah, no, looks very nice for black. Nikhilesh, French you have to start liking now. if Arjun wins today, then you have to start liking French.
No,
It's
no,
actually,
means
I was
I don't
this-
like French as someone play against me.
White, from white side.
From white side, I don't like.
from black side. That's what you mean, Nicholas. Actually, at the top level, French is considered to be a weak opening at the top level. I mean, I have seen this in an interview by Vladimir Chucherlev, one of the best coaches in the world, who was the coach of Caruana and Anish Giri at the same time. I've heard him saying that you shouldn't play the French at the top level. It's not a good opening at the top level. Actually, French and King's Indian are like that, French and King's Indian are unique openings, which is favored only by very select players, and they played for all lifelong time. Shall we ask our chat, who is the grand old man who played French almost all his life? A very, very
Indian?
interesting. No, non-Indian who never became a world champion, but a great player who played French all his life.
Okay, that's a good question.
So this is the Nihal position, correct?
Yeah, Nihal's game, while they answer, Korchnoi C4 by Nihal, D takes C4.
Against Vincent.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Nihal is black actually, yeah, right.
Nihal is black.
E3, E6, Bishop C4, C5, Castle A6, Rook E1, Knight C6, Knight C3. Is anyone getting the answer? Sarah. They're all wanting Korchnoi.
Korchnoi.
Korchnoi. Victor Korchnoi is the right answer. Victor Korchnoi is my favorite player who played all his life the French defense.
Oh,
Fantastic connoisseur of the French.
amazing. Oh, but then is Karukan having the same reputation like French?
Karukan is much more solid, definitely. But problem with Karukan is the path is now very narrow. You can almost play only one or two systems with black pieces to attain a equal position. The whole world is this. Nowadays plays this early NF6 system: E4, E4, C6, D4, D5, Knight C3, D4, Knight E4, Knight F6. Honestly speaking, it's beyond me. I just don't understand. When we were children, we were taught that this is the worst possible move on the chessboard. And today you have Hari Krishna, Sashikiran, everyone playing it.
Wow. And Korchnoi, I think, is the one who's played chess till, like, literally till the end of his life, yeah?
The current final position of Nihal is very interesting. Is one pawn on D4, one pawn in B4. It's
So
very
knight
interesting
E4,
position.
Knight A5, Knight F6, Queen F6. This is all played actually. E4. So that's why I look at the time, 1 hour 40 minutes. H6, stopping Bishop G5, I guess. Goes Bishop D2, C takes D4, winning a pawn. E5 now. Queen goes back to D8, still looks like preparation. Rook C1, develops calmly to E7. H4. What is H4? So what happens if you take, I mean, you don't like, very simple move.
Oh.
Guys, white to play over here. What's the move? Think a little bit. What should white play? Easy question, but oh, by the way, we also have Himank in the chat, and he is saying that our Diwali sale is live. So lots of books, 6,000 books have come from UK quality chess and new in chess, also rock solid chess, one of the book which Sarah was mentioning, in that also we have. By the way, do check it out. Some more books, even I have to check them out in detail, but the sale is live once in a year.
Amruta, this sale is also for books also.
Everything together. Pura, this is our annual sale. This is like
Okay.
Buy
So
the
maybe
books.
I will also go and buy something. 25%
क्या
on
सोचा
books.
भाई? तुमने क्या सोचा फिर?
Books नहीं तो क्या फिर Saravanan would be like, okay, I am going away from the
Saravanan,
stream.
I'm definitely means not 5% compared to you, but I have something here. If you see, all are books,
क्या बात है?
and
Nice.
there also.
क्या बात है? Very nice.
I think I was counting something like I have 350, 360 books right now. Not like you. I think you have so much maybe.
And
I
also
don't know.
the collection is collection must be like, he's got these books which are from the old era and beautiful books, but 350 good, yeah. Sorry.
I'm like jealous with the neatness he has kept. My room is one mess, and this guy really jealous.
But then in Darkian's place, when you went, you saw his library was like amazing, yeah, the
Beautiful
way he
apartment,
maintained.
beautiful
No.
the way the screen kept beautifully. I mean, this is a guy who really enjoys his chess.
Absolutely.
Actually, my dream is that all around me, I want to put books. One day maybe.
Yeah.
And then read them, I suppose.
No, just
No,
put them.
I start reading book more after I was doing commentary. So in last 4 or 5 years, I'm reading now more books compared to when I was playing more active. So anyway,
Nice. So here
okay. So
we
people
have the
reply.
answers. Guys,
Thank
very slow. Come on, what are you doing? But I knew you would fall for this, and most of you has suggested this move. Bishop takes b4. And then the bishop goes back, and you do not get that advantage, which I was hoping that you find. What was the move? Did anyone tell knight h4? Yes, Madhavendra, Ice Cold, and Harshit, you guys have got it. You first take on h4, queen takes h4, and now you take on b4 because the king in the center, you do not have bishop e7 back, so that was important. But ठीक है हो जाता है.
Vincent Caimán is quickly turning into a very huge theoretician. I feel that a big part has been played by his coach, Peter Lico, in Vincent becoming a theoretician. So it looks like the whole position looked very chaotic for me, queen coming to f6 early, black going on, playing only on the queen side early instead of doing anything. Now, suddenly, after queen d8, rook c1 and bishop e7, I felt black had equalized till Vincent played h4 here. See, okay, bishop at h4 is obviously a mistake. Now, I want to ask one question. See, white has played h4 here. For argument's sake, let's say black plays castles here. Okay. Now, my question to chat is, what is white going to do here? Understanding this, what is white's plan here, is the key to understand the whole idea of h4.
Beautiful idea, Fitch. Beautiful question. I'll be back in a minute.
By the way, I think there is one really funny guy in chat, and he says, by different era, Amruta subtly implying that Sara sir is old. Sanket, one day I'll find you for this, and we will have a duel for this. Yeah, but I also got it. Yeah. Nice, guys. Today, again, we have Niklesh, we have a very jovial chat already gathered. Only thing is, it is yet to peak. We have got about 250 people. And I mean, I'm amazed, midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, there are 1,200 people watching us and talking to us and joking us. And, who said interest in chess went down after pandemic? It is still at the same level, I feel. And if there are people coming to follow the progress of Erigaisi, Vidit, and Vaishali at 1 o'clock in the morning, Indian chess is really going places, I think.
Look, earlier, if you go back, there was only one player, Vishwanathan Anandji, and all fan base is follow him only. Now this is not the case. Now Arjun, there is some people, lots of people who follow Arjun, lots of people who follow Vidit. So I'm very happy to see this. Like now Indian chess have so many stars. Pragyananda have his own following, means, and this is really, really good sign for growth.
Excellent. Very correct.
And even for example, in the female section, Vaishali, Vantika, Divya, there is so many followers. Means in my chat, so many, sometimes it's comments came, okay, why not you're covering Divya game from so many days? Why not you come? Means this is very good for chess. Earlier, this was not the case.
True that. Okay, we have got a lot of people coming with the answer of knight g5. This is very interesting. First of all, one thing is after knight g5, let's say for the argument's sake, let's say what happens after h5. Queen h5.
Only move.
G6. And now it's not clear if there is anything more than a draw. Bishop g6, f g6, queen g6, king h8, and I'm not sure if there is anything more.
Yeah, you don't have much.
Yeah, that is one.
The rook can't shift anywhere.
Correct. And if not this, I had a very peculiar idea here. Instead of knight g5, I was thinking of knight h2 here.
Knight h2. Other move which is suggested is g4. By the way,
yeah, I saw g4. Somehow I don't know about g4. The point of knight h2, see, I played h2, h4 and knight h2 instead of h3 and knight h2. I'm not bothered about the h4 pawn anyway. As you said, bishop into h4 anytime can be met with bishop into b4. If not here, for example, bishop into h4 now can be met with knight g4.
Oh,
very
interesting. Man. The attack is so solid, yeah?
And the point of knight g4 is to chop knight into h6.
Just to show an example, if you give one move there, then takes and you bring up the queen. King
Queen g4 also. Yeah, queen g4, king h8, and just queen h5 is just finished. Just finished.
Yeah, for bishop g5, you are having f4, yeah?
So, the point is, after knight h2, h4 is always useful to have because black cannot play bishop g5, for argument's sake again. And black anyway cannot take bishop h4, right?
Yeah.
So now white is solidly planning knight g4 and knight h6. This is one of those very rare moments where I have a threat after two moves and still it is very powerful.
That means actually the pawn on e5 is such a hero. Taken, like, you don't have much pieces to defend, and that is why the slow attack is also working. Everything.
No, Vincent, both pawns, e5 and h4 is very interesting and playing very important role. Just one for update, that
please.
Vidit opponent Andrei Esipenko is thinking long from 34 minutes, more than 35 minutes, and he didn't reply after queen a1. So I think Saravanan is correct. Maybe this means 100% Saravanan home is safe now. This is full of preparation. and Esipenko is not, I don't know why, but he's thinking so much.
There is a very nice Reader's Digest joke. I told you about Reader's Digest jokes yesterday. There's a very nice Reader's Digest joke. When television was invented, this was the first negative quote about television. Television is an evil, which will provoke spontaneous and irresponsive statements which will be regretted later on. Television is an evil which will provoke irresponsible statements which will be regretted by those who said it later on. So, I shouldn't have jumped at
क्या मिस किया मैंने
जब television invent किया, people who did not like the television, just like there were people who did not like
Internet, yeah.
Computer, internet, yeah.
अभी क्या है, everybody will go in front of television and for the sake of sensationalism they will say something provocative, or they will get provoked and say something for the sake of sensationalism, which they will regret for the rest of their lives. That they are full of themselves because they were put on front of television.
Okay. Yeah, be that is related with social media and yeah, maybe something like that. Something like that. So Queen A1 here, Vidit has, Vidit's preparation has got this little achievement there. We cannot say yet if he is out prepared because it depends on what Esipenko, how he's going to answer. And the form he is playing in this tournament, I mean, he might use his time, but he will be able to figure out, like, because it's not a very risky situation that for black. A plan like Rook B8 and A5, thinking about that, or if there is anything else, then there is also h6 stopping bishop g5, just maintaining. But I like with its position for sure. Can we have a look at also Nihal's game? We had a look just now. Arvind. Yeah, Arvind is playing with Firuza. So that is... Oh, look at this position. Firuza's king in the center. d4, knight f6. What opening did they get it from? What is this? cd5, knight d5, e4. Normally you take ed5, right?
Yeah, knight d5, e4. Amruta, we have seen this game.
Yes.
I told you about the pivotal game.
Yes.
Magnus Carlsen versus Anish Giri, one of this game.
Ah.
The earlier game of Arjun in an earlier round.
So this knight d5 move is recently getting some more popularity.
It is always there,
It
honestly.
was always popular?
Yeah, it is a very popular move. For example, here, yeah, Rook b1 is an antidote here. See, earlier black used to play, instead of Rook b1, white used to play knight f3 and allow cd4, cd4, bishop b4 check. So by playing Rook b1, even though Rook b1 is not a very useful move, I'm stopping this whole thing. So, you know,
Okay,
black's
wow.
position remains a little cramped.
Got it.
This is one point of Rook b1.
Nice. So bishop e7, knight f3, he castles. h4 already by Firuza. And it has been played. So 1 hour, even Arvind is aware of it. He has 1 hour 42 minutes. And he goes b6, h5. Here Firuza took 5 minutes, by the way, to play h5. But still in preparation. h6. And now rook h3. Knight d7, e5. Bishop b7. Bishop d3. I think now they are... because Arvind took around 15 minutes for the move bishop b7. And bishop d3 was played by Firuza. Arvind went king h8. And doesn't seem like a great idea. That's what the engine suggests. But this diagonal seems definitely risky. A clear idea could be bishop c2, queen d3. Looks dangerous, yeah, for black.
Black's only defense would be to play f5 at some point, or which means that black is in trouble. If without any, if you don't have any other alternative but to weaken your king side more to defend your king side, that means you are in some trouble. That's the logic I can give. Only thing is, you know, white will now stylishly play king f1, king g1 and say that I have castled and I have got a rook on h3 beautifully. So actually very imaginative play by Firouzji. I really like it. I'd really like to know, can you check the database,
Yes.
Amruta, whether this has been played? This is most interesting question today, I think.
Absolutely. Let me just go there. So d4 and f6, c4, e6, knight c3, d5, cd5, knight d5, e4, knight c3, x, rook b1. So rook b1 over here is already played in around 500 games, and Carlsen has played, in fact, many games with rook b1, Ding as well. So rook b1, bishop e7, knight f3, castle, and h4 only 62 games. Who has played it? Nepo has played with So, Aronian, Karyakin, Giri, Anish has played. Vidit also has played. With the black pieces, Kramnik, Raja, Wesley, they have faced this. Oops, sorry. H4, C takes D4, C takes D4, B6 played in 8 games, H5. Anish has played this as well. H6. So H6 has not been played before. Bishop B7 directly was played. But if you look at the results, White has won out. I mean, in this games, White has won 4 games, which is a huge result for the number of games. So H6.
I think overall, the opening surprise has worked in Firozia's favor, I would say, because the position looks very pleasant for White here. But having said that, if you look at the time, that's a puzzle, yeah. Firozia has taken so much time already.
Oh, he's thought for 12 minutes right now. But not too much difference, because after King H8, if Firoza thinks 15 minutes, Arvind thinks 15 minutes, then they will keep matching.
No, but Firozia is the one who created this whole setup. I mean, for this game, but it is he who has taken more time. That's what I mean.
क्या लग रहा है निखिलेश? What do you think of the position?
Maybe he's recalling his preparation.
But maybe King H8, if it is a not like
no, but it looks like means nobody want to play from black side here. This is the
Yeah.
position. Everyone want to play from white. So definitely, I think Arvind in little trouble. And that I think that thing is affecting now preparation. As Saravanan ji mentioned, less time today to prepare because of early games and yesterday late pairing. Maybe it's affecting so many people.
True. I do think it's clearly seen, at least the game Arvind also, I don't think would have want to go into something like this.
I remember, Amruta, I think everyone remember when we are playing actively, those days when you don't have time anything to prepare in Indian rating tournament. Round over, pairing came, again the match, game over. Huh?
Actually, do you think this can help? This can be one change, that nobody gets to know the pairings before, and then directly in the hall they get to know the pairing. So then the top level chess will also be so different, because you can't prepare specifically with an opponent. Can be very interesting, at least in some tournaments.
I think there are people who like to prepare and then play and enjoy the game more, and there are people who never prepare. So in each case, means someone will happy here, someone will happy there.
Most of the American tournaments have many days they have double rounds. There is hardly 1 or 2 hour break between the games, unlike Indian tournaments. So America, if you go and play the United States, you can actually have it a lot, just having 1 or 2 hours break in between the games. You know, this is very funny. When I was young, I used to hate it. So I never played in the US, even though I had so many opportunities to play. But today, I love playing in the US because, first of all, playing conditions are the best in the US, as far as I've seen. Most of the time, it's a 5-star hotel and fantastic playing halls, very spacious and quiet and all that. And then, you know, when you have played chess for 40 years, it doesn't matter what your opponent is going to play. I have something to play against. So I really love playing in the US now.
For Saravanan ji, it will be easy, na? The moment opponent will play one move, the 10 theories will in his mind. Okay, so he have no problem. He can play any structure. I think I saw his games also when he was playing. He can play any opening. No,
it's nothing to do with that. It is because of age and okay. I worked with a lot of chess players.
Now here you are mentioning age. Huh? Last time Amruta mentioned you. Now here you are mentioning because of age. Because of age.
I don't mind mentioning my age at all. I'm not someone who is shy of my age. I'm very, very, very comfortable with my age. So whenever it is to my advantage, I mention age. Yeah. So basically, you know, this thing about creativity and not having time to prepare in between, that also, you know, once you play chess for a long time and you're very experienced, it goes off. And one more thing, I'll tell you this. very fine thing about preparation and getting that exact position. It works only for 0.01% of chess players only. Only the very top 20, 30, it matters so much. The rest of the players, they all get a position, they play and play. That exact moment of, preparation and the third analyzed by engine and all that. The problem is everyone looks at Caruana, everyone looks at Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri and prepare their openings. But then when the middle game comes, it is them who is playing, not Anish Giri at middle game who is playing. Sorry, Carlsen is.
No, but this is very right. Actually, it doesn't really matter in other tournaments much. Like Nikhilesh, you go and play one day rapid में तो वड़ा पाव खाया गेम पे गए चाय पिया गेम पे गए. So on the top level, they are all, we can say, enjoying or suffering or whatever it is. But yeah, today for sure, opening preparation we have to be more careful because they didn't have much time. Especially Pragg ended his game at after 7.5 hours, and he got this FNH pawns rook and game, and he actually grinded it well, and he did get a moment where he could have converted, but yeah, it was missed. So h6, bishop f4. He's playing with Rinat Jumabayev, and you have the first imbalance here. Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, double bishop for black, knight goes back, and Pragg goes. By the way, at this position, Jumabayev is already down to 1 hour, and Pragg is having 1 hour 32 minutes. And Pragg plays f4 with 1 minute thought, and Jumabayev now down to 47 minutes.
So already Esipenko is not playing move from last 50 minutes.
Oh, he's not made a move yet.
I think he listened about Saravanan house. So he's thinking about the house now.
But usko thodi mil rahe.
You say house in Chennai next to Anand, near to Anand, that will be great. Forget about this match.
Oh my
How
god.
do you guys know whether it is my house or not?
Okay, Amruta,
Hmm.
I'm leaving right now. Angie has to do his training class, and so I will come back after.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, I will call you.
When
Yeah.
will you come back?
I will try. I will message you before. Okay.
Sure. No, I may not check. So even if you come back, you're coming back, you can just call in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Sarvanji. See you soon.
Bye, Nikhilesh.
Bye.
Okay, there we have. By the way, how much time is it? 1 hour 20, 1.5 hours, no? So women's game will start at 6:45. So another 15 minutes. In another 15 minutes, their games will also start. And now I'm adjusting the zoom camera.
Just a second, I'll be back.
Yes. Oh, finally, Jumabayev did make a move. He's gone. While I just read. By the way, guys, do check out. We have the Diwali sale today. So do not miss that. It's our one-time annual sale. And really, it's amazing discounts there. Also, I want to show you something. Something over here that. So this we have 25 up to 25% off. It's from 23rd to 5th November, and it has already started. The link is pinned in the chat. Check it out. We have Fritz 19 and Mega Database 2024. So these are this is the software which is released, the latest version. You can pre-order it now, and you will get it on 14 November. So that's one big thing. So Fritz 19, check it out. Sagar later will also make a video about it in little detail about the features, the new features, and Mega Database 2024. So all these games which we are looking at is basically Mega Database has a lot of annotations and all. So that's our Diwali sale. Here is the discounts. So do check this out for sure in the link.
Good.
Oh,
That's
you back. Yes. Let's go.
Now, let us now go one by one.
Hmm.
First of all, I like Pragg's idea very much, actually. This sounds very interesting setup for white, yeah? I mean, there are many things good about this setup. Knight on e5, supported by f4 and d4, good bishop. The the bad bishop of white gotten rid of already. Many good things about this position. I have a feeling white should be very comfortable already. More than comfortable for white pieces.
How often you have seen this move f4?
Very rarely, very rarely. I mean, to achieve it so early in the opening is not at all easy. See, something like this comes in the Stonewall setup, for example, but there is a huge pawn on c1 sitting, hating his life whenever this happens. So, to achieve this without the bishop on c1 also, already I have a feeling that white is enjoying his life. I don't know
Wow.
what went wrong for black, but it all looks very comfortable already.
So in reference database, if we just check here, knight e5, if I look at bishop f4 was played, knight h5, very few games already here, bishop e5, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, he went knight f6, 39 games, and here f4 was played in 7 games. Short castle would be a normal.
See, instead of, let us say, the position after knight d4, knight f6 has been played by a couple of grandmasters. And the position, for example, there is a game between Narayanan and Bartel, if you're looking at it, yeah?
Yeah, which move? 8th move, knight f3.
After bishop d3, h6, and then 9th move, bishop f4.
Bishop d3, bishop e7, knight f3, h6, bishop f4. Yeah, knight h5. Ah,
See,
yeah,
till
Narayan.
now it is all fine because strong grandmaster like Duda has already played it. So we can take it for granted that till this point it's all okay.
Okay.
I think for 10th move bishop e5, knight e5 has been played by Bartel 2600 and Barmakin 2600. The Duda went back knight heads f6 for bishop e5.
Oh,
So
knight hf6. Yes.
yeah, I'm already doubting whether knight e5 is fine at all. But anyway, one game played by Bartel, so I'm assuming that it's definitely playable. So knight e5, now knight f6 here, yeah.
Knight
So
e5, bishop e5, knight e5, knight f6. Yes.
f6, yeah. See, now many of the games here, for example, one by Nair, one by Atalik, one by Royce, they all went castles first. Castles, and then f4 and c5. This is what happened. So Pragg has played f4 a little early. You got me?
Got it.
I don't know if there are any nuances behind playing it one more early. We have to wait for the game to proceed. What happens later on? But all said and done, very pleasant opening for white, and not an easy task to play this with black pieces.
Absolutely. And in fact, your Pragg short castled. So I had doubts whether he's going to go for long castle or something. But no, he wants to keep it simple here. Short castle. And if black, black also short castles, um, the bar says that the diagonal is weak and suggests ideas like bishop c2 and queen d3. But don't you have knight f6 always? Ooh, oh. Knight f6 will call for maybe the chat try to think for some plans for white in this position for Pragg. What plans can you see for Pragnananda? Oh, Esipenko played finally.
But Amruta hasn't black already played knight d7.
Yeah, knight d7 and short castle has been played by Pragg. Now, if black short castles, bishop c2, knight f6.
No, our display is showing the knight on f6. Why is that?
No, because I asked the movie. I asked a question here. I was just checking. No. So what is the plan? Yeah. Sumati, well done. So white is having this amazing plan with g4 and king h1, and this can be very dangerous for the black king. Somehow the, like how for Arvind, Firuza Arvind, black felt quite at discomfort. Seems something similar over here. Nice preparation by Pragg. So okay, so let's let's come back here again. We can check Vidit's game. Esipenko did make a move after all. He went rook a b8. Oh, I thought he will go rook f b8 actually, wanting to go a5. Rook a b8. I did not consider. And now Vidit goes queen b2, and look at how much time he has taken, Sarah.
How many minutes for rook b8, Amruta? Black took?
Queen even he had 1 hour 37 minutes and he went to 45 minutes, so it's almost 53 minutes he thought for one move.
And for that, Vidit played queen b2 within a minute's time. That's
30
very significant.
seconds, yeah.
So which means it looks to me that Vidit has caught Esipenko in his preparation. That's what I feel very strongly.
Wow.
Which is good news for Vidit fans here. So what am I looking at with queen b2? Am I looking at something like a4 here? I don't know. I'm not sure about this.
Queen b2. I'm wondering firstly what is the idea of rook a b8, because now a5 is something he's saying that I'm discarding the idea of a5, because otherwise he would have brought this rook right to b8 and kept this one on a8 if he wanted to go a5.
Yeah.
So maybe if he's discarded that idea, yeah, what can black actually think of? Or is he saying that, yeah, I can anyway go a5, I don't need the rook on a8? Can he go a5 right now is my main question. No, it's...
Well, after
Yes.
queen b2, let's say a5. Let's say I ignore you and play something like knight d1 here. I'm threatening ba5 now. See, the point is now almost every move has its drawback. If black takes ab4, then the white rook on a1 becomes good. And if black plays a4 for knight d1, then, you know, in the long run, you have a problem with the pawn on a4. So white can play c4 directly here. So I think, you know, a5 is not a move which serves any purpose as such. So that's not the point. So I'm trying to understand why Esipenko keeps the rook at b8 at all is a kind of a mystery here for me.
Exactly. And for a5, you mentioned knight d1, but not knight d5, something which we have been looking at, or you want to, because there is a little problem with knight d1 for white.
What is that?
After a takes b4, here black has a solid move. I think it's very tough because you're playing d5 where the e5 pawn is completely under super pressure, so has to work out tactically itself. E takes d5, knight takes d5, and if knight takes e5, this would be the main question. What's the problem? No, just simple actually. Knight b4.
Okay, one is not a great move in that case, you know. It's fine for black in that case.
Then but you can go knight d5 here. Knight d5.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Then the same thing, if a4 there is c4, if ab4 the same way you get the file. So you can't go a5. If you can't go a5, what else? Can d5 tactically work in this position, or it doesn't make sense because b4 is defended now?
Well, I think playing d5 is nothing to do with the tactical part. It's something to do with the positional part, whether white wants to open up the position at all. See, any point when you open up d5, then after e d5, the e5 pawn comes under fire.
Yes.
So this will always be a deterrent for black not to play d5. So it's a tricky question what black is going to play, because especially because the move rook a b8 doesn't seem to serve any purpose overall.
Yeah. Wow.
So it
So,
looks like it is
hmm.
having a good day today overall. About 1 hour extra on the clock. That's fantastic to have in such a crucial round.
Yeah, totally. So, guys, we'll keep coming back here. Esipenko, when he makes the move, let us know. Going to Arjun's game in the French, we saw until knight c5, rook d1 was played. Arjun went b5, b4 was played here by Fedosiv. But as I think you had mentioned, you don't like this move, and that is actually true. Knight went back to d7. Could Arjun go knight e4, but then the queen exchange is something he may not have wanted. Yeah. So he goes knight d7, bishop d3, and he goes now bishop b7.
See, that's what this move early b4. It's one of those moves which is either very good or very bad. If it works out well or not, that depends upon a lot. See, with b4, you're kind of completely shut off black's control of the access to the c5 square. But at the same time, you have a potential weakness on the queen side, as well as the c file will be eternally weak. The c4 square looks very juicy and all that. So this is just one of those very double-edged decisions, which generally the engines will not take. It's a human favored decision.
So here in this scenario, the white's position with the pawn here, with the bishop eyeing there, constant alertness required. What is black going to plan? Like how does he? Because either he needs, if he looks at the f6 break, can
Yeah.
that be a possibility, or will it weaken this h7 too much? If not, should he just double on the c file for Arjun? Let's say rook c8, but computer doesn't like it. For what reason, you think?
See, generally, playing f6 here will generally not the ideal choice here, because it weakens the king side and the center openly. So black will play a5. Black will play for the a5 break more than anything, in my opinion. Okay, in the rare case of you wanting to play f6.
Okay. Well, maybe I have a question because you mentioned about f6. There is a very good question. And what should white player, guys? It's a mind blowing move. Mind blowing. Can you think of it? Can you try? Just try. Not hoping for many people to answer, but try. Sarah, can you also try to think here?
Yeah, I'm actually getting puzzled by it. I mean, didn't expect it all, obviously.
Sriram says you're back in Ireland. How long does Sagar plan to stay in Isle of Man? If things work out, I really look forward to meeting him and then invite him to our chess club in Ireland. No, I think he's coming back on 6th, 7th maybe. So I will ask him. So 6th is the only, but he won't go to Ireland because he already has a ticket back to India.
White's move is fantastic, but the question is how many of our viewers can really find it? I have my doubts.
You found it, of course. So here we have people suggesting f5, bishop h7, and knight d5. What was your move?
My move, should I say?
Yes.
Bishop f5, right?
Yes. What is this move? Like you just put your bishop in front of the pawn. If e takes f5, here that was the idea, guys. Queen takes d5, king h8, and queen d7. So you won a pawn. plus the open file queen on the 7th rank, plus this is attack. So more material will be lost. So bishop f5. Crazy move, no? Like it comes out of nowhere suddenly.
So to prevent this, I
Yeah.
think has to go. Can I play d4 here? Not
Where?
necessarily.
For at which
No.
point?
Maybe, yeah, here I can play instead of f6.
Okay.
You can play maybe queen c7 first.
Castle. He's gone a5, by the way. Arjun goes for a5. Directly. You had mentioned this move. a5.
Yeah. I was expecting queen c7 followed by f6 in that position. a5 is a little bit of a surprise for me.
So again and again for white, the plan recommended is to go knight e2 there and keep it solid. Knight e2, queen e1, shift the knight and the queen. That's what is recommended. So he goes a5 and already starts counter-attacking. In fact, at bishop d3 here, you didn't need to develop the bishop to b7. Directly a5 would have been very powerful. And for bishop b5, if he attacks your knight, then you could take, you attack this knight. If takes, then this is very nice. Bishop takes b4 because you don't really lose a piece because it's a very deadly pin. The number of ways, queen c7, rook a3. That was an epic calculation, yeah, if Arjun could have found a5. Wasn't so difficult, I believe, at this moment when we are looking at a5 all the while. But maybe
Has
he
it
played it
black
quickly.
already played bishop b7 in that position?
Yeah, he played bishop b7. Castle
Uh-huh.
was played, and now
Uh-huh.
he goes a5. So he took. I'm keen to see how much time did he think for bishop b7. He had 1 hour 4 minutes, and no, not much. He didn't think much. He took 6 minutes. Yeah, that's why. So a5. So then I like Arjun's, not using too much time. The other theory.
Well, a5 makes a lot of sense to me because, as we were talking, counter-attacking the b4 pawn was the main idea once white has taken away the control of the c5 square, I felt. There is another patient move here which I wanted to say. Instead of a5, black had queen c7 followed by f6.
Yeah.
That would have been really interesting. But okay, f5 is active as well. See, this is the point with the French defense, You should always look for counter punching, counter opportunities and all that. But still, it's an extremely difficult openings to play because you don't know which one will work correctly at which situation. That's the problem with French.
Right. Yeah, queen c7 f6 would have been another plan. Here he's gone for a direct a5. Let's see if Fedoshev is thinking at his time. Going to Vidit's game. Did he make a move? Esipenko, yes, he did make a move. The next one did not. He thought for 10 minutes again here, and Vidit right now has been thinking for 5 minutes. So yeah, this is the position. So in the same scenario, the very first question is, I think Vidit, the way he has delayed knight d5, because knight d5 is very obvious for opponent to consider as well. So if he has delayed until now, at this point he won't even think of knight d5 when he has other ideas like rook a1 and a4 in mind that way. But
see, that's why knight d5 was available for a long time.
Yeah.
He has delayed it till now, so there is all the good chances that he will never play it.
Yeah, but also right now there is a problem. Even if you go knight d5, the idea what Esipenko has done after bishop d8, he has vacated the square for his knight. So knight e7, and in this scenario, if you go c4, black will play f5, and that can become quite complex. I mean, he gets good counterplay. So a very interesting move found by Esipenko with bishop d8. In a way, Vidit can't think of knight d5. But my question is, even if he goes rook a1, Esipenko, what is he saying is that you also don't get a4 very easily. Because after ba4, your b4 pawn will be under pressure. So rook a1 So once again, we are at a position where maybe Esipenko has thought a long time, but he's still making. He still has a deep plan there.
But tell me something. Let's forget this whole rook a1 and a4 stuff at all.
Okay.
Let me say that I don't like the bishop on d8 because it is doing a donkey's job. So let me change the whole scenario. Let me play knight e2 and knight g3.
Knight e2 and knight g3. Ah, complete shift in the plan.
Because what is that bishop doing on d8? I mean, come on.
Wait, can I not go d5 whenever you're moving your knight? That's my first question.
Welcome.
Can I not go d5 here?
Let me say knight into e cross d5 here.
E takes d5, knight
Knight
takes d5,
Now
knight
knight
d5.
d5. Now your e5 is attacked.
Yeah, knight e5, knight takes e5, queen takes e5, and bishop f6 may not be enough compensation. Okay, maybe some compensation, but I wouldn't want to just give the pawn like that. So knight e2, not d5. Maybe I go rook e8 with the idea of d5. Now what do you do?
No. Oh, you don't want to play d5 anymore.
No, I want to first go
Okay.
rook e8.
Okay, then knight e2, rook e8, which is probably good. So now knight g3, let's say.
Now
See,
can I go
one of those
d5?
positions typically from the Italian, but where the white bishop is absent. So generally, this generally is slightly better for white. Yeah. So d5 should be avoided at most of the moment. See, for example, now e d5, knight d5, and now I just play the cold rook a1. Let's say cold-blooded.
Okay, your whole point is you are going to keep putting
d5 is
pressure
weak,
on
and once again you have a bad bishop always. The bishop on d8 is always a unhappy person. So you might have achieved d5, but so what? You have a weakness in e5. That's my point. So when I play a move like knight e2, knight g3, how are you going to improve your piece is the question. See, for example, for knight e2, if black goes knight e7, okay, knight g3, let's say black goes knight g6. He is just aping whatever he wants. Yeah. Now, let us play your a4 now at this point. So my idea is that for a4, if you take ba4, I just play queen a3 here. And next move, I just take queen into a4 and it's slightly better. So that idea behind playing knight g3 directly, sorry, knight e2 is just to take the knight away from the c3 square so that a5 is never possible. But it has multi-purpose idea. If I play knight e2, you are stopping from your a5. Black is stopped from playing a5. Second is d5 is discouraged. And then knight g3 is always a nice square, it can always jump to f5.
No, knight e2 looks like a great idea. My only thing is if imagine you have prepared the whole line and the whole depth of it every time where knight d5 would be a consideration, the top consideration. Suddenly the mind shift and to take the knight to e2 is a very tough decision there. Unless that was also part of your preparation in some way, don't you think it's a little unnatural to go away from knight d5?
But Amruta, when I can think of knight e2, Vidit can definitely think of knight e2 very easily.
Right. That is true. That is true. So knight e2 is an interesting idea. And Vidit is thinking, let's see if Vidit is able to keep the, this time gap. Or will he also land in the critical situation where at the end of it, if you objectively look at the line, it should not be as difficult for Esipenko, who has played this tournament in amazing form. So he's not going to be making just some weak moves there. He will be thinking. I think he'll have some deep ideas. So this bishop d8 move I really like from Esipenko, creating more ideas there, stopping knight d5 as well. Okay, Vidit has a task to do. While he's doing that, by the way, have the women's game started? because they were supposed to start at, yes. Oh, Vaishali's game has started. Vaishali
wow.
is playing with the black pieces. She's playing against Stefanova, former world champion. So d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, g3, and guys, guess Vaishali's next move if you have not seen. What is Vaishali's next move? Everyone's guessing it. b5. Vaishali played b5 over here. Once again, very active move there. Yeah, and Stefanova has been thinking since, yeah, it's been 2 minutes, but she's thinking. What do you think of this move, Sarah?
Actually, it's a pretty standard move. I'm surprised that see,
Oops.
when you play a Catalan without playing c4, the first move you think of is to play b5 in such positions. The only thing is it is played after black has already played d5. Here she plays it early, that's the only thing.
Ah, okay. So the idea was to stop c4 and a4 played by Stefanova. Vaishali,
b4 now.
yeah, goes b4 and now c4 is played. And in fact, Stefanova has played this with white against Kremlin. Pia Kremlin. Yeah. Wow, but interesting opening on the board for sure. I think one of the line is yeah, b takes c3 is the move, bishop b7, and there's also a move like c5 which has been played in some games. c5. So c4, Vaishali is thinking, but I'm surprised that she's thinking because definitely she would have seen Stefanova's game with Pia Kremlin. So what is she thinking?
Well, probably they're just trying to, get into a territory where the other doesn't know or other hasn't played. That's what I can think of right away. It's a very interesting moment. You play bishop b7, then you deny the white knight of good square on c3. If you play b cross c3, b cross c3, then you can play probably d5 there or c5 there, whatever. So interesting moment. What black is going to do? Crucial moment here.
Yeah, and by the way, Sakar says, fortunately, no pairings among Indians today, neither in open nor in women. Oh, that is the first time.
Oh, that's a surprise.
Yeah, that's a good one. Good surprise. So Vaishali thinking for c4. Guys, let us know how the opening goes because very exciting opening there. Vidit also thinking for bishop d8. Arjun has gone a5, and for a5, Fedosif takes on b5. Arjun takes on b4, ab4, and knight b4. So they have reached this position. Very less like without the A and B pawn, sometimes it feels like the game is going to end in a draw. That kind of a thing. Most of the times they are the passers or something. But here for black, if you see any counterplay, it's doesn't it seem it's only white who has the space and who has the pieces eyeing on the king's side. What is black having? The open file, maybe the c2 weakness, but
Generally, whenever white has the d4 square, he will always be slightly better. And then black has to worry about the bad bishop on bishop b7 also. But having said that, he can always play moves like bishop a6 and return knight on b5 and all that.
Yeah, and I also like Arjun's knight b4 is right now asking a question to this bishop, because majorly the light square bishop looks a little dangerous. But of course, if will white try to save it with bishop e2, or will white try to say ki okay, I'm okay with even if you exchange this bishop. So what should white do is a question. Fedoshev has to make a decision here whether to retain his bishop or not. Going to Pragg's game quickly. After f4 was played, knight d7, he castled. Knight e5 was played by Jumabayev. Fe5, bishop g5, and Pragg goes king h1. You don't have time to take bishop takes e3, guys. That is a big blunder. A question for you, white to play. It's the easier question among all the questions we have asked. So do try. 25 people, come on, can you find the answer? White to play. Bishop e3 is a massive blunder.
Give me a minute, I'll be back. Okay?
Yes, a massive blunder. 25 people, very quickly, can you try to answer? Today is last 3 rounds, most important rounds. We have to see 3 people in contention for the candidates: Vidit, Arjun, and Vaishali. For Nihal and Pragg and Arvind, they're following up. But it all depends on, you have to score. You have to score heavily. It's like 3 out of 3. That kind of a heavy scoring required. So yeah, we have got the answers there. How many people? Not bad, 22. So I can wait. John, Vivian, Kumar, Shashank, Arvind, Tanay, Dakshayani, Mycrafty, Vatsal, Saksham. Well done, guys. We did get 25 people answering and finding this move. Queen f3. That's a double attack and you're gonna lose. So that was a little tactic by Pragg, a little trap. Of course, Jumabayev simply played bishop e6 and defends the f7. Is he now reviving his threat of taking the pawn on e3? So Pragg is thinking, he's been thinking since 4 minutes. Jumabayev is on 31 minutes, which means Pragg is having 46 minutes more than Rinat. They are on move number 15 and 25 moves to be made in 31 minutes for Rinat. So he's already going towards potentially massive time pressure. Bishop e6 there. What can Pragg do? Can Pragg go queen f3 over here? But look at this. What computer recommends is very interesting for black, that black can develop queen e7 and actually simply long castle. If that can be considered, then Pragg will have to think whether to put the queen on f3, because that is only looking at the king side, or maybe keep both the options open with queen e2 there, with the ideas of b4, b5. Okay, so that's Pragg's game. Going to the next game, I think Arvind versus Firuza. Firuza was already starting to attack. He had played rook h3, knight d7, e5. We saw this bishop b7, bishop d3. Also we saw king h8 was played. Here Firuza played bishop e3 and he has queen d2, bishop h6. Very, very irritating threats. So Arvind goes f5. Already tries to free himself, because if e takes f6, then Arvind is super happy with this kind of an exchange there. You might think about bishop c2 with the idea of queen d3 here. That is something you can think about, but you can always stop queen d3. So plus you must take care that your king is in the center, and at some point e5 will happen. So he goes bishop c4 here, bishop c4. Alireza finds the best move, attacks this e6 guy. How do you defend? Queen e8, you can't defend. So Arvind actually sacrifices a pawn, because in order to save himself from the dangerous attack, goes queen e8. Now Alireza could have taken on e6, bishop takes e6, And you might think bishop b4 check, rook b4, queen takes e6. This would have been a possibility for Ali Reza to go into, bringing his knight to a beautiful square on g6. That would get a little crazy, keeping in mind his king is on e1. But what Ali Reza plays is, doesn't enter into all of this. He goes queen b3 and now puts even more pressure on e6, directly threatening to win the pawn. So what is Arvind's counterplay? Arvind has to keep finding counterplay based on this king on e1. So also has to get his pieces a little more active. What can he play here? What are the moves? Tough position there, but any defensive ideas for Arvind? Wow, there is one good idea for sure. What do you see for Arvind? And then we will move to Nihal's game. I think, no, he may not. Guys, it should be transmission error because, Nihal is not going to blunder his queen. If it is transmission error, I'm not going to believe you all later. Or is it a queen's? Please think a little bit. Is it actually a transmission error? Is it a queen sacrifice or is it a blunder? Itna to you guys have to know now. Not a transmission error. Sanket is very confident. Okay, not error. So is it a queen sacrifice or a queen blunder? बहुत ही ज्यादा डिफरेंस होता है यार ब्लंडर और सैक्रिफाइस में. Misses the position. Okay, we will go there. So let me then, yes, Saksham, well done. क्या ही focus है तुम्हारा chat में, what all is going on, but you are right there telling the right move. A5 would definitely give a counterplay because the main idea is to give this check on b4. So even if, let's say, the pawn is lost, because now if you don't win a pawn, then you might just land up in trouble yourself. So bishop b4 check, the king goes to f1, and there you go. Push the pawn on f4, attack this bishop, ask him where are you going to go. Mind you, bishop d2 would be a blunder, not a blunder. You don't have bishop f3, bishop b4. Okay, not a blunder, but the position would be amazing for, position would be like a lot of counterplay there, f3 ideas, these pawns there. After a4, you have to decide where you keep your queen, bishop. Oh, this is definitely a blunder. So lots of problems with the king in the center, and a5 can give amazing counterplay to Arvind. While Arvind is thinking, shall we go to Nihal, because queen sacrifice cannot be missed at all. So rook c1, he goes bishop e7, h4 was played. Yeah, this all we, h4 we saw, I guess, Vincent's h4, queen b6, bishop f4, he goes bishop d5, and this move is a mistake because of knight d4. Now if you play queen d4, it was in when we are beginners, this is what we ask: bishop h7 check or bishop b5 disco, and you lose the queen. But of course in this situation Nihal knows what he's doing, and you guys are right, it's a queen sacrifice or, yeah, queen d4. Let's see what happened. Bishop b5 check, you take, queen takes d4, and now he went knight b3. No, he didn't go knight b3. So why he didn't go knight b3 over here with the fork there? Maybe he considered something like knight b3, queen b6, and you cannot take here because there is queen b5 check. So you will have to keep the king in the center, keep these rooks disconnected, and you can see the compensation which was meant for the queen was bishop for bishop, rook for rook. So it was supposed to be rook and bishop, and now your rook is absolutely inactive. So as of now, it is as good as a bishop for a queen, which would not be enough. So he goes b takes a4, and Vincent goes rook c7. Oh, this is an absolute, what did he miss really? What did he really miss? Bishop f4. So bishop d5 was a mistake. But he couldn't even castle, I believe, because for castle, there is a very clear plan for white. With bishop b1, same idea. Look at this diagonal. You have played h6. There is a pawn on e5, means you don't have the knight on f6 to defend the h7 square. So the diagonal is super weak. And the pawn on h4 is placed in such a way that the day you go g6, h5 is right there. Instant. So a castle would be already calling trouble. So for black, in this scenario, Nihal had to be patient, not castle, maybe defend the pawn on d4 first, go rook d5, and then with his ideas of bishop d5, that was possible. But with bishop d5, knight d4 was missed. But mainly, yeah, it looks like a complete assessment issue. Because this position is any counter player. Like, let's say you go knight c6, attack the queen. Oh man, white to play, guys. What can you find? Can you find a move here? White to play. Wait a second. Let me just clear. Yeah, now. Can you find white to play? While you guys are thinking, let me also get the bars for the women's section because the games have started. And Sakar says 3 games, Backrot, Predke, Shiro, Mustafa, Pichot, Navara already ended in quick draws. Also, guys, we have a sale, Diwali sale since 6 p.m. Do check it out. The article is pinned, link in the chat. White to play, guys. Very nice move. You'll feel happy after finding it. Socho, socho, socho. Tanya playing with Elizabeth Pace today and Harika playing with Monica Soko. We also have Savita Shri playing with Olivia Kiolbasa. I think has played with all our Indian women players. And Divya is playing with Elena Daniel. Harika, Harika, Tanya. What about Vantika playing with Trisha Kanya Marala? They are from Ireland, and the twins, the brother sister, they're very nice. They you can find their interview. We met them in 2018. Actually, it was a long back. Yeah, the bars are set. Wait, let me just. Are you able to see that? Or maybe I will try to do something else. What I can try to do is. Wait, why are there 2 layers? Yes, just so that people know that we have a sale. There you go. The bars for the women players have been set, and let's go. What have you found, people? Let's go to the chat. How many people? Very few, but pura confusion hai. Rook c1, queen d5, rook e7. Well done. Snehashish, Madhvendra, Arthakada, Navin Kumar. Well done. But kitna confusion? Rook c1, queen d5. Bapre. So it was not at all clear. It was a tough move. That's why few people only could answer. The move is rook takes e7. If you take king takes e7, this was not an easy calculation. Did you guys consider it? All those who considered rook e7, did you then follow it up with this check? Because if you go king, where do you go? If you go king d7, there is queen d6 check, and you are going rook c1. So there was no way this was easy at all. Giving up your rook, giving up the material there, going rook d1 with the threat of takes and queen c6 check. And how do you defend the knight with rook c8? But still, man, this would have been absolutely crazy position. At least if it was a computer, he would have finished off the game in lots of sacrificing manner with e6, and the whole idea is my queen against your exposed king. But rook c7 has been played, and Nihal is thinking whether he will go knight c6, whether he will go bishop d8. But this is almost a lost position. I would definitely say this. The queen is way stronger. Black's pieces are horrible, and I'm very Nihal missed is a big question, because he didn't miss bishop b5 for sure. Okay, while we have checked Nihal's game, Vidit, did they play? Yes, they did play. After bishop d8, Vidit played h3 and h6. They just kind of slowly assessing. It's like there's no light. You're at a place it's all dark, and you don't know what's there in front of you, and you're taking these slow steps. Queen b3 by Vidit. Okay. a5. Oops. Saravanan has messaged his comp crashed. Okay, Sarah, take your time. No worries. But give me a missed call if I miss seeing the Zoom. Yeah, a5. a5 there is played. By the way, Esipenko does go for a5, and now he's not taking too much of time. Look at the move h6 he played pretty immediately, and for queen b3 also he takes only 2 minutes. He goes a5. With it, takes the pawn on a5, b takes a5, knight takes a5, and he goes queen b1. So yeah, I mean, he's planning to maybe go rook b2, put pressure on the b5 pawn. So Esipenko already goes c6, defends this, and now you see Esipenko's move bishop d8 has actually, it can come via b6 on this diagonal. It could come to c7 like in Rai Lopez, and d5. All these c7 defend this, rook e8, d5. All these ideas are happening. Vidit is having one isolated pawn on the queen side. Black is having one pawn island. It's in black's favor, but c6 has been played. So Vidit goes rook b2. My question is, what is Vidit's threat here? Guys, Vidit's move, what is his threat? Vidit slowly losing an edge? No. He's anyway. He's fighting for very slight initiative. For white, it's all about this slight initiative, which a lot depends on how black is going to defend. Black is going to find resources in terms of keeping this counterplay intact, and it's not like too much of an edge for Vidit anyway. Yes, Madhavendra, Harsh, Arush, Saksham, Swapnil, Vidhan, Kamal, Vaibhav, well done. A4 was the threat. You see here, there is a big pin, and a4 trying to win the pawn was the threat. So rook a8. But a question is, black did not go bishop c7 because that also would have defended the rook here. He instead goes rook a8 and says that if you play a4, actually it's a big question. If you play a4, what is black going to do? He can't keep the pawn on b5. He will lose it. He can't push. He's forced to take on a4. And after takes, if Vidit takes knight takes a4, then black has an interesting idea to consider. Black to play. Guys, can you think about the move? This is fun. These questions right now, try to focus a little bit and let me see who can find. Yes, Madhavendra, well done. And chess is fun. But I will not stop there. Knight c4, a nice move found by you. Can you now find a nice move for white? A nice move for white. Can we continue? Can we continue with the calculation? Try. Try, guys. That's the whole point of our streams. You guys have to learn and improve. Then when you play tournaments, you do really well. Bhavik, Pranay, well done. So, many of you are saying knight b6, which would be a big blunder because you lose the piece here. I mean, you don't get two pieces because you've already given your knight. So that doesn't work. Exchange down. But the move knight c5, the way you inserted this, then I am having this intermezzo attacking a queen. You don't have time to take the rook here. So knight c5, and now again black to play. Let's continue with the calculation. Continue. Black. What should black play here? Sarah is back. Yes, knight d2, and once again you are attacking this queen. So knight d7, and we are reaching this forcing in this scenario a forcing exchange. Another intermezzo there. You have a check, bishop f6, and rook b1. So this is a possible position which can be reached. And hi Sarah, what happened to your computer?
Sorry, my computer crashed suddenly and it took some time to revive it. I'm extremely sorry.
No problem. No, we were just looking at Vidit's game actually.
Yeah.
And
Actually, it looks to me now that I'm in the variation, I've been seeing your analysis, this variation and all that.
Okay.
Everything goes according to plan. Also, white doesn't have much of an edge. He has a small advantage. That's all you can say in the long run. But the point is, I think the trump which will make the biggest difference in this game is the time difference. When the game will move towards time control, first time control, which is another 18 moves away, that is where black's resilience will be tested. So, I'm just waiting for the moves to roll on because position doesn't offer with it any great advantage, as you have shown with your variation so far, for example.
So Vidit also needs to, if Vidit takes a lot of time and it comes to equal time, then that advantage will be gone, right? That one major advantage, and not much then.
Yeah, it's very important that he plays on. This is something very interesting. My brother is a cricket player. He told me once that when you are in the bowling side in cricket, of course, Indian fans will understand this very much easier than our non-Indian friends probably. When you are in the bowling side and when the opponent is not scoring, when the batsmen are not scoring, it is very important to play fast, not give much enough time between the balls, not enough time between the change of overs and all. The pace is very important because when your opponent is under pressure and he is not given time to think, it always adds up to forcing him to making a mistake. The same way, when you are under pressure, basically, if your opponent doesn't give time also, but of course, it's very important that Vidit plays correct chess as well. So I think this game, time is going to make a very big difference in the result. That's what I feel.
Nice. Let's mark Sarah's words here, and let's see what Vidit goes for rook 8 after rook a8 here. He could maintain this tension and not go for a4 as well. Going to Arjun's game, after ab4, knight b5, ab4, knight b4, bishop e2 was played.
Yeah.
And he goes queen a5. So Fedoshev didn't want to give that bishop, so he goes back and queen a5 by Arjun.
Yeah, okay, what to say? As we were talking, the situation hasn't changed much in terms of the d4 square control, which is going to be permanent. So obviously, Arjun decided to do something about it. That is why he has played Queen a5, and now, most like Bishop e6, Bishop a6. I'm sorry, Bishop a6 or Rook of c8 are on the cards. So this is a very pivotal moment. One question.
Yes.
Okay, let us ask this. Is actually a very difficult answer because it doesn't have a. This question doesn't have a clear answer actually. White can play knight d6 here. Okay. Now, if you are white in this position, will you take that leap of faith and play knight d6? Because after knight d6, bishop d6, e d6, that pawn actually may be gone forever. Also, you never know. Will you play knight d6 or not? Very interesting question. This is these are the questions really which will make a player improve his chess or a chess lover to enjoy his chess. A question without a correct answer.
Nice question. Because normally in games, that is what happens. The confusion is like, I like 96, but is my pawn in the long run going to be weak? Am I going to lose it? So.
It's not weak, it's gone. So I was just having a look. Let's say if knight d6 here,
No,
I'm assuming
not.
that.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Why is that?
I will play knight d6 because. Why is your message retracted? I don't know.
You mean there was a message coming on chat? You mean to say?
Some message I was reading and then it got retracted. So knight d6, let's say.
Yeah. Let's say bishop to d6 here. This is what I was trying to analyze. So bishop d6, e d6. Now let us be very, very concrete in this position. Let's play only towards gobbling up that pawn, okay? So first of all, something like rook f c8, let us say.
You want to go rook c6, yeah?
Yeah, I want to go rook c6.
Okay.
This is the worst way to play chess. Materialism never succeeds in life. The best thing is chess is the best example. Chess is the best proof that materialism doesn't succeed in life.
Nice.
See, after rook f c8, let us say. See, the point is gaining material in chess. If you play only for that, there will be so many considerations around that material which will be lost. In this question, it is rook b1 is just finished. You lose a piece.
Oh, nice. Oh.
So after knight d6, bishop d6, e d6, very, very paradoxically, black has to play rook f b8, not c8.
Okay, so over here, e d6, you have to go here, defend this guy. Got it.
Okay. Vivan Balani, I hope I got your name correctly. He says a logic. I will play knight d6 because bishop d6, knight e5, and I can try to defend the pawn, make a stable pawn if I trade on e5. So what he means is, let us say a move like rook of b8. Now he wants to go knight e5 in this position. So his logic is that if black exchanges knight into e5, then white gets a huge pawn on e5 supporting d6. The logic is correct, but the point, okay, rook of c8 right now attacks c2, but I suppose he won't play knight e5 immediately. Let's retract knight e5. So rook of c8, I'm threatening c2. Here again, I'm sorry, rook of b8. Yeah, rook of b8. So rook of b8, let's say knight e5 now. That's what I think he means.
Yeah.
And he is right. After knight e5, f5, it's a clearly minus position, and retracing away with the knight means it is just always bad for black. Okay.
Yes.
So the best way to play for black, after knight d6, is to pretend as if the d6 pawn doesn't exist and to play around that pawn by playing something like knight c6. So.
Oh, right now, no. Right now, b7 is hanging. Maybe first you need to go bishop.
No, I mean to say bishop d6, e d6, knight c6. But the point is then at some point this d6 pawn will be a thorn because white can always play c. So which means that for knight d6, white black cannot take bishop to d6 at all, which means that knight d6 is a very good move overall.
Right, you are actually right. Knight d6 is a good move. And here you are mentioning about rook f8, I think, as one move. Or after taking. You were at first taking and then mentioning rook f8, right?
By the way, I actually wanted to say something to our viewers through knight d6. Whenever white plays knight d6, our hands will automatically go to capture bishop d6, right? This is one of the very first lessons which should be learned by chess lovers, those who are beginning to learn the game. Always you should keep in mind that no exchange is forced in chess. Because, generally when you start playing chess, we automatically make captures and exchanges as if it is a default. That's the point.
This is very good. No exchanges forced in chess. That is, I mean, as you start playing chess, that is one common mistake for sure. Dekha mara, dekha mara. So guys, very good point Sarah has made. And knight d6, a good move. I think Fedoshev would be thinking about it. He has how much time he's taken? Yeah, he's thought for 10 minutes. But for knight d6, the only good thing is that Arjun will have bishop a6, not taking here and challenging this light square bishop anyway, and c2 might become weak. So still the position stays complex. Oh no, he doesn't play knight d6. He plays c3, and Arjun goes back knight c6 right now. So we are at this position.
I have my doubts about c3 because c3 is one of those X moves. It doesn't actually add any value to the position. I mean, after all, the knight on b4 generally belongs to c6, and you're just making the piece go back, right? So what did white really achieve by driving the knight away to c6 is the question. So I have a feeling that c3 was not the best move.
Yeah, I also think, but maybe what Fedoshev thought is that anyway the pawn on c2 felt like a pressure with the knight on b4, and he would be thinking that knight belongs to d4, so the pawn is good to be on c3. But do you think it's also a commitment decision, right? Whether the pawn is weaker on c2 or c3. It's very hard to
Correct.
assess that.
Correct. And when you talk about commitment, I'll tell you one more thing. Knight d6 is a highly committal move. So practically it is very difficult for players to play a move like knight d6. So in that scenario, playing from c2, c3 looks like an easy option out. In a certain lower level, it's kind of lessening of tension in the position. So
Right.
c3 is a move which might be towards lessening white's initiative in this position. That's what I do.
Yes. So Arjun, but do you think, like, if you look at this position, my main question to you is, would there be because of there are very less pawns, and even if we imagine these two being exchanged, the possibility of the feeling just doesn't feel like it can go to any side, like it feels like a draw. Or do you think that is not the right way to think? The position has still a lot of things in it. How would you think about this position?
You mean to say that white still has a lot to play? I didn't understand your question.
No,
I'm
my
sorry.
question is, like, if these pawns get exchanged, then
Yeah.
4 pawns on one side, 4 pawns on one side. Normally, you have this majority or something trying to create a passer, some weaknesses there. But with such less pawns, for Arjun to create much weaknesses there, there's not much. So, can we talk about a draw in that case or not really?
Not really, because there is a huge difference between having a pawn on c3 and d5 and not having a pawn on c3 and d5, because the moment the d5 pawn is exchanged, the bishop on b7 comes to life. That is something white cannot afford to do. Never. So, taking these two pawns off the board is black's dream in this position. That is black's aim in this position. I mean, the curse of the French defense is the black light bishop, correct? Everyone hates the light bishop of the French defense. So, considering that, getting rid of these two pawns is actually in black's favor. By that way, as we are talking, Fedoshev has done that.
The dream comes true then for
I
black.
have a feeling, Amruta, I have a feeling this is where black takes over the initiative. I have a nice sequence in mind. First of all, I don't want to give up the queen, exchange the queens, because When my pieces get active, that is where I need my queens on the board. That's the logic I'm following. I'm not calculating at all. So let me play bishop b4 first. Okay. So for bishop b4, what do you think is a reasonable square? Is it? This
Queen
is
C2,
one
but
problem as well. White doesn't have a good square actually.
exactly.
Okay, let's go queen c2, as you say. Okay. So now I don't want to play dc4. Let me play a cunning move, knight e7. The point of knight cunning, knight e7 is that if you take c cross d5 now, knight comes to d5 with knight guards d5 with a wonderful position for black. I'm very sure that this doesn't work in black's favor.
Yeah.
Okay, now again, if you don't know what to do, let's say you play an x move like king h1. I'm just suggesting an x move, that's it. Now, there is a fantastic move for black. Can our viewers find the move? See, the whole point of c4 was dc4 cannot be taken because d7 is hanging, correct?
Yes.
So, now, after knight e7 and king h1 is an x move. I just want to show what is black's threat here. Can our viewers see what will black play here? Today, we are not going to give you, positions to solve, guys. We want to give you strategic ideas to find. I think that's much more interesting as a commentator.
That's very
Tease
tough,
you
but
guys
this
and
will
make
be
your
very
life
useful.
to make their life more difficult. So,
Rook
what's our chart
c8,
today?
d takes c4, bishop. If you write rook c8, do also write which one? Rook f c8, rook a c8.
Bishop c5 winning for black. How is that winning for black?
That's SR is like super confident.
Actually, when you're generally giving a lecture, you should always ask what is the move and what is the idea in text. But it's not simply possible to do it in a commentary session. So
But if you but you can do that next time. Like they can elaborate the idea in text form also. Rajesh
because
says
there
knight
is no
f5
obvious.
followed.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, Rajesh says knight f5 followed by knight c5. Knight f5. Actually, few of them want to go. So if I see the candidate moves of the chat, there is rook c8 mainly. Then there is knight f5 and there is also knight b6. So these you can consider as the.
Yeah, see, okay, chat wants to play rook f8 mainly because it is so tempting to pin that pawn on c4 with the rook on c8.
Yes.
But here probably white will just run away with something like queen b1 or queen b2. Whereas there is a concrete way to play this position with d cross c4. The point is, rook d7 is a positional mistake because after queen into b5, black is a pawn. Black is a pawn.
No, okay. Rook d4, will I not recover it or what? Bishop c5 blunder. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I was thinking
c4, queen
bishop
d6.
c5.
Yeah, and for this there is.
No, Amruta, knight f5, knight f5.
Oops.
Don't play bishop. Knight f5 is even better.
Yeah.
Rook before knight f5 is even better.
Yeah, lost.
So when remember, this is again, we have told it many times during our commentary sessions. When the obvious move is a mistake, that means you are in trouble in chess. This is a thumb rule in chess. If the obvious move is a mistake, that means you are in trouble. So let us say white has to take bishop into c4 here for d cross c4. You cannot play bishop into, you cannot play rook into d7. You have to take bishop into c4 here. Now, my pieces spring into action, knight f5. So I'm assuming that bishop g1 or bishop f2 is forced, yeah?
Yeah.
And now my next move knight gets activated, knight comes to b6. This is how, we learn to play positional chess with just one exchange of the pawn. Remember what I predicted some moments ago? If you play c4, black will always get better. All black's pieces have come forward suddenly compared to 3-4 moves ago, right?
Yeah.
So this is how you should understand this position. The whole game centers around that pawn on d5. As long as there is a pawn on d5, white can command a slight advantage. because of the bishop on b7 is bad, but that diagonal gets opened up, you had it. All the, as if potential energy, black's energy will come out of the board gushing out. Yeah, cascade.
Absolutely, and now it does feel like there is so much in the position with, in fact, f4. F4 is a weak thing. If you lose f4, then you lose e5. Then there is also g2, absolute open file here on the 7th rank. So not easy. If so, c4, Fedoseva has gone for. In a way, it's a little surprising decision, and Arjun
Exactly.
is taking time. Yeah.
Exactly. Why Fedosiev played c4, which seems like fundamentally not a very sound. I mean, uh, it's always very risky to criticize such a strong player like Fedosiev on a live commentary because of this. How I understand this position with vis-a-vis the pawn on c4 and d5, and with the explanation I gave you, because of this basis, c4 looks like a not very
Yes,
conducive for a good positional play in this position.
for sure. Lovely. Oh, but he takes queen takes d2 first, and he's exchanged the queens. Now.
Now the position is just equal.
But still, let's see. Now I'm like, okay, maybe f4 can become weak, maybe g2 can still become weak. So let's not lose hope completely.
Yeah.
But yes, it is going a little
Queen
equal.
should have been kept on the board. I very
Yes,
strong.
bishop b4 was really a nice move.
Okay, one worrying
Yeah.
thing is
Should I?
Arjun is behind on the clock, isn't it? In that
Yeah,
game?
he's having 29 minutes and 42 minutes for Fedosiev. But they have to make 21 moves. It's the 19th move right now.
Yeah, that's what. So a little bit of a time pressure problem in the horizon for Fedosiev. So let's move on to Vidit now.
Yes, because in Vidit's game, what happened was a5, ba5, knight
Yeah, I was
a5, we
following.
saw this, queen b1, c6, rook b2, rook a8 was played. And we were looking at a4, which he did play, but for ba4, Vidit did not take knight a4 at all. He goes rook b4.
Very strange move. The only thing I can conclude is for knight a4, he didn't want to allow knight c4.
Yeah.
You don't play b4 if you play knight a4 directly. Sorry, black has knight c4 there.
Yeah.
Bit of a trick,
And there's nice knight c5, and this is the variation
Yeah,
I think we saw. It ends
everything
in
goes
that.
crazy. Everything goes crazy.
So
However,
huh?
rook a4 is probably rook b4 is simple. I mean, don't mess up everything when I have a slight advantage in the position. That is with its logic. Now the question is, what will he do for a3?
Yeah, that's exactly my question, because isn't black able to save a pawn?
I will get it back after rook a4.
Rook a4.
Yeah.
There is a pin. Okay.
Yeah. But my point is, rook a4, let's say bishop e7.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you take d5, right?
D5 is just one more. I thought I'll just go back knight b7 idea, knight c5. It's a much more consolidating position.
Oh, not okay.
I mean, honestly, the d5 break doesn't achieve anything, but for weakening your e5 pawn in the long run. So let's
yeah, later you will. It's just.
We were talking about this a lot in the opening, right? Whenever black plays d5, black's e5 gets weakened. So center breaks are not necessarily always good for the one who initiates the break, even if you have majority in the center.
Yeah.
Pawn majority.
That's true. And also, I mean, that's why there is, Vidit sir used to say that timing is very important. There will be moment when d5 is like an amazing move, but that timing, you'll have to be so alert for it. So, not always. So yeah, bishop c7 played by Esipenko, and Vidit can now take the pawn on a4 with the rook. But what if rook fb8 and the rook tries to take the open file? Why is the evaluation bar so happy in spite of black rooks being on the open file? Happy for white, I mean.
Yeah. Okay. The computer will be looking at bishop c7 all the time and being critical of the bishop. That is one reason I can think of. But tell me, after rook b8.
Yeah, here he says it's where do you go with your queen? Of course, it's a natural move, but that's the only place you have to go. That's what is the thing. Because for me, queen a2 and queen a1 both seem natural, but queen a2 is important on this diagonal. And what can black do? Like, what is black's plan according to you in this?
Actually, there is a major problem for black.
Hmm.
How is he going to save the knight on e5?
What's happening to the knight on a5?
This is an eternal pin. The knight on a5 cannot move anymore.
Oh, that is the problem. Oh, you want to bring the rook on a1. So, okay, then it's clear.
No rook on a1. I want to play knight e2 and attack the knight on a5 with the bishop on d2.
Okay, so then rook b7 because I double.
Post, right?
Yeah.
So, when you are under so much pressure to save the knight on a5, you have to bring the naturally rook b7, rook a7 means, again, you're in trouble. Remember, we spoke about Jonathan Rosen concept of talking to your pieces?
Yes.
To talk to the pieces, the rook on b8 will say, just to save the knight on a5, like a truck driver, I'm being brought from e8 to b8 to b7, a7 means the position is minus. You know, anything on the chessboard which doesn't sound natural means that that side which is making the unnatural moves is having a minus position. This is the thumb rule of chess by now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So rook b7, I'll go rook a1 now. Let's say.
So rook b7, there is rook
Rook
a1,
a1.
rook a7. Oh, by the way, he played rook a b8 just to inform you so that he doesn't stay in the pin. Rook a7. This, yeah.
He didn't go for all this, you mean to say?
No, but this you are right. This is too much of pressure on the a file, and black, like white is so comfortable. For black, he's only at the defensive side. Then
But
you're going to move the knight away.
Rook a8 also, black is in trouble. Say, let's say queen a2 here. You go knight b7,
knight
right?
Has to go back.
You know, there is a very old theory about e4, e5 openings. The knight, whenever it goes to b7 square in e4, e5 openings, it will always get into trouble. It is actually from the time of the person who formed this theory was Rubinstein, Akiba Rubinstein, the old master. See, in this variations of Rylopus called as Chigorin, the black knight goes to a5. If it is not come back to this natural square, c6 means it is in trouble. So knight on b7 will eternally be a bad piece. So let me play bishop e3 here.
So are you trying to say that you're stopping knight c5 because you will take?
Obviously, knight c5. So knight c5. So let us say if you play the d5 move, which looks very attractive.
Now that you have bishop on c7. D5.
Yes. Now I have a very funny move, bishop a7.
And rook a8, right? I will
rook
be
a8,
happy.
right? Yeah, rook a8 looks very good, right?
Yeah.
ed5. Let's say. Can you see? Slowly, I made your e5 pawn weak. I made your e5 pawn weak. Did you see that? Cleverly. And it is gone. Knight e5 is gone.
Yeah.
So, can you see slowly, हम बोलते हैं तमिल में we do jalebi, we have done our jalebi. Just circles and circles around you and brought out a slightly better position for white here, slowly.
That is so mean of you to right now remind me of jalebi. Exactly. I feel like eating jalebi
Actually,
now.
in South India, our jalebi is generally, we call it as jangri. Okay. It's different from North Indian jalebi. South Indian jangri is more juicy and it's a little, the curves are basically a little bit broader and it is more juicier. So it is not as crispy as the North Indian jangri. So jalebi. So jangri, for South Indians, jangri is a much sweeter thing than jalebi for North Indians. Okay, jalebi is also a very common food in North India, which you enjoy with chutney and all this. So that is also very interesting. But South Indian jangri is a little different from North Indian jalebi.
With chutney? What? No.
Yeah, I mean, jalebi with chutney is a very common combination.
Really?
Kolkata, Bihar and all.
Oh, I don't know. Then I've never tried. I mean, I've only had a jalebi. Now I will try jangri, definitely. Oh, no, I didn't know about chutney. Nice.
Okay, so
So Ruke B8 is played. Vidit is playing jalebi.
Vidit has brought
Hmm.
some pressure on the black position and he's enjoying an advantage. And I very much hope he gets all this on the board, that this advantage combined with about 30 minutes of being ahead on the clock looks like Vidit is going to a good life today.
Yeah, and he makes the move. He plays queen a2 with 48 minutes on the clock. And now Esipenko is thinking maybe next move for Esipenko is going to be pretty quick. Queen knight b7. That's the main move. Um,
Okay, the chat tells me that jalebi with chutney is a blunder. Maybe it's a blunder. I'm sorry.
Rabdi. Jalebi plus rabdi is famous.
By the way, I'm married to a Bengali, so I love Bengali food and I love Kolkata food. I don't know why that came. Maybe I confused it because the combination is puri, chutney, jalebi. It's a very common breakfast, right, in North India? Shingada with chutney. I'm sorry. Yeah, I confused shingada with chutney. I'm extremely sorry. Jalebi is a normal. There are joints in Kolkata where you get wonderful, wonderful breakfast with jalebi. So I blundered.
Acha. But okay, at least jalebi with chutney, that's why I'm like, even if it exists, I won't be able to have. But with rabdi, yes.
It is shingada, chutney, puri, and jalebi in the morning. Sorry.
Yeah. No, nice. But by the way, in Gukesh's game, it seems he has misplayed some things, or we never saw the game.
Yeah, we never saw the game.
Oh, I want to show you something before this, because what happened in Nihal's game was so crazy. And please, if you can look at it and have a let us know what would have gone wrong in Nihal's mind, because here he played bishop d5. Important was to still keep calm, maybe rook d8, a move like rook d8, but bishop d5. Did he miss knight takes d4? He played queen takes d4. He gave a, I mean, bishop b5, he allowed this. eb5, queen d4, b takes a4, rook c7. He goes bishop d8, rook a7, rook a7, queen a7, and he is in absolute, like the compensation is just nothing. So, what do you think would have happened at this moment for Nihal, where he played bishop d5?
I think he allowed knight d4, realized that his position is minus, so he decided to go for something drastic with the queen sacrifice. That's what I can think of.
But is it, but he missed knight d4 altogether, or while going for bishop d5,
Possible. I think he missed knight d4. I mean,
oh, that is very sad because it was
for knight d4, he thought for 17 minutes and took queen d4, right?
Yeah, knight d4.
So knight d4, I think
Yeah.
looks like Vincent Kaimar's clever handling of the middle game simply fooled Nihal today. I mean, for bishop f4, there was no need for playing bd5 at all. Yeah, he could have played the normal.
But he couldn't castle here. That was a problem because for castle there was very bishop b1 and queen d3. This or knight g5 ideas all very sharp. So that was a problem. He had to wait. So here maybe rook d8 was a waiting move, and bishop b1 then bishop d5. Like whatever else, then there is this bishop d5 would be different. But yeah.
Someone is giving me papaya chutney. Really? There's papaya chutney. Never had it in my life. Oh my god. Sounds very interesting. Papaya chutney.
Where do you get that?
Of course, Kolkata.
Achha, Kolkata only.
Guys are talking about Kolkata breakfast. See, there is this place in Kolkata where what was that famous movie of Vidya Balan?
Kolkata. The crime, this thing, no? It's suspense, mystery.
Yeah. What is the name of
names? I forget.
Kahani.
Right.
So Kahani movie was shot at a particular place opposite to which there is a famous breakfast place in Kolkata, which I love to go whenever I go to Kolkata. Udhar ye sab milta hai. Shingada, jalebi. They give you saffron tea.
Oh.
When it comes to enjoying life, I love the Bengali spirit of life,
Yeah, and the
So
Bengali food and rasgullas. And guys, that is not chess players traveling and getting to eat so many things. Lot of fun there, no, Sarah? If
oh,
you're a
yeah.
foodie, that I am seeing your happiness is like you are like so happy even just
I just
remembering the food there.
I just did it last month. I have done it for, let's say, see, I have done this for about 30 years now, enjoying my food in Kolkata. And then after I got married to my wife, who is a Bengali as well, it became many-fold because now I know much more inside
Hmm.
secret of the secrets of food in Kolkata. So, okay, so where are we
So
going?
yeah, this is Gukesh's game. This is the current position. Uh, what I can yeah, what I can do is I can just take you to few moves how we reached here, and
Sure,
maybe
sure,
I will take a 2 minute break,
sure, please
or,
do that.
or wherever whichever game you want me to go, and then I'll take a two
That's
minute
okay.
break.
I mean, when you're gone, I can talk to chat as well. But let's just have a look at this position. Looks like our man is in some trouble, but not great trouble. See, the pawn on d6 looks very formidable, but at the same time, it doesn't have any immediate future or immediate threat as such. But at
Hmm.
the same time, he's a very strong pawn on d6.
D5, no, matlab this one, no, you mean
Uh,
which game? Gukesh's game.
what about Gukesh game? Oh, okay. The game has moved on more actually. If you can refresh,
Ah, okay,
he's
okay.
played
Rook
knight
D8.
c4,
He
queen
played Rook
f6,
D8 here. Knight C4,
knight
Queen
c4, queen
F6.
f6, and d6. Yeah, this is the question I'm talking about.
Got it. Okay, I'll be back. Or you
Yeah,
want me to go to any other game? Then I can do
no,
that in a
that's okay.
minute.
That's okay. I can chat with our friends now. We have opened a very nice topic of food at Kolkata. I can talk for the whole day. Advait Moharir is asking me, Nihal seems to have become a passive player in recent times. Why do you think so? I wouldn't call it passive. Nihal has become a kind of a positional player. This is something very important. We discussed this a couple of days ago in chat, sorry, on the commentary. To play good blitz, what you need is the most is actually not tactical sharpness, but it is a feel of how you put pieces. Nihal is a speed giant right now. Nihal is one of the best players in the world when it comes to quick chess format. 1 minute, half minute, 2 minute, you take it, anything, Nihal is very strong. So becoming so strong in such kind of chess, he has become very good at putting pieces in the right places. Okay. So because of that, increasingly his play has become subtle, kind of, positional chess and kind of strategic decisions more than tactical. So probably that is the reason why it looks passive to you, but it's not necessarily passive. It is more, let us say, putting pieces in the right square has become his actual style now. That's what I would say. Appendix is asking me, do you think Gukesh can hold this position? What can I say? Actually, it is just a start of the game in a way. Just into the middle game with 26 moves. It all depends on how the game goes on. Again, something in Gukesh favor is he has about 20 minutes ahead on the clock than Kuibakaro. And on paper, Gukesh is definitely the stronger player, being 180 elo points more than Gukesh. So definitely, I think Gukesh should be able to hold this position. That's what. Yeah, definitely Knight is dominating the bishop. Knight is not dominating the bishop, but Knight has a very good position. I mean, is well stationed at d3. See, bishop is, let us say if there is no pawn on d6, then black is almost winning. I mean, even if he is not a pawn, because the bishop on b6 is a fantastic piece. But the presence of the b7, I'm sorry, the d6 pawn makes all the difference here. So yeah, knight is a good piece as well. That's what you can say. Do you think Nihal is the Indian talent who was given the less support? I don't think so. He's supported. See, Nihal was one of those players who got a very good corporate setup from Akshay Kalpa, if I remember correctly. So right now, all the budding Indian talents, the top four of them, have good support, in my opinion. Thank you, Srinivasan. Nice of you for the compliments. I'm happy that you guys are enjoying the commentary. Really nice of you. Can Vidit go through the candidate this route? Yeah, very much. I mean, two people are destined to go through to the candidates through the route of the Grand Swiss. So Vidit is on lead, which means that yeah, he has a very good chance. Very good chance. Is the backward move bishop c8 necessary? I actually don't know. Did he play bishop c8 already? I assume you're talking about Gukesh game. Bishop c8, queen f2 is a problem. So I'm not sure because the pawn on c5 does look like a weakness, isn't it? Not sure. Yeah. Vidit got a new sponsor a few weeks back. There is one favorable conditions for chess players in this country for the last 3 decades or so. When you are a prominent chess player of the country, you got employments from some prominent companies like petroleum companies, Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, Oil and Natural Gases Corporation, ONGC, and HPCL, Hindustan Petroleum, and Oil India, these companies. And earlier it used to be all the banks, but that culture went out as slowly banks in, let's say, as banks started concentrating more on the business. There are some other companies like Air India, Income Tax, Port Trust, and Airports Authority of India. Such companies are also supporting chess, but slowly that is draining out. The petroleum companies are not recruiting much. Recently, they gave an employment to Pragnananda, for example. So this was a very big plus, but now there are a lot of private sponsors coming. But now there has come a situation where even being a professional, you can make some money. Sometimes you complement your income with your prize money with training money as well. So right now it is actually being a chess player and being a prominent chess player in this country is actually a well-played job, by the way. I mean, I'm quite happy that, see, right now in India, if my estimate would be correct, close to about 1,000 people have some form of employment. If you, I mean, not 1,000, maybe somewhere nearing 1,000 if you include all the railway jobs and all that. And there are a lot of ex-chess players, ex-professionals who have become coaches and all that. So right now, that way, let's say every decade, the employment opportunities, sorry, not employment, the livelihood opportunities for chess players is increasing a lot. And this, apart from having a traveling career, able to eat your jalebis in whichever cities you go, so it's a very good life. I mean, that's what. If you're a good chess player, if you're a successful chess player, it's a very good life in India. That's what I would say.
Wow. So I'm back, and while you were talking about jalebi and all, I felt hungry, so I got my food here. So I had disappeared, and yeah, Queen A2 played in Vidit's game. Rook B, Knight B7. He went Rook B1 over here, and now that allowed Knight to C5. Now he
Bishop
goes Rook
E3 Bishop E3 was very essential in my opinion.
Yeah. So let's say Bishop E3, Knight C5 takes,
This
and
is ugly. This is just ugly. I don't.
Yeah, you will get this
I
knight
don't
to
even,
C4.
don't even know how to look at this
Wow.
position. The whole board is ugly.
So why did he not go Bishop E3? Any other reason?
Because now the point is after Knight C5, now you'll come to a juicy square Knight E6 also in future. So,
So maybe Knight D8. Maybe he thought of Knight D8 over here.
But why he would go? I mean, why would go Knight D8 when he has a chance to go to Knight B6? Then? I mean, so Knight C5, yeah.
No. If Bishop E3, then like I was thinking, why would Vidit will consider a move like Bishop E3? Why would he reject the move? That is the thought.
See, after Knight D8, nothing concrete concrete is happening, just that the knight on d8 is not a happy person. See, let us say rook a6 for knight d8. My idea is if you go knight e6, now I go queen a4 attacking rook c6, the c6 pawn.
Oh.
So you get me, no?
Hmm.
So somewhere along, I start the mosquito bites on your position. So this is why the knight on b7 is never a good piece in the Rylopus, as I told you, Akiba Rubinstein's theory. So bishop e3, I don't like bishop e3 at all. I'm so sorry.
Rook b1. Yeah, he went rook b1, knight c5, rook a7 now, and queen went to d8.
Okay, white still has some advantage because after all, the bishop on c7 is not a very happy person, and I mean it's a bad bishop at the end of the day. And if you can understand something, there is a little bit of a crampedness about black's position overall. You know.
Yeah.
See, for example, black can never threaten anything. Start some kind of a plan where he would go initiative and all that. Whereas white can slowly keep on chipping away, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So it is little comfortable, but knight c5 still shouldn't have been allowed in my opinion.
Yeah,
for example,
for black, I mean c6 is somewhere weakness. E5, like for d5, he has to be careful. But only thing right now, knight on c5 is good. That's the good looking guy.
No, the worst thing is now the black bishop will come to b6 very soon. See, once that happens, it's just pure equality. Once the bishop comes to b6. Remember, some time ago, the bishop was at e7 and it has come to b6, the escape square, which means, white's positional play somewhere it has gone wrong drastically. It's a little bit of a pity for Vidit fans for today. I think this game is going to end in a draw. Only concern once again will be Esipenko's being low on time, I would say.
Yeah, 16 minutes and 12 moves. But the position is, I mean, it's possible to defend. It's not crazy. There's not much craziness there.
I mean, can you explain what is this craziness you're talking about? Liveliness?
I mean, the king is under attack. There's a sacrifice possible.
Not lively.
That kind of a situation. Here he won't make like super blunders there. Even if he has 30 seconds, he'll be able to find decent moves.
That way, white is always in control of the position, but it is just that, that advantage which he enjoyed a few moments ago doesn't hold anymore. That's what I would say.
So, yeah.
So shall we go for some other game now?
Also, what's happening in Caruana, because they are another top board here. So, just people wanted to know.
Just an equal question.
Which game you... Vaishali.
Vaishali, let's have a look, yeah.
C4, she went... Takes.
White's play is a little puzzling in this position, generally. Yeah, go on. See, when she played knight c6, queen c8 and all that, I thought white had some advantage, yeah? But then, bishop a3 was puzzling, and then after exchange of a3 and all that, black got rid of the knight from c6. See, the puzzling thing is, when black played c5 a couple of moves ago, I thought it was kind of taken that white would go knight into a6. The point is, after knight into a6, queen a6, let's say a move like castles here. In the long run, I hold some trumps, yeah? Like, I have a bishop, which is pointing out your center and all that. And I might have a break like c4 and all that. Wait a minute. Instead of castles, could I have gone c4 straight away? You can go the previous move. Yeah. This could have been slightly better for white. You understand? Because see, bishop on g2 is a classical Catalan bishop. This opening is called as a Catalan opening. And in the Catalan opening, this is what white players live for. The bishop on g2 to become a monster, which it has become now. So instead of this, white went d cross c5 for c5.
Yeah.
And after knight c5, castles rook c8. I'm sorry, knight c5.
Rook b1. She went rook b1.
Yeah, that's another puzzling move.
Knight
What
d5.
Really threatening. He's threatening. Okay, chat, this is a tough question. Really tough question. So take your time and answer. So with the last move of rook b1, white is threatening knight d5. Find a clever way to escape from knight d5. So the clever way means your queen should be stationed on b7. Don't run away. Still face knight d5. How would you do that? Very interesting question. Recently, I attended a coaching session, 1 hour training session by Anish Giri for an online platform. So he just analyzed one of his games fully and said, guys, go and tell everyone this is a very good session. We analyze openings, we analyze middle games, we analyze end games. Just in 1 hour, you learn so much. Please tell everyone. You guys are understanding a lot of positional chess in this chat for the last couple of days, which is so. Please go and tell everyone. Positional lessons for free during a chess broadcast at ChessBase India. That makes a very good story.
Actually, and it is much easier to learn like while watching when the game is going on. It's not like a game is over and then we are looking at it. Here there is some extra feeling to it because the player is thinking, you know, he's thinking, how long he is thinking. Then we are also calculating with him. So, yeah.
Actually, this is a very interesting topic. Chess broadcasts, by watching chess broadcast passively, it almost becomes like passive entertainment. They say no. Passive entertainment is the worst way to kill your creativity in the long run. Let's say you do something creative throughout the day. The worst way to spend the evening is to be in front of the television with popcorn. That's the worst way you can spend in the evening because that is passive entertainment. The best way is to do something creative again in the evening also, but where you are not emotionally much involved. You know, typically play a game, play a sport, listen to music, play an instrument, sit and chat with family, read a book, whatnot. These are the things you can do. So let us say if you are going to do watching chess broadcasts after that, okay, one thing is it is very tiring. If you're a professional chess player, if you're working for, let's say, 6 to 8 hours in the daytime, then sitting and watching broadcasts is not at all advisable because you'll tire yourself out. Okay, so if you are watching only chess broadcasts in the evening, it can be made into very good chess training, provided when you are watching the broadcast, you are not just watching and you're not just only discussing about jalebi. Just kidding. So if you can take part in analyzing the position and find out moves by yourself, that is where chess broadcasts also become good training. So yeah. Are
absolutely.
Any guys found our knight c4? Yeah, wonderful. Knight c4 was the best one in this question. Guys, I think the level of people who are watching our broadcast is quite high. I mean, these are not amateur chess players for sure, in my opinion.
No, they do play some tournaments and they're very passionate.
Wonderful,
actually. Also, like Sagar also believes like it has to be interactive. So in general, that's the way like he likes that he asks questions, people have to answer. Then it creates interest. Also, it helps them, the viewers, much more than to just keep watching. So that way, I think this thing happened. It was created by this guy Keith, and it works very beautifully. We played Simon with Judith also, Tanya was there and we were using this to play Simon. So yeah, maybe we'll try to do that more. But guys, positional chess questions, I think what Saravanan is right asking in this tournament, I'm sure you all would be improving your level in positional chess 100%. Matlab, no doubt about that if you're serious about it. So yeah, knight c4. By the way, knight c4 and knight f e4 was also given the answer, but it is knight c e4, right?
Yeah, knight c4 is very good.
Yeah, Sharvil, Dishit, Tanay, Zalzin, Sir, Avenger, Samarth, and Shubham. Well done.
Done. So, fortunately, Vaishali did not play knight c4. She made a mistake in that position. Okay, why knight c4 is good, I'll tell you. See, for knight c4, for example, the most obvious move is knight into a6. Okay, let's take it that take the knight for the bishop is an obvious move. See, after going to a6, even though a6 is a funny square for the queen, look how many things the queen does from a6. It keeps an eye on c4, it keeps an eye on a4 pawn, and with a quick castling and rook c8, it can fix the pawn on c3. This is the most important thing. So after knight c4, if white captures knight a6, black would have been clearly better in that position. But okay, she made the decision to go queen d7. I don't like queen d7 precisely because the same knight a6, okay?
Yeah, oops.
It's the same knight a6, castles. Now, white can take the easy way out playing c4. Which was not possible if the knight c4 had been played. So, I think queen c7 is a mistake, and I think she blew up some of her advantage with queen d7 was a bit of a mistake, I think.
So if you like for c4 here, even if you play rook f d8, are you going to take, like, let's say you want to take, right? Because if I take with the e pawn, that's an isolated pawn, you will be very happy, I believe. And with knight d5, you get this open diagonal. So it was a strategic decision because already your knight on a6 doesn't look very good. So queen d7, why did she go this move? Because was knight c4 a tough move? Would you say this is a tough move to make here?
Well, she had time, she had about 50 minutes on the clock. Vaishali is a very strong player who is definitely capable of fighting knight c4. Okay, she just made a decision which is not very conducive. The final question you're asking me after c4, after queen d7, a6, all that. See, the point is, white need not even take cd5. That's my point. My point is, in the Catalan bishop, the bishop on g2 has got activated, which is fundamentally not correct. That's the point. I would rather play something like rook c1 to, keep the position rather than releasing tension with cd5.
Got it. Okay, so after queen d7, Stefanova is thinking here what to do. And let's see, I think she might go for that c4 idea. But knight a6 for sure. Yeah, you will play knight a6 here for sure. Or directly c4.
I think I'll grab the bishop. It's a bishop at the end of the day. So I'll grab the bishop first in an open position and then establish my bishop on g2 with c4. And I have a good opening, good life.
Okay. So going back to Vidit's game, did he play bishop c? What happened? Yeah, rook a7, queen d8. Now Vidit goes knight a4.
Knight a4. So with this pointers, black captures knight a4, then what is with its point? Okay, first of all, for knight a4, I think let's say rook b1 is forced first. Let's send the queen to the first rank, which should be bad. So knight b1, queen b1, knight into a4, rook into a4.
Yeah.
So bishop b6 calls for itself here. With this point is not possible. I think with bishop b6, I may go rook a6, isn't it? It's a problem with that.
What is the problem again?
No. I'm sorry, Amruta. I said black plays rook b1 first for knight a4. I'm sorry. Yeah, here. Yeah, for knight a4 by white. Black does not take knight d4, it takes knight to rook to b1.
Okay. First rook
Send
b1.
your queen to send your queen to a passive fire. Now
Then
knight
knight a4 and then
a4.
rook
Now
a4.
bishop e6 is not possible. But now can I go d5 now finally? Finally establishing
But
my
are you okay with the queen on b7?
That's a good question. Tell me, are you threatening anything? If I take, let's say, D, play something like, let's say, Queen D6. How's
Rook
Black's position
c4
there?
or rook a6? Or
Rook C4 is ugly. Yeah, C4 pawn is attack. Okay, maybe not D5 then. After knight A4, rook A4.
maybe you should not. So don't take on b1.
Yeah.
And now a knight takes a4.
Hold on.
But
Can I do
then
something?
bishop
Can I
e4.
do something?
Okay.
Instead of knight A4, let me go knight E6.
Yes.
Just postpone all the arguments.
Yeah, knight e6 would be strong actually. And now my knight on a4, what is it doing? Is a big question.
Exactly the question.
Oh, actually, what? Rook a6, let's say for knight e6, if I go rook a6.
Rook A6. Attack my C6 pawn as usual.
And queen c4 later after takes. I mean, does
You're
seem
coming
like
to
some
question.
pressure, no? Still for black, like because of the c6 pawn.
Okay, I mean, is there any, like, can't black just play rook A8 here? Is there any real pressure, really?
Rook
You can't take on C6.
a8.
You can't take on C6, right?
Yeah.
If you take C6, I have something like knight C5 looks a little nasty for me.
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
rook 8 is fine. In fact, here you can also, the same thing, you can also take and then go d5. And
Yeah.
that is, you can't take here tactically d4.
Yeah, I think slowly Vidit has kind of liquidated his advantage.
So knight e6 happened on the board. Esipenko didn't think much actually, 14 minutes. And with it now down to 27 minutes. So maybe he's losing the time advantage slowly. But also the position seems to have been settled for Esipenko. In fact, Vidit might at some point also need to be careful if d5 and or will it always be safe for Vidit? You think? Also, let's do you want me to stay here on this board?
Let's go some other position. I mean,
Arjun,
here
let's go to Arjun.
Arjun.
Arjun's position after where did I get? Lots of moves happened. Yeah, ab4, queen a5. Here is c4, takes.
Yeah, it's just equal, as I said. I mean, this ending, there is nothing much for white as well as black. So this is going to end in a draw. Unless someone misplays drastically, that's going to end in a draw. So Nihal Sarin lost.
Yeah, it's over. He's lost the game.
Yeah,
That's a
queen
little
exchange was unfortunate. Queen sacrifice. That was a desperate queen sacrifice once again, because probably white has already become much better in the position. So very unfortunate day at the office for Nihal. Yeah, so you're saying something?
Arvind's game here. We had reached this position where actually we saw at what point? Yeah, queen b3 he had played, attacking the e6 pawn. Arvind went bishop e4, rook c1, and now he goes a5.
Typical
But I have to still understand, because we were looking at this position where Arvind had this move a5 directly, and then for bishop e6, bishop b4 check. So, and then later f4, if king moves f4. So that was a big counterplay there. What changed with bishop e4? Inserting of bishop e4, rook c1, and now when he went a5, it changed. Bishop d2 was played, but bishop e6 was a possibility to allow bishop b4. So maybe it is too complex. This one is already too complex.
Well, the guy has been allowing bishop e6 for such a long time. Not an issue at all for him. Actually, it's a very interesting question. After a5, we can go back to that position. Or we are at that position only.
Yeah, a5.
So for a5, no, Amruta, bishop e3 was played long ago, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
So e3, bishop e4, rook c1, a5. See here, let's say what happens to white plays bishop into e6 here.
Yeah, bishop b4.
So bb4 check.
Force,
Let's say bishop d2.
Bishop d2, yes.
Yeah, so my point is if bishop into d2, I can just take knight into d2. And here, bishop into g2 is suicidal because rook g3 and there is huge pressure on the g file.
Yeah.
I mean, let's say if black goes something like what?
Bishop b7 back.
Because rook c7 is a
Rook
serious threat. Rook c7 is a serious threat.
So then bishop e4 was not needed because it only helped white. Actually, this move, bishop e4 only helped white. And rook on b1 was much better for black because rook on b1 is not threatening anything, while rook c1, always rook c7 ideas are also there. Oh.
But having seen all this, now it's a mystery as to why white did not capture bishop into e6 for a5. This works very well for white, so why not, you know? So here white went bishop d2, which is a very strange. You know, there is this theory in chess. Again, this was formed by Emanuel Lasker, turn of the 20th century, 19th century. When you have an advantage in chess, you are forced to attack. You are forced to go for breakthroughs so that the advantage becomes decisive, basically. So when you have an advantage, if you're most of the times, if you're still maneuvering, you know, with moves like bishop d2 and all, it's a very good chance that you may lose that advantage. I think this is a classic example of that. And also, you know, playing for initiative is a very important part of chess. Strengthening moves are all fine, but at the end of the day, you win more games by playing for initiative rather than just strengthening your position all the time. This bishop d2 looks like a strange move for me. Okay, anyway, the game has gone a lot after that.
Bishop d4 and then a4 was played by Arvind here. Actually, it's a tough position for black mainly. Very hard, right? Your pieces, but even though white king is in the center, that is the surprising thing. It's hard for black to play this position. And even if a king on h8, it's not so weak. Like there are no real pieces immediately attacking it. So a tough position, like not a usual position which we see, I think.
Correct, but at the end of the day, the pawn e6 weakness is enough to give white a very long-term advantage.
That's the key reason, maybe. Yeah. Rook d1, bishop went back, king f1, bishop went back, rook c1, bishop a6, and queen b1 by Ali Reza.
Very ideal for black, all these moves. At the end of the day, black kingside is just weak. So white has a long-term advantage in this position.
Yeah. Okay. So Arvind in trouble, big trouble. Going to, by the way, we didn't check Anish's game with Mameda today. And this is the position. He has double bishop against the double knight. But double pawns as well. Double bishop, double pawns. And the king is weak. So, okay. Don't know where it can go. Going to Pragg's game. Pragg is better. Pragg played. Where did we last leave Pragg's position? I don't remember. But yeah. It was a long back.
We didn't see much of the mid game.
Yeah. Queen e7. Actually, you know what? also was possible is long castle ideas, which was kind of a little surprising that you can go for long castle. But of course, Srinath went for a short castle. Bishop c2, c5, knight f4, takes, rook went to c8, rook f2. He's not going queen d3. Is there a problem?
You mean for rook c8, rook a8?
I mean, in general, yeah, I thought he had this idea with queen d3.
The queen d3 just provokes
G6.
g6, that's all.
Yeah.
That may not be all that great for white. That's what I can think of. But I actually like what Pragg played. So rook f2 is just strengthening and keeping the rook on f2 ready. Yeah, he doubled the rooks on the f file and all. And okay, he did go to g6, queen d3 as you expected.
Knight e6 now. He takes the bishop and he enters in opposite colored bishop now after knight e6.
Yeah, here in this position, Amruta, I think he missed something.
Who? Pragg?
After rook knight e6, queen e6. Okay, this is a very difficult question for chat. So guys, can you see in this position, white must have very good move. Can you see what it is?
Come on, guys.
It's extremely difficult to find.
Tough, yeah, tough. They are thinking. That's good that they are thinking.
Extremely tough to find.
But is any of the move, one of the 5 moves right? Mine is one of them. Why don't I write it? Why don't I write it?
Hold on.
No, ChessBase India only. Right.
Extremely tough, guys. Sorry. So no, rook f6 is not the move. Yeah, no, none of you have found.
Oh
yeah.
no.
Sorry. Okay, this is very deep. Okay, so concentrate. Now, the best move for white is h4. You have to understand this very clearly. This is simply brilliant, h4. The point is, after bishop h4, rook into f7 is winning. The point is, first of all, if you play queen f7, rook f7, king f7, bishop b3 is a huge advantage. White is just winning at that point. To give you a sample variation, rook d8, rook d8.
You don't have a back rank mate, yeah?
Queen f3 check. Yeah, but you don't have a back rank. That is the main thing. Queen f3. Now, if you go king e6, otherwise you lose the d5 pawn. If you go king e6, I have queen g4 check and queen in h4. This is one variation. It's really tough. So now let's go to the main variation. Listen very carefully. So for rook f7, instead of, first of all, I want to show one variation. Go back. Instead of h4, please go back. Let us say rook f7 first, okay? Now, the pivotal variation is 1 minute. So pivotal variation, rook into c2.
Oh, yeah.
Now, white has a beautiful shot, rook f6.
Really?
Remember, white has sacrificed a rook piece.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there is a nice difference for black with queen e8. Rook into g6 check. Now, king h8, there is actually no attack for white anymore. Now, you picturize the same position with h4 and bishop h4, rook into h6 is checkmate. That's the point behind h4. Now you
Oh
go back. Now you go back.
man,
Now you go back and
wow,
take it. Yeah.
that is beautiful.
This is how a real combination, which will give you a sense of satisfaction when you spot it. This is what a real combination
Wow.
looks like. Bishop and h4. Now rook f7. Now the point is, if rook into c2, white has this beautiful move, rook f6. Of course, bishop into f6 is just a win with queen g6, and that will end in checkmate somewhere, I'm assuming. Queen h6 check,
Yeah.
and somewhere I'll checkmate you.
Yeah.
ef6 or
We'll
whatever.
just take rook
Queen
f6
g6,
also,
f6.
and then yeah.
Rook f6, rook c1. Yeah, that's also good enough. Yeah, correct. You're right. So here for rook 7 f6, if you rook 7 f6, now if you go queen e8, rook into g6 check. Now black king cannot go to h7. If you go to h7, I have a discovered check. I can do anything, rook e6 or rook c6 or whatever I can check.
Yeah.
If you go king h8 now, the h6 pawn is undefended because the bishop is on h4, not on g5. So, Pragg,
Wow,
it's a
man, that
beautiful
is.
pawn.
But this
Beautiful
was
pawn.
epic. Like the point of rook at 6. I mean, you go with h4, and it does two things. One is helps the background, and then the other thing is this h6. Impossible to find all of this.
Yeah, correct, Hariharan. You are very correct. H4, the idea was to deflect bishop. Very correct. That's the point of H4.
So this is where Pragg missed. No, he played knight e6, queen e6, and here, if he would have found h4, almost we could say a big advantage.
It would have been a beautiful combination. It would have been a beautiful combination. Yeah.
But what did he play? Bishop d1. Bishop d1. Maybe he wants to go bishop f3 and attack on d5. Something
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
what he's doing. But now I don't know what he's doing.
h4. He did get h4, but at least in the game. Bishop d8. And here he goes king h2 and king g7 by Rinath. And now a move like h5, even if you feel some, it might feel like you're giving the square to the bishop back, bishop g5. So will feel a little committal at that point of time. So king g7. What else can he do? Because if he goes bishop g4, trying to attack the queen, black is going queen b6 and then your d4 and b2 under pressure, some kind of pressure. I mean,
There is some counter-punching opportunities,
yeah.
Now both are playing types. But anyway, I'm thinking in the game also white has a large advantage. Actually, black's move king h7 is a little puzzling for me. I'm sorry, king g7 is a little puzzling for me. Can I start attacking with h5 here?
Yeah, h5, that's what I was. What for bishop g5? Like, do you have any threat or you're just increasing the pressure?
Just pressure, that's it. Let's say bishop g4 here.
Queen
Just
b6.
queen b6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, queen b6. Now, let's go. Do I have a shot with e6? I'm thinking. I'm not able to understand this position.
Yes, e6 is a possibility. Matlab, it will get complex, but there is takes, and black goes f5. So, oh my god. What happened? Is it lagging or is it okay?
It's okay. No, I mean, what
Okay.
lagging?
No, I thought in the stream. Is the stream lagging or is it okay? For
Fine,
you,
right?
it's okay, yeah?
I'm fine.
Okay, got it.
I'm not watching the stream consistently.
Yeah. No, so you're f5 and it will get a little complex. That's what people are saying. But Sarah, there is something I'm not sure, but they're saying Gukesh has sacked the queen.
Let's go.
Can we
Let's
check
go there.
that?
Let's go there. Let's go there.
Okay, wait. We didn't see Gukesh's game out for a long time. Just quickly going through some of the moves. f4, rook d8. Knight c4. Yeah, the d pawn. The d pawn, we had seen this. A little bit of an irritant. So rook d7, rook f8. He was in big trouble, it seems. Rook d6, rook d7. Did he just win the pawn? Oh, look what he did. Knight
Yep.
he took the pawn here. So knight e3, here queen doesn't have any square, so that is the reason. I mean, white gave up this pawn because he thought he's winning material. Rook d6, knight f5, and gf5, and queen c5. He goes rook d2, rook e1. This is the
Amruta, I
position.
think it is lagging. Now you are back.
c5. Back?
Hello?
Yeah.
I think now we are back. Yeah, it was lagging and now we are back.
Yeah, there was a small lag. Now it should be okay. Guys, refresh. Just refresh once. It should be okay. Rook d2. This is the position. What do you think? Where is it going towards?
Well, this is a little shocking. Whole thing of queen sacrifice. So white obviously doesn't want to draw with rook f2, rook d1 check, you know. So now let's calculate rook into g2 check. Yeah.
Yeah, rook g2, king f1 forced.
F1. Now rook into h2. The best way to go. Oh no. Queen d1 check. No, queen d1 check is fine. I have rook g2. Sorry.
Yeah, rook and game will be a draw.
White
No,
plays
but what if queen f5? Suppose I just take the pawn, I mean.
Materialism, of course. This is a draw, Amruta. Just rook h1 check is a draw. Perpetual.
You have perpetual if my king won't run.
If you go king f2, rook h2 check, king g3 is out of question.
Even king e3, king g3, rook g2 check, yeah? King h.
Second. King h3 will be met with bishop c8. That's a draw as well.
No, bishop c8 you're winning, no? Pinning the...
Yeah, I might win. So that's a draw as well. So for rook h2, if you go king e3, you will get into trouble after rook e8 check. Yeah, so it's a perpetual if you play this after rook h2. So I mean, if you play queen f5 after rook h2. So I suspect for rook into h2, black's best move should be rook e...
Yeah, 3 maybe.
e7. Okay. What's the point of rook e3?
Rook g3 check and queen e5 mate.
Sure. Yeah, queen e5. The craziness that you have been asking for all along. So rook e3 is a nice move. But let me keep checking you, yeah? Rook h1 check.
King e2, will I not run away now? King
e2, you mean to say?
Yeah.
See, you can't run to the d file because then my rook will combine. So rook h2 check. I'm curious as to how you will run away from checks.
So king d3, can I not go? I mean, it would be lost, you mean? Oh, if
That is when you're asking for trouble. Rook h check.
King c4 only move. I'm getting rook c2 check and then you win the c5 queen. Okay. So then it's a draw, like forced draw, no? After rook e1 in some way, we can say.
That's what there might be somewhere around there. Then maybe a computer generation with generated variations, a slight advantage for white, but I have a feeling that's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Definitely, Gukesh has compensation.
So, okay, but that is a very good resource Gukesh found in such a difficult position. Going to Vidit's game, queens did get exchanged. Here he played rook e1. Here he played rook e1 for knight e6. Rook went to a8. Knight went to b2. Rook a7, queen a7 there. Queen a8. Rook went to a1. And d5 from black. And Vidit is thinking 34th move. He goes bishop a5. Can Vidit get into trouble? But now this knight feels like the b2, b7 knight. So bishop a5, because if you take here, then your e5 pawn might become weak. Rook takes a5. But once again, the rook comes with a tempo, attacks this knight on b2. Where do you go with your knight? So somehow black's pieces, are they looking better?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now,
Yeah,
now,
sure.
now I can
Yeah,
hear you.
sure.
Were you talking
Yes.
until now?
Yeah, I was telling. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Because I
Yeah,
couldn't
what
hear
happened?
you. So I
Ah,
didn't
sure,
even
sure.
look there. Sorry, sorry.
So
Hmm.
what's happening?
Yeah,
This
with
just
its
looks
game.
like a really equal portion. Yeah.
Equal. Okay.
I mean, don't you think so?
No, I was asking that can Vidit land in any trouble? Is there that possibility or because the knight on b2 is not looking so great, but maybe even he plans to bring it to e3.
See, the point is there is a pawn on e5 to be attacked, right? So as long as there is a weakness like e5, there shouldn't be any trouble for white. I think just equal portion. It will be a draw anymore.
So going towards a draw. Then
I think. Uh-huh.
Fabiano's game also completely like high chances that it could go in a draw. Very similar structure like with its game, in fact. So then for top two boards, if they end in a draw, then there is Nakamura who is with the white pieces clearly pressing. He's a pawn up there in knight endgame. Then we have Arjun whose game also going towards equality, so draw. Maksudlu versus Sarana there. Maksudlu has the slight initiative double bishop advantage. So as of now in Maksudlu's favor. Yuri Kuzuba versus Samuel Sevian looks like opposite colored bishop, a pawn up, white is a pawn up, but doesn't seem like it's very easy to progress here. So maybe also in a draw. Backrot versus Predke, it is already a draw. Wojtaszek versus Aronian, we are anyway going, we are not anyway talking about, these are 4.5, no? What is Aronian's point score? Quickly to
So
just have a
when you pull out the chess player, when you pull out chess players early from bed, this is what they do: draw the games.
yeah, actually, that would also impact. You are so right. I mean, also the openings plus kind of fine energy matters so much. So look at this, Saravanan. Top two boards, if they will go to in a draw, we will have a similar situation. They'll be on 6.5. Nakamura might join on 6.5, and then there is Arjun, Fedosiv, and other guys on 6.
There are these typical management quotes. When you're young, you get very pumped up hearing such quotes. When you become older and older, you are like, okay, whatever. One of them is that, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. The going gets high pressurized. Let's hope our boys will get going. I mean, if everyone draws, then you're going towards an explosive penultimate round till the last,
yeah,
where
exactly.
everything will be decided dramatically in the last couple of days. So this is always high pressure events. So let's hope that our boys will do well in those high pressure moments. That's it.
And then maybe 11 rounds are actually not enough. But what to do? What to do there? Okay, going to Vaishali's game because what happened after Queen D7? Stefano.
We can ask a miscellaneous question for our chat.
Huh.
Do you all remember that one event where the games went on for 47 rounds, 47 games? Does anyone remember that? Let's ask our chat.
47.
47, no?
Matlab, it was like planned 47 rounds. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, planned in the sense it was all according to the rules of the match,
Oh,
games, whatever.
acha, World Championship then.
If I tell that, they will understand. So let's not tell that. Eh. 48, I'm sorry. 48.
But which if it is World Championship, then which one? Saunak says Karpov Kasparov. Karpov.
Year, please. Year is important. You shouldn't Google when you're asking these questions. That's very important. Answer to Google. So don't Google, tell me the year. Year, my dear friends, because Karpov versus Kasparov, they fought from 1984 to 1992. So please tell me the year. And don't Google, please.
(1989) says Mohammed. 1985 Kumalik. 1984.
Some of them got it right.
Yes.
Yeah, it is 1984, correct.
Oh, 47 games. Karpov
By the
versus
way,
Kasparov.
By the
Wow.
way, because it was a 47 game match, and people probably think that it was a boring match. Some gems were played in that match. I can tell right on top. Just trying to remember the game number. Karpov white, Kasparov black. There was a beautiful endgame squeeze in that match. One of the best of Karpov's careers, and probably one of those very rare games when Kasparov just did not know what hit him, or he completely misjudged the seriousness of what can I say, White's play. I think it is 27th game. Yeah, now I got it. I just checked my database. 27th game of the 1984 match. I can give it in chat. Just check this game. One of the best games between these two players. The way Karpov beat Kasparov was simply poetry without a single tactics in the whole game. Poetry it was.
47 games, and the time control also it would be around 7-8 hours, right, per game, I believe. So it
Yeah,
would be
those
like
days
1
the
month.
time control was 2.5 hours 40 moves, followed by 1 hour 20 moves, then adjournment, and the game starts the next game. So it is 7 hours first, and then adjournment, and then the game starts the next game. That would have been the time.
Wow.
When dinosaurs ruled the world, when we had 2.5 hours to make 40 moves on the board. When there were clocks without any electronics in the clock, that is how we played chess. Who won? If you're asking me about that game, Karpov won, I just told you. Yeah, it was the first. That is why it was an unlimited match. That is why it went to 48 games. Whoever was the first player to win 12 games wins the match. That was the rule those days. Chat is telling us something's happening.
Yeah, Pragg's game. So this is Vidit's position, and let's go to Pragg's game because he played over here. Rook f4 he played. A6 by Jumabayev. What is A6? Okay, A6, Queen E3. What is Pragg's idea? I still don't get it.
Hey, wow, this is beautiful. I mean, it's a simple discovered attack, but gives so much pleasure.
Ah, nice. I also got it. Guys, did you get Pragg's threat over here?
Beautiful, Pragg, beautiful chess play. This is how chess should be played. So the first move, the theme of Bishop G4 is discovered attack. And now we are asking you a quiz where there is another theme as well.
Actually, if I'm not even sure, I first asked the question thinking Rook f7 is the threat. But maybe it's not. It's not, because if Rook f7, Rook f7, Rook f7, Queen f7, and Queen takes c1, then Bishop takes h4. Not sure about it. So Queen e3, I didn't get the threat, yeah? Yet?
There is a beautiful threat. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful threat. What did Black play for Queen e3?
He played h5.
H5 is a blunder, basically. But yeah, H5 is a blunder.
Yeah,
slightly better for Black. For White, but H5 is a blunder.
Yeah, and guys, you were right. The threat was Bishop g4, and that's why you were talking about discovered attack. I was like, this is deflection. Why are you talking about discovered attack? Rook f7. But Bishop g4 is the threat. So h5 and Bishop g4 by Pragg. What a move. Very nice move. Rook on c1 is threatened. Queen went to c6. And once again, Pragg finds amazing move. Bishop d7. Oh, this is so beautiful. Beautiful.
So the point of Bishop d7 is now Rook into f7 is threatened. And if you capture the bishop with any of the piece, I win the Rook on c1 with Rook into c1. And if you don't do both of this, if you play rook into f1, then I win the queen with bishop to c6.
And that
Beautiful
happened.
geometry. Actually, Amruta, can you
Amazing.
go back? We'll show this beautiful
Yes.
geometry after bishop g4. I mean, one more move, please. Bishop goes from d1 to g4. Okay. Black goes queen c6. Bishop goes from g4 to d7. Rook into f1. And bishop goes from d7 to c6. Beautiful geometry. And the theme of bishop d7 is deflection. I mean, first of all, rook into d7, queen d7, both are deflected towards going to d7 square, so that c1 is hanging. And another theme of bd7 is the rook on c7 is prevented from supporting rook on f7, so that is called interference. So in two moves, look at the number of combinations Pragg has done. Discovered attack, interference, deflection. Beautiful, beautiful. By the way, this is one of the main reasons why anyone and everyone will benefit a lot by making this combinative ability very sharp in your chess career, chess play. So, combinations are the heart of chess. That's a quote by Severely Tartakov, I think. Combinations are the heart of chess.
No, but this was no wonder, right? Jumaba have missed it because this was Queen E3. I was like, what is Pragg doing? What is the idea of Queen E3? Because everything seemed like H4 and Rook F4 and all of this is happening. But he had this in mind. He knew what he was doing when he played Rook F4. Oh, this was so beautiful. Pragg would be happy today because yesterday he was a little bit upset that he missed in the end he was winning there. So this definitely compensates. Takes. Now it's a matter of technique. And 36th move there. Jumabayev down to 1 minute. So Pragg is winning. Nihal lost. Arvind, does he have any chances there? Oh, Arvind's king completely in big danger. But is Arvind a rook up? Yeah, Arvind is a rook up.
That's good news.
Oh my god, what a crazy position. B5 has been played. This is supported, by the way. So why not rook c7 with the idea of rook d7? Oh yeah, that's happening. Rook c7. The only move to stay in the game here is to go queen b6. So when you take rook d7, there is queen e6. No, but queen b6 is also gone. Rook c8. Check, and then you lose the... Oh, so is it over? Rook c7?
Yeah, I think it's over.
Queen b8. Queen b8, but then what if rook d7 now? Ah, okay. This is not a threat because you have b4, intermezzo. Fine. So b5, that's why Arvind's last move was b5 and he's kind of trying to defend a threat against by playing b4. So that's Arvind's game. Going to Vidit's game. Vidit has drawn his game. By the way, Vidit's game has ended. The last few moves were d5, bishop a5, takes, rook b8, rook a2, and knight d7. I think SCPingo must have offered a draw with knight d7, and Vidit accepted. So he moves to 6.5 points. Yeah, Vidit's game. So okay, but Vidit goes to 6.5. Maybe in that one position he did have some chance to keep pressing as bishop e3. Bishop e3 was the key point for knight b7, which he had to play. 27th move. That could have changed the course of the game. Going to Arjun's game, that is Arjun trying. He's gone knight c3 last move. Is he trying something? Yeah, just a moment. Bishop c2 by Fedosiv. Gukesh in trouble. How? Oh, that endgame where which we saw it is a draw. Oh, what changed? Man. Rook king f1 takes, queen takes f5, rook c8.
Oh.
What? He did not give perpetual.
Welcome to
Shocking.
Gukesh universe.
Oh my god. Okay, rook c8. So he basically says, I want to win rook c2 and all that. Queen d7. Rook h1. King e2. Rook c2. King goes to d1. Rook e1. King e1. And now he goes bishop c8. What would you have thought? Because queen f5, rook c8. What would you have missed? Sarah, this is a big shock actually, no? Don't you think?
Just trying to understand, first of all, why he did all this. I mean, I thought the guy had a draw in hand, so it's indeed shocking. Just give me a second, please. I'm just trying to understand what is happening. So, what was he thinking when he played that?
Exactly, because it's not like white has to find anyway the only move or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Let's say I do nothing just to understand what he wants to do is to
Yeah.
go rook h1 check,
Yeah.
king e2. No, but then rook h2 king f1 again, no? So
Yeah, that's what we are thinking, right? It should be a draw, okay?
yeah, and if you go rook c2, then oh, that's anyway big blunder by me. Check, and you will have queen g5 mate, absolutely like mate. So rook c8 had no idea. Didn't
So
even
rook
have any
c8,
idea.
he was just planning to play rook h1 check, king moves, and then rook c2 check is also not possible. Why
Or
did
did he miss? Oh, maybe he missed that there is a perpetual here. Did he consider something like after queen f5, rook h1 check, and
Yeah.
king f2, rook h2 check? Here did he think king g3, rook g2 check, king h4, this position, but there's force check, you know?
Rook h2 check, yeah.
No, it's very surprising.
I think somewhere wanting to win the position, he made a blunder because he overlooked something. But honestly, see, when he played rook c8, okay? So white went queen d7, correct?
Yeah, rook c8, queen d7. Here. Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm
Correct.
not getting the game. Yeah, rook c1, he went queen d7, correct? See, instead of queen d7, there is another win as well, I think. I have queen g5 check, king h8. It was a very nice win with queen e7 as well, attacking the bishop, okay? The point of queen e7 is rook h1, king f2, rook
Now to
h2 if you
king
go.
e2, no? Now just king e2 because there's no rook e8. Done.
I can win more straightforward. See, king f2, I'd say, let's say.
Uh,
Yeah, okay, king e2
yeah,
as well.
yeah,
You're right, you're right, you're right. King e2 as well is winning. The idea of king e2 is, if you play rook h2 check, I have king e3. And if you rook h3 check, king d4 no check wins the game. You got me, no?
yeah.
So, rook c8 is a blunder in more than one way, which is disturbing. Because what was he really thinking when he played rook c8? I would love to know. Instead of
Time?
just
Maybe
defending
time?
time,
No,
I
time
think
also not a problem.
it was just a desire to win the game.
Yeah, that explains, I
Fast.
think. You are right. It's ambitious, extreme ambitiousness for sure. Oh, but now he's losing. Like,
This is just lost. This is simply lost. What white has to do is now queen g5 check, king f8. Actually, just f5, f6 wins the game.
yeah. Okay, so Gukesh is
Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that so many rounds are over and the way Gukesh has played, now probably we can say that probably Gukesh is not in the best of the shape in this tournament.
Hmm.
Being the way, I mean, till yesterday I was hesitant to say that, but now I feel that the number of tactical misses he has done throughout this tournament, he is not a player who misses so much. He's an extremely strong player when it comes to his tactical ability. I've seen one thing with Gukesh, tactical imagination rather than this raw calculation. I mean, right? Probably Gukesh, brilliant game till date is Gukesh versus Aryan Tari Stavanger 2023. What a game! What a game! What a game that was. You, you know, you know
There
what I'm
was
talking
something like 95 or things.
about.
Was
Three
that the
pawns,
case?
C4, D4, E4 against C5, D5, E5 or something like that. Remember?
Ah, yeah.
Beautifully played game by Gukesh. So a player who has so much of tactical imagination, if he misses Rook C8, that means probably he's not in the best of his form in this tournament. That's what I can say.
That's true. But then at the same time, he comes up with this resource of, queen sacrifice, understanding where it is going. So then that is like a, in one game, he's going for different forms. Openings, many of the games did not work out for him. That was another
Honestly,
problem.
see, more than that, it is difficult to analyze pinpointedly because we don't know what the story is.
Yes.
Been working on
Agreed.
and how he has been playing and what is in his mind. We don't know. We don't know what the story is. It's too harsh to say one or two things. But one thing we can say, this tournament, probably when it comes to his form, probably is not in his
Yeah.
full color. That we can say. Okay, let's
True.
move on.
So top two important one is top two games have ended in a draw. So all of them on 6 points go to 6.5. And now the question is who all are going to join them who are on 5.5. I think
Yeah.
Arjun is trying.
Yeah.
Or I don't know exactly who is trying, but this is the 39th move. And knight c8 was the last move by Arjun. So if you take knight c8, rook c8, doesn't it feel like black will be the one who is still? I know it might be just a dead draw, but still with the rook and the knight and the king, black could try a bit.
Give me a minute.
Yeah. So knight c8 played by Arjun. 4 minutes to Fedosiv. And well, there is this base of the pawn chain if you can observe, but white has taken care of defending it well. But I'm thinking if it's on the dark square and if this knight reaches f1.
I'm sorry, Amruta. Sorry for that interruption. Yeah, sorry. What are you telling?
No, I am thinking that okay, this can it be Arjun who can still try things, because the bishop literally is not much here in this position, whereas the knight can, like, if it is able to come to f1, some issues here, or you think it's too much to think about?
Let's see. See, there is
Also,
probably something, but at the end of the day, in an open position, the bishop will always have some role to play. So it's too far-fetched to say that black knights can do something which the white bishop cannot do. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe then Arjun's objectively it should end in a draw objectively. So Nakamura as of now looking like he will join the leaderboard. If he wins this, if he wins with Cheparinov, then we go to Maksudlu's game. He's also better. So Maksudlu will join the leaderboard. And in Kuzobo versus Sevian, it is equal. So two players as of now joining the leaderboard. Nakamura and Maksudlu. Nihal Sarin lost his game. Arvind playing against Firuza, and wow, good news there, because Arvind, who was in big trouble, has managed to manage his position. Queen b8 check, queen c1, rook takes c6. Sorry?
I mean, I'm just trying to understand. Really, has he managed?
Yeah, rook e6 here. Firuza gives check. Firuza had actually 3 minutes for last 4 moves. queen c8, queen c8, king e7. So Arvind has two rooks and a knight, but pawns are like Firuza has queen and three pawns. Okay, so in a way, two rooks for queen. Queen c3, he goes rook b6, d5 by Firuza. Looks so scary for black. I mean, it should be over actually. But b4, queen c4 was a mistake by Firuza.
Yeah, I think
Because,
somewhere here,
yeah.
see, first of all, Firozia had much simpler wins, I felt.
Yeah, but
Uh,
over here also queen d4 was like he had to just defend. I think he blundered with queen c4 and allowed knight to win this pawn. Maybe he thought queen c7 check or queen c5 check. That was the thing. But what was the problem for queen c7? There is knight d7. You can anyway
yeah.
defend. And for queen c5, which he played, rook d6, and anyway you could defend. So now he wins the b4 pawn and. In fact, black Arvind can be the one who is pressing with the two rooks and the knight.
But honestly, I'll tell you,
Yes.
this whole thing of winning the queen was not satisfactory. If you can go back a little, even without that blunder of queen c4, for rook b6, d5, b4, even queen c4, right?
Yeah.
See here, if he wants to keep the pawns, he should play queen d4, let's say. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say queen d4 now. I don't know what the computer says, but b3, there is still a lot of work to do. This is not the position which can be, won by a human being easily on the board. It's an extremely complex position after b3. That's what somewhere in some analysis and some,
Ah.
variation 34, 3, B, C, A, 1, 2, 3, white will be winning. Something like that it
Oh
is.
man.
Over the board, it's a
Yeah.
different story. The pawn on b3 is a monster. Suddenly the pawns are marching towards the b1 square. This is definitely, that's what, we shouldn't even bother to think like engines, as Peter Swidler says. This is not easy for white, honestly.
Wow, actually, but doesn't it seem like okay now that you say b3 and the pawns are being pushed, but
Yeah,
if you had to assess, yeah, I mean you don't go into calculation, you go with the feel, but with the
yeah.
feel, white feels like normally the queen, the king is exposed. You have both the beautiful central pawns there. Just looks like it's some trouble to the king with the feel.
Yeah, but I have two rooks and knight. You may feel whatever you want, but I have a lot of material at the
You
end of the
may
day. So
feel
it's never
whatever you
easy.
want.
I have material. As Magnus calls and says, I believe in material.
Oh man, no, this was
Yeah. So
epic.
this is not easy in my opinion. That's what.
Hmm.
This is a very big danger of, watching a chess game with the computer assessments as your guidance.
Hmm.
Always look at the position, always look at the position when there is a pawn running away with b4, p3. Over the board, it's a completely different story as to how white can react here. So even with the best of play, I think it was not easy for Firozia to win this game.
Yeah, and
So
it's not even just a blunder because it's
the boy is
also
good, Arvind Chidambaram's resourcefulness is kind of, one of the best part of his chess personality. Fantastic fight back. In fact, I will not be surprised if black is pushing in this position practically on the board. Again, computers may say this is equal, but I would put my money on black in this position. I'll not put my house, but I'll put my money.
now I sense it. Yeah, वो थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो जाएगा risk. Queen b4. Yeah, so the amazing. In fact, we have seen Arvind coming out of trouble number of times in this
That's what I
event
said.
with
One of
resourcefulness. Beautiful, beautiful. We have amazing creativity.
yeah, nice. Yeah.
So nice. Arvind. I mean, either a draw or he could win anything. Any result is possible. Basically, that's the whole thing. Anish, by the way, slightly pressing with the double bishop, as Saravanan always says, they're bishops after all. So,
A very funny quote about bishops. The worst bishop is better than the best knight in chess. Because it's just a joke. It's not a serious quote, but it's a quote nevertheless.
yeah. And Pragg absolutely converting it beautifully after winning the queen there. It must be very easy for him, such a position. something. There is a so rook g. So it's a fortress against the queen. Yeah, rook and a pawn and a king. Normally,
Yeah.
so that is a fortress. But you have these extra pawns. The plan should be simple then. You can
Yeah,
just
yeah. The extra. This is a simple win in my opinion for white.
He'll win the a pawn here. You
Beautiful.
cannot
Yeah.
go
I
into the
think this
king
is the
pawn.
game of the tournament, combination of the tournament so far. How, what a beauty, what a beauty.
Amazing. Beautiful.
I already know what is Saga's headline tomorrow. Beautiful combination by Pragnananda. What a game. The best joke on Sagar is probably by Anish Giri's subtle one. So in a game, E4, E5, NF3, NF6 was played and Anish came up with, I know what Sagar is going to call in commentary this. Anish Giri has played the wonderful Petrov defense.
Yeah. For Petrov, that's how Anish. Anish is another guy who does amazing mimicry, by the way.
And then very good sense of humor. I really like his sense of humor.
Oh, by the way, we have Nikhilesh Jain again joining us. Nikhilesh.
Yes.
Hello, Nikhilesh. How are you? Lots
भाई
happened.
प्रज्ञानंदा का
Yeah.
कॉम्बिनेशन देखा आपने?
Ah, which competition?
Combination, Pragnananda's combination देखा आपने?
No. I was away from chess. I just come back just now.
So life was good for the last 2 hours. Huh?
No. Life is always good when I'm around chess. It's more better. But yes, I was doing some other things. But anyway, what happened is Pragnanda is winning.
Beautiful combination.
Now
Probably the
it's
game of the tournament so far.
Okay.
Yeah. So
No, this
which
is
game?
very
Yeah,
good.
this is maybe just to show you the final combination. Let's say that let's just see if Nikhilesh को समझ रहा है
Okay.
क्या?
I didn't see anything.
Okay, यहाँ पे Nikhilesh white to play.
White to play.
And all those who have joined late, maybe you could try as well.
Poor fellow Nikhilesh. Supposed to think like Pragnananda after 2 hours away from chess. It's the cruelest thing ChessBase India can do to him.
Okay. So is that something started with Rook F6 or something?
Jaker is asking, can Jumbayo hold a fortress? You have an extra 2 pawns on the queen side.
Oh my God.
Just a win.
Is that Bishop G4 or something?
वाह, क्या बात है?
क्या बात है? You
Oh
should
my
be
God.
there at Isle of Man.
Okay, but
Good.
continue.
Now continue.
Now continue. Okay. So, okay, queen already gone, but F6 is still, F7 is still unreachable. So maybe E6 now.
Thank God. Just joking, English, bhai.
Huh.
There is something even more beautiful than that.
Oh, more beautiful. Okay. What? Rook F7?
No.
No. Okay.
That's the beauty of this was that whatever we feel very excited
okay.
about, that's not the move.
See, E6 means Rook F1 was not good for white because G4 is hanging now. Rook F7 may just, black just takes back Rook F7. Nothing great for white. Just win a pawn. Rook F7, Rook F7, Rook C1 is just winning a pawn.
Okay.
It's
So it's
much more than just winning a pawn.
Okay, so Nikhilesh, दिखा देते हैं.
Show me.
Too good. Ta-da! And Pragnananda sizzles at Isle of Man.
Overload queen, huh?
Beautiful.
Headline बना दो कल के लिए. This is like the Saravanan has said. This is
नहीं,
the
इस पे
combination
तो
of
मैं
the
वीडियो बनाऊंगा मैं इस पे अब. Wow.
Sagar probably already has made one.
नहीं इतना भी नहीं उधर possible.
I think now Pragya back in form. This is
Yeah,
very
but in this tournament, the form is, one game, nahi, it's a 1 hour form also. We can't really. It's a very tough tournament, man. Okay, but let's go to Vaishali because Vaishali. Now, what Pragnananda would
Okay.
be excited is about Vaishali's game as well. While he's winning, I'm sure he would be getting up and looking at her game. Knight a6 happened in the game. Knight a6, short castle, c4. No, sorry, did I take you in the c4 over here? Short castle, c takes d5, knight takes d5, and now Stefanova went for e4. Queen went to e7. Okay, because firstly, if she moves her knight to f6, then there is e5 or what? That was a possibility, but let's first try to understand what she played. Queen e7 and knight went to b5. So taking on d5, e takes d5, giving a whole piece. This check here, queen e2. Ah no, you will get the piece back. Sorry, I
In
forgot.
this is really amazing thing that Stefanova is staying in still in top of the chess even after when she was become the world champion 2003 2004 and still you know how I know about Stefanova.
Yeah.
Today I will tell you one story. Saravanan ji have so many stories. Those days I was collecting that you have a center fresh cards was there. So if you collect so many center fresh card, they give you one sports booklet those days. So this was even before I get FIDE rating. So uh, so I get one sports book. In that book, they put all the top sports person. So Vishwanathan Anand photo was there. And then Topolov photo was there. That time, I'm not sure what happened. That time, 2000, 2005, something. Topolov become something also, na? And Stefanova also become in the almost same time. So
Yeah,
they both photo
2006,
was
2006 Topolov became world champion.
yeah.
Yes.
So they both photo was there. So that was my first woman female player I know was Stefanova. Because before that I have no knowledge about anything. So I just saw that book and her photo was there. So
Nikhilesh
for
ji,
me,
I'm
for
sorry for
in my
I'm,
mind, she's always the very strong chess player for me.
I'm sorry for asking this.
हाँ
उसका पहले आपने कोई इंडियन चेस प्लेयर्स में विमेन कभी नहीं देखा क्या?
नहीं मेरा चेस का नॉलेज ही मेरे पास बुक्स ही नहीं थे कुछ भी नहीं थे
मैं
टिल टिल
इंडियन प्लेयर्स की बात कर रहा हूँ.
नहीं मुझे फोटो दिखा ना वर्ल्ड चैंपियन का वर्ल्ड चैंपियन नहीं था ना बाकी कोई सी वाज द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन ना सो आई रेड ओके वर्ल्ड चैंपियन
I
सो
was just
फॉर मी
joking.
डेफिनेटली वर्ल्ड चैंपियन विल
I was just joking. I was pulling you. There are women chess players in India also.
but 2004 but no one was world champion na? Even Humpy was not in the world top 5 top 10 I think
I say just chess players. I said, yeah, I understand what you say. Yeah. Okay.
so
I have an interesting story. In 1980s, my brother emigrated to the US, so he used to buy these chess magazines. He's a chess enthusiast as well. So he bought a German chess magazine, and when he came back to India for a visit, he brought in 1990s. So in that German chess magazine cover mein, there was a 12-year-old Judith Polgar's photograph was there. So that was the first women chess player. And in 1986, there was a wonderful chess tournament in Delhi, Bilwara Grandmaster Tournament, for which at that time the women world champion Maya Chiburdanidze came and played, and she won the tournament. Maya Chiburdanidze was a very vivacious personality with a very good board presence and all that. So she won the tournament, and there is still the magazine Sports Star, which is published in Chennai, a part of Hindu newspaper. So they had published a photograph with Maya Chibudanidze on the cover. So that was my first women world champion introduction, I would say.
Nice. Amazing.
okay there is our stories and Pragyananda already win I think he already won
Pragnanda? No, we are here.
yeah
right
he
now.
already won
He won, yeah, he won.
hey Gukesh is losing
Sola Namle.
No, he lost. He lost.
Ah. Ah.
So
Yes, and பண்ணிடு லைட்டா போதும் ரொம்ப ஹெவியா வேண்டாம். ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு தோசையும் ஒரு அடை அவியலும் போதும்.
Okay, Vidit already drew.
Thanks. Yeah, bye.
Arjun match is going on. Oh my God. What happened to Gukesh?
okay, Gukesh, we'll see. Nikhilesh, we saw all of that. Right now, let's focus here. Because
Okay.
Vaishali's game, as of now, knight b5 was played. She did not take the piece because the knight on a3, queen e7 is attacking. So knight b5, and now Vaishali is thinking what to do. This is hanging. She goes knight b6, attacks the pawn, but it's defended. So why can't white short castle? White can short castle. Sorry, white can short castle.
I think it's possible. No?
Yes, it is possible. Rook d8 looks very natural here, but maybe
God, I'm so sorry. My mic was not muted. I'm so sorry. Sorry, guys.
What?
no
Queen
problem.
e2?
No, it was why sorry. We couldn't
Okay, phone is
understand anything,
hanging.
but it was interesting to hear.
No, but it's very unprofessional. Extremely sorry. Basically, I'm not in Chennai. I'm not in my home. So
Oh,
sorry.
you're not at your home. That's why I don't see the coffee.
Arey,
Acha, you have it. Ah, you have it. Then
Yes,
where are you?
I can't survive without the coffee. So I brought the coffee mug with me.
Huh.
But just that, it
Ah.
has been a little bit tough since in the morning. That's why a little bit of a mishap. I'm extremely sorry, guys. Apologies.
Saravanan, don't say sorry. Here you're allowed to eat food. You're allowed to talk to your wife also. If you want to do a call, you please. Also as students, anything, everything. No.
Anyway, let's get in.
Yes. Abhay Karnataki
Just-
asks, one second, Saravanan, did you make a GM nom in your chess career? What was the main hurdle on the jump from IM to GM for you?
Yeah, these are not very pleasant topics. I've already
We
answered it
spoke
four
about
times.
it.
Come
Yeah,
on, let's
it's
move.
spoken
Let's move on.
about it. But
Let's move.
yeah, yes, Nikhilesh, what were you saying?
no, I'm saying everything is allowed. Just don't put your house in a stick.
Yeah. Nikhilesh remembers when he can win the house, he's not going to forget.
Hey, where to put the queen here? A4, we have to keep support, and if we can't play, I think queen b3 because of knight c5.
But she didn't castle only. That's why she did. Maybe
How-
that's the reason she didn't castle. She went
Okay.
a5 first, attacked this
Okay.
knight, and now let's say the knight will jump to c4. By the way, what's Vaishali's time situation? See, she has 24 minutes. Stefanova has 12 minutes, and they have to make 20 moves. So Stefanova can land up in time problems.
So
After
now
knight
knight
c4.
c4 is almost
Hmm.
forced. Now where to go?
Yes. Once again, can I castle? Every time my first question is, can I castle or not?
But I will capture a5, na?
Blunder kiya maine. Guys, can you find what is the blunder I made?
Acha, okay, some other blunder is there.
Yes. Guys, maybe you can tell the second move, not the first
Ah,
move.
okay.
What was the blunder there?
No, blunder to...
Enlighten us.
Actually, I thought what I blundered is that rook will come to d8.
Rook
if you
d8
move-
and knight d2.
and knight d2. But the problem
good.
is knight d2, everyone is saying, yeah, that's the second move, that's right. But for rook d8, if you move the queen, yeah, it's lost. But if you move the knight back, I'm so surprised that you don't have the move e5.
Ah, knight f5 is coming, na? Knight f5 is coming up.
But after all,
Knight f5, knight c6, yes.
knight c6, not knight f5.
So you can't short castle.
It's not easy to decide in this position for Stefanova.
Yeah, she played queen e2 now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but then a5 pawn? Isn't it hanging? Or do
Or
you...
rook a1.
Actually, this is a very tense situation. It is not a 0.00 type of an assessment. I have a feeling this is going to produce a result today, definitely.
And looks like in the favor of Vaishali.
hopefully, because she has more time, obviously. I mean, in
Time
such
and
situations, time always matters more than the position. If the position is equal, I mean to say.
Hmm. So knight a5, what is the thing? Is it rook a1 you were
if for
saying,
example,
right?
if Vaishali will qualify, for example,
Hmm.
so she will be the second Indian only, na, to qualify for candidate. If she will qualify,
No, Harika is not played.
Third, Harika has played. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
so
third.
Harika,
Harika played
Ambi
candidate.
and
Yeah. She once went and lost in the semifinals of the candidates. No,
No. But
it was not the
that time
candidates of the. It was the this thing.
candidate was not
Knockout.
there, na, for women's.
the
It was
format was not there.
knockout world championship. Okay.
And knockout world championship, but candidate, I think only Humpy played till now.
I can check that. But as far as I know, Harika has gone to that stage. But as you know, I mean, as you say, it may not be the candidates. Yes.
But earlier, women didn't even have the candidates format, or they always had.
Just last time they introduced
Yeah,
only.
exactly. So that
Yeah,
is
yeah.
another reason why Harika would not play.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Otherwise, Harika wins, I think, twice bronze medal in world championship, I think,
Hmm.
as I remember. Queen b4.
So this would be a problem. So not rook a1. So she's gone queen e2. So for knight a5, what Stefanova might be planning is either she will castle, and eventually this a7 pawn, that is something she will win. Then this also will end in a draw. Or what if queen a2 attacking both these knights? How can you save them? Actually, is black losing a piece or what?
Oh my God. Saravanan Kandaswamy says he couldn't find Adai Avial in Bangalore, what I ordered just now. So he has ordered chicken dosa and mutton leg soup. Now, I feel sorry for my Adai Avial. This chicken dosa and mutton leg soup is much more colorful than my Adai Avial and dosa, plain dosa. What is happening?
You ordered on the phone right now when you spoke, you ordered food, huh?
I have come for a family function. So my son-in-law called me and asked what I wanted. So I just told him. So it's not an order,
Ah.
it's a family function.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, but tell me, Sarah, is black losing a piece? What, Nikhilesh, are you finding any defense here?
Means
Where is she losing in the
piece is
figure?
losing only, so jump knight b4, do something towards the king. Otherwise, means piece is going only.
He's
But
going.
why this engine is equal?
No, but why not? How is the piece going? Sorry, can you retrace a few more, guys?
So here when Queen e2 was played by Stefanova, and
Yeah.
the line which we are looking at is knight takes a5 and queen a2 by white, if suppose. So aren't you losing a piece here? Oops, sorry. And Nikhilesh said knight b4,
Queen.
queen
A.
a5. Then he's asking why is the computer showing equal?
He can give maximum one check, but after that, what will happen? Okay, knight d. No.
Oh my god.
Okay, this is extremely complicated. 93 check. King E2. Queen C5. This is the line.
You okay. You can't take king d3.
I mean, if you take King D3,
He's losing.
good luck to your king after that. So this is amazing, just amazing analysis by the machine. And if you go something like rook hf1 for queen c5,
Queen c2.
uh,
King d3, rook
oh,
f5. No.
a6, just regaining the piece back. How is that?
Oh my god.
Yes, that's a correct expression. Oh my god. The best expression under the circumstances. Oh my good god.
Wow. So she's not losing a piece. That does answer the question. And after Queen E2, what Vaishali did was what she did? Oh no, Queen E2 was not played only. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
No,
that's what
she's played.
that got to.
She played, sorry. Queen E2,
Did it?
Vaishali didn't take on A5. Vaishali just played Rook a C8.
Yes, that's much. Life is much
Yeah.
more simple. I tell you, actually, here also there is some venom in Black's play. Let's say you make the most natural move with
Castle.
castle. Right? Let's say now I go knight b4. Okay. For castles, I go knight b4. And what am I threatening? I'm threatening knight into a5 here.
Okay.
Come on, defend the pawn. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. And in time pressure, Stefanova has less than 15 minutes. Here she has about 11 minutes to make how many moves? Close to 18 moves. It's not easy at all over the board.
No, Rook
That's what.
A1. I just went Rook A1. I mean, it's easy to defend a pawn, but it's not easy to keep the.
Yes, Rook A1. Okay, Rook A1, let us say. Now, simple attack Queen D7.
Sorry, Queen D7.
Attacking the knight on B5. If you go the most natural move, knight C3. Okay, Queen D4. Can you see that white is under considerable pressure?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not easy to survive this position with white pieces, you know.
Black pieces are not only getting connected, but I think really in good position.
Can you see that, you know, there is some problem with for white with the dark squares here? That's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah. So actually, see, that's what in Catalan, if all the pawns disappear from the site of the G2 bishop's diagonal, then black will develop the initiative because white wouldn't have any pressure anymore. Will be able to develop any pressure anymore. That's one of the basics of Catalan.
Nice.
Do you know this story of Vidit and Catalan? When as a child, why is Vidit so good with Catalan with white pieces?
No.
According to Vidit himself, when he was a kid, let's say 11-year, 12-year, 13-year-old kid, he took the mega database, worked out all the games of Catalan. Searched out all the games of the Catalan defense with where white wins all the games and studied all those games. He says, you know, he started liking the Catalan when he started doing that.
Oh.
So she already castled. So this is the current position also.
So
she played Rook C5.
This exercise of going through all those Catalan games where white won gave him so many ideas about Catalan that he became a good player of Catalan.
Nice. Oh, that's a nice story. I didn't know that. Yeah, and
True
he
story,
is good at he is good at Catalan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rook C5. Rook C5 was played.
I made a interview with Vidit Gujarati for writing an article on him at New in Chess magazine. At the time, I got the story. And one more story his mother gave me at the time was Vidit was so ambitious in chess. In their house, some kind of hidden places he would write, I will become world champion one day. So she said he had written this on the parapet wall of the terrace, in a corner of the bedroom, behind the window and all. He would write as a kid, I will become world champion in chess one day and all that.
Wow.
This is another beautiful thing his mother gave.
Wow. And wow, that's really a nice one.
That's
what you remember a lot. Like also, like, you know, when such things are shared, you are able to remember and bring it out at the right time. Like this is a very right moment when within playing so well in this event and already
I think this coffee have some magic, no?
Is he drinking coffee, Nikhilesh? Maybe ये
It is
सोचा है क्या कि वो अपने को वो दिखा रहा है मन
Where are those? Yesterday's beer guys, yesterday's gin and tonic guys are not here today in our chat today.
Yeah, maybe because we started early, you know, maybe a little early. And then they must have
So
joined.
rook c5,
Hmm.
and I don't know why Indian is saying white is now fine, means he improved the bar, but in practically I'm feeling very good for black. Another rook is coming.
Rook
Means
c1.
piece.
I am attacking your knight on c4. So naturally, what you will play next, Niklesh?
Maybe I will bring another rook. What is the issue?
Okay. Issue पता चल जाएगा.
Okay, there is some issues. Okay.
In fact, the issue is not so easy. That's what the position is. How did he?
There is this very famous movie called Wag the Dog. There's a very famous joke between Dustin Hoffman, Robert De Niro, and Woody Harrelson. So Dustin Hoffman's joke. They'll be running behind Woody Harrelson. He will get into a house. So someone will go behind him with a gun, and Dustin Hoffman will shout, "He's not dead! He's not dead!" Damn! One sound will come. Uh-oh, Dustin Hoffman will say. So like that. Still not dead, but almost dead.
But maybe we can take also knight into a5 directly. Just free the.
When?
Don't bring another rook.
When?
When she played this, when I decided to say rook f8 instead of
Yeah.
that, knight
Yeah.
a5 direct.
So I'm assuming for rook a1, you have rook into c1, which is not a problem. So what about the same queen a2? What was your issue? What was your reply?
Queen a2 in that condition.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have back rank problem now because my rook gone already in f8. So I will exchange rook c1.
Oh.
Rook c1, queen b4.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. c8.
I think Amruta, you should remove my Saravanan name. You should put up.
He's analyzing much better than me right now. So remove
Otherwise,
my name from
my
it.
house will be in his stake.
Oh my God. I have a feeling that I just stirred up a ghost today.
Okay.
Sorry, bell baja tha, so I went.
That's it. Please.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
This game is
Okay.
very interesting, guys. Extremely interesting right now.
Amruta, you played na rook fc8 instead of that direct knight a5.
Oh, but she played rook fc. No, yeah, she.
Okay,
played
let's
rook
go.
f8.
Let's go, Niklesh. Queen a2. What do you do for knight f8? Queen a2. What do you do?
Queen a2, rook c1.
Rook into c1, of course. Post.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
बाहर देखा उसने.
What's wrong?
Amruta, show me in the here, in the board, and Bar is saying I'm over.
He's made a
Ah,
big
you're right.
mistake. So he saw
Yeah.
the
Oh my God.
evaluation. So yeah. So rook c1, if you take Nikhilesh, mainly these knights here and this knight on b5.
I think is
I think
then
you're
only
losing
move
material.
is there.
Actually, I'm still a little curious. How is it winning? Queen before you have white as rook.
Queen
b1.
b4, rook, but then
Rook
okay.
b1 is winning.
Rook b1 is there, na?
Queen
So,
d8,
so
rook
I can't
a1.
exchange the rook then.
Queen d8, rook a1 is winning. Yeah.
So queen d8, rook a1. Yes, that's winning. And then you lose material. She did play rook f c8 in the game, Vaishali, and Stefanova went queen a2.
A2.
Okay, but the funny thing is the computer suggests this move, which is e5, and it's a very, I mean, at this moment, like e5 is normally a natural move, but at this moment it is not natural, right?
They want to trap the knight.
That's a good
So
spot.
what Vaishali played? Sorry, Stefanova played queen a2.
Yeah, she played queen a2. Now
She's protecting a5 pawn now.
So knight, what about knight e5 here? Stopping e5 as well as planning something. The point is, I'm hoping that after rook c5, queen c5, I have the c file permanently, and I have knight d3 coming as a threat. So somewhere here, black might be able to take over the initiative. That's my point of knight e5.
Yes, a5 is already in danger. Knight d3 is coming. c5 under control.
Knight b4 is coming. That's more important than knight.
Yes, knight b4 is also coming.
Knight b4 is very dangerous right now. Knight b4 idea, knight e d3, you know. I think white is under pressure.
Oh, you
This
think
is one of those positions where the pawn on a5 has gone too much towards a5.
But what about a7 pawn?
That's not under attack right now, right? Maybe after why black captures knight, the pawn on a5, it might come under attack. So right now, the a7 pawn is safer than a5. So I will put my money on black here. Just my money, yeah?
Okay, so Vaishali, so queen a2 and Vaishali is down to 15 minutes. 7 minutes to Stefanova. They have to make 16 moves. 16 moves. So
Something
they
happened.
yeah,
Saravanan disconnected something.
yeah, he will reconnect again, I believe. By the way, Arjun's game, is he still playing? Let's have a look at it quickly. No, Arjun's game has ended in a draw.
So in top, who won? Nakamura was winning.
Let me show you the results so that now results
now
are a bit updated there. There we have, yeah, these are the top. This is the current top thing.
So I'm going to take the lead from Amruta. I'm also going to have my food right away.
Yes, please.
Instead of going away from eating, I'll stay commentary at the same time have my food.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. A big step in the commentary in ChessBase India.
I've seen Sagar do a lot, but you know, old-fashioned for this.
No, bindas. Eat bindas.
in ChessBase India, this is fully allowed. I also and sometimes so many people come there and they start telling me that why are you eating during commentary? Be professional. So I used to reply that, oh yeah, health hai to commentary chal rahi hai, health gaya to commentary band.
But the point is, what is professional? That comes the question then.
Means according to them, means on only those bishop d6 kind of people.
That type of fellow. Huh?
Oh,
that type of fellow.
How did we forget that? Come on, that type of fellow. Yeah. So Saravanan, Arjun has drawn his game with Fedosiv. Nakamura, as we are expecting. Oh, is Sheparino going to fight back?
Looks like.
Knight c4 last move, but the a5 pawn is super weak, no? You will win a5, you will lose b3.
b3.
Maybe some chances or what? But I doubt, yeah, Nakamura, I do think he will be able to convert. Maksudlu was also better. Seems like Maksudlu is still better. So we will have, Niklesh, 4 plus 5, 6 people on 6 points in the penultimate round. 6 people on 6 points.
6 or 6.5?
Guys, I'll take a better and come back because I find it difficult to eat along. So I'll just come back after a break. Okay. 2 minutes. 5 minutes.
But maybe you can keep your camera, like you can disappear, mute yourself so that I won't have to adjust. You can disappear as if he's a genie who comes in.
What is that? You can disappear as in?
No, I'm talking as if you can disappear and appear like a genie. It doesn't.
Are you a Harry Potter fan?
No.
No, I'm.
Occlumency.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like 6.5. 4 people already in 6.5. Okay. So 1. Nakamura will be also 6.5. 5. And you're talking about who is winning? Param winning.
Yeah, Param is winning.
Okay.
I mean, not winning. Sorry, he's better. He's better. But we cannot deny that it can also go into a draw if Sarana. I mean, anything can happen. It's not like a dead winning advantage that way. So yes, going to let's Arvin's game right now because Nihal lost. I think he missed something in a way. It was a blunder. So Nihal lost today. Arvind is having an exciting game with Firuza. Anish with the double bishop he was trying to press, and yes, he is actually. Nikhilesh, can you look at this position a little bit in detail and try to tell me what
Anish
do you
Giri.
think if Anish can convert this or not?
Double bishop versus double knight. It's very difficult because you don't have any pawn break. This both G pawn, double pawn is there and means
But Anish,
the
last
problem
move,
of king
went-
a4 or something. Or king a4 is not working. Why?
No, he played king a3, threatening king a4.
Hmm.
How do you stop king a4?
That is I'm thinking. Nishikiri.
Oh, Anish, is he winning? Because if you go knight b8, king a4, knight b7, king b5, the king is just completely an extra piece here for white. So you can't do that. And you can stop king. Is there
No,
any
if we lose,
counterplay?
if we lose this a5 pawn, definitely white is better. And then because any moment you will exchange the bishop into b4, na?
Oh,
Then take
Anish might be winning, yes. Because
Yes,
if he
yes,
wins
now.
the a pawn, then the knight has to move, and then the pawn break also, as you were
Yes, yes.
talking about, will
No,
happen.
actually, when I saw in start, I didn't see this king is going. I thought it's block position, but now I realize, okay, king is going king a4, a5. Then it's something is happening. Then 100%.
Yes, knight c2 check has been given. Okay, the counterplay for black, Nikhilesh, that's what Mamedo is finding.
He's going maybe knight d4 or something.
Yeah, good form today, Nikhilesh.
But bd1, na? bd1. Control everything.
So let's say this knight jumps into e5.
But take a5, na?
Knight d3. Idea is knight f2, win the b3 pawn.
1 minute.
You don't have these.
But what about b4 is not coming.
b4 not coming.
Okay.
Because fork.
Okay.
And then
Yes.
you don't have bishop b3, bishop b2. just a little bit of, you have to be careful.
Wait. What about just improve the this bishop to c3 or something?
Well done. Bishop c3. This was the irritant, and then you are actually threatening to take here at the right time. But then once you have moved this bishop, this is your weakness on g5.
But
so
I'm
how
not
do you
taking
attack this?
I'm not taking tension about g pawns because it's a lot time will take to capture and push the pawn because this b pawn will fast so much fast then.
निखिलेश जी आप जी के लिए कोई रिस्पेक्ट नहीं दे रहे हो.
No, if I'm thinking for winning only, then I'm thinking like that.
Yes. Okay, so knight f2. Okay, let me put a final question to you.
Okay.
Chat, you also keep thinking. I like when I'm asking, when Nikhilesh is calculating, you are also calculating and typing. So knight f2. Now what are you going to do?
Question. Look, bishop. I cannot move anywhere, so I have to. Looks like means current position looks like bd4 is force.
But such a nice domination for this bishop, yeah?
Cannot
Cannot move anywhere. So bishop d4 you will have to take.
Pawn into
And
d4.
after c takes d4 you can
Now
move.
this knight is clearly supporting the till the queening square even. But the point is, if bishop f3 we have to play, then pawn d3. Now this is the question here: what to play? b4 is working. Maybe yes,
Everything is
because
working
knight will be
because
little far away. B5.
yeah,
Yes,
B1,
and if you take, and B6,
king
now if we
D7,
have to play the king, A6.
king
Okay,
C8,
king
there is king
A7.
A7, and if knight E3, you have B7.
Even B7,
Yeah, it's
it's over.
yeah. So that way, Anish actually will come back here because maybe it's going into something very forcing, and Anish has really played well. Yeah, he's gone king A4. Most likely, I think Anish should be winning here.
How many
47th
points
move.
Anis having?
Can you check once?
I will check here.
Going to
Because why this is important also because of the
FIDE circuit. Yeah, for
FIDE
Anish,
circuit.
FIDE circuit point. So this is
If
going to be important for him.
if Anish will finish in last, means not in the top 2, but anyway in top 5 or something, top 6 something, that will can affect. So if he's
Yes.
winning today, he will be in 5.5, just 1 point away from the leader.
That is very good. I mean, that is very good. By the way,
Anish also didn't play the candidate. Now he played once or twice.
and Anish has played candidates. Not once, maybe more, I think. Once, though, I remember when we were.
Once I remember, but.
Hmm.
No, but last 2 times he's missing, I think. Last 2 times, as I remember.
2022 he played, no? 2022 he.
Oh, okay.
No,
so,
what in 2022 or 21? When was the candidates? 21 में
okay,
था
so
या
then
फिर-
I'm not remembering properly. I have to check then.
Okay. Top 8. Jay Pandit says top 8 is necessary to get FIDE circuit points. Acha. Oh, so this is for Anish very important. By the way, Vaishali's game, Queen A2 ko, she went 95. No, she went. Oh, she went. Can you guess Vaishali's move?
Where?
Here. Nick. And guys, if you have not seen Vaishali's move, please do not see. And if you have seen, please do not write. But what did Vaishali play here? Just why I'm asking you, it is not about its winning or anything like that. But it's a move that how... When, I always say those 4 moves, if you make those 4 moves at the right time, you should know your level has increased. And those 4 moves are A4, A5, H4, H5. इसमें से if you know it's never easy to play H5 here. A move like H5.
She played H5.
Yes, she played H5. Defends the back rank in an active way. And with H4, Vaishali is always finding something active. She can never just sit calmly. I love that. So H5 there. Nice move. Bishop F1. But Stefanova didn't even think, Nikhilesh. But 30 seconds mein, she went back, attacks this knight here. And Vaishali goes knight E5. And now Stefanova goes queen A3. Pins this rook over here against the queen. And Vaishali can continue with her H4. But there is something interesting which the computer is recommending.
What about if you give check knight F3?
Array, are you serious?
And go to knight D2?
Very good, Nikhilesh. What a move you found. Knight F3. So what Nikhilesh is saying is you cannot take
No, she cannot capture.
Blunder. So deflection, like how Pragg deflected. It's similar, है ना वो feel? Today Pragg deflected the queen.
Hey, I was thinking the same thing like this, that if Vaishali will qualify, so in candidate, no matter what candidate started in women in the last year, but in history will be written, the second Indian who qualify for candidate in men's is Pragyananda after Anand. And the second woman who qualify in candidate after Humpy will be her sister, his sister. Huh?
Yeah, and also maybe the first ones, right? Siblings to play in both the, I mean, brother, sister, siblings.
If they qualify, they will play almost, in the same season, they will play candidate.
Yeah.
immense
No,
and
in fact,
movement.
who is the brother and sister who's played candidates anyway?
No, I don't think anyone. I don't
Yeah,
think.
only
No.
Muzichuk sisters played as, but that's what, brother and sister in
But
men's
both are
and
sisters.
yeah, exactly. So wow. So that would be amazing. But knight f3 check, king g2. Nikhilesh, you spotted a nice move there. Knight f3, king g2. And what was your idea after king
Knight
g2?
d2. Go knight d2. I want to
Knight d2.
eliminate.
You wanted to attack here.
No, not only that. If in future if we eliminate that bishop also, I think the king will be very weak.
No, but you are winning material, no? Or no?
Hi.
Because if I go rook b2, you win the pawn on e4. So that will get like the diagonal. Look at this diagonal without the e pawn there. And now with the bishop here. But if you don't go rook b2, then for white, this is a tough position. A lot of pressure in this position.
Hey, Humpy played. Hey, sorry. Vaishali played already knight f3.
Oh man, Vaishali is making it sharp. Did Stefanova think about this move? Because if she did not, she will be consuming a lot of her time. Maybe not at king g2 because that's a
I
little
think
natural, but just to feel the shock. And what a position we have on the board. Maza aa raha hai.
Amruta, this is the kind of position where someone you don't have time and then you suddenly see you didn't see some move and you start analyzing so much because this is the knight f3 kind of move is not good for confidence.
Actually, and now look at this pawn on h5. Or even look at this rook. Okay, even if they get exchanged, sometime the rook shift could get very deadly. Vaishali is quite an aggressive player, so she will keep all those ideas in mind, if at all.
No, she's in very active in attacks. If she will have some attacking chances, she's going to play really good chess. Okay, now king g2 already played.
King
Maybe
g2 played.
okay. So knight d2 is natural.
Knight d2. Vaishali should not think much. She's also down to 4 minutes. I thought Vaishali had more time, but actually
Maybe
time
just she's
pressure is
checking that
important.
there is no piece loss or something. Knight d2 na?
Knight d2. She played. Good. She didn't take time. She's now moved to 5 minutes. This is the moment where Stefanova will have to use her time, I believe. In fact, it would be interesting to see.
Yes, here she can't play normal move and like something. Anything.
Here she will have to, like this is a big threat. And computer's best move for white is to take on c5. Rook takes c5.
Rook takes, not queen takes. Okay.
No, you keep your queens here. You're okay with this spin. And now rook d1. I mean, the first question is why not rook c1? Because there is a pin there. But the point is black can take the pawn. But Vaishali can also take the bishop. So bishop takes, king takes, and the light squares are becoming super.
This was the only my idea. I didn't saw the e4 pawn.
But maybe that is better. Good mistake.
I didn't saw the e4 pawn. I was just thinking, okay, knight is reaching d2. Okay, if we take the bishop, the king will be weak.
Yeah.
So this is the difference between a grandmaster and player like me.
Oh, but rook c5. Stefanova is also playing very fast. In fact, she has played this game very well.
Saravanan ji, some fireworks are happening.
Yeah, I was kind of following. Very resourceful play by both the players, and I'm very impressed with Stefanova's play. Yeah, very resourceful under pressure.
Shashank asked why not rook b2, knight c4 fork. Rook b2, knight c4, not a fork because there is this bishop here, rook here. So also there is, you lose a piece. There's a pin here. Forget about the fork. That's the reason. So rook takes c5 is played. Vaishali is thinking, in fact, because she has 3 possibilities. But queen takes c5 would mean that...
we'll equalize everything.
Still not so sure with, as Sarah had pointed, this a5 pawn might be weak. But okay, she plays rook c5. No, white's move rook c5. 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Time, very important.
But they still have around 12 moves to go, which means, it's not yet over. Yeah, it's still very much at a very tense situation.
Oh, Gukesh's game is still going on. Okay, maybe I can also have more bars to get to know about maybe Nakamura and Maksudlu because they will be joining.
Anish game reached almost the same position we were analyzing.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wait. Anish game, Anish is pressing there. He was high chances that he will be able to convert. Let's go. Let's also have a quick look while Vaishali is thinking. This is Arvind Chidambaram. Arvind Chidambaram is going towards, I find this complex yet. Anish, oh, he's got King A5 and 93. Exactly, this is all what we were calculating. Okay, we'll keep coming here. This moment very critical for Vaishali. What happened on top board, women's board, or are they playing? Muzichuk, Anna Muzichuk is playing with Leia, and her situation is also very complex. Oh, Vaishali takes with the rook. That's a good decision.
This is good. She always keep her chances. This is good.
Yeah. And Sara, here she had played H5. Completely Vaishali style. Queen A2 H5. So love that move. I'm sure it would have. I mean, sometimes you don't expect such moves. So Stefanova went Bishop F1. And suddenly this Knight F3 was another classy move by Vaishali. King G2. Knight D2. Rook C5. Rook C5. Stefanova down to.
I think now next move is very important.
Yeah. The best move in this position for white? What would you think of?
Means white definitely wants some less pieces from queen side, means from black side. So maybe rook c1, because the more pieces, this rook looks very dangerous if once h4 come or something happen. So
would like to go rook c1. But for rook c1, we were considering this knight takes f1 and knight takes e4. You have two choices, but if you take knight takes f1, now rook f1 would be a big blunder.
Rook f1 is a blunder. So king f1 you have to play. No, but that is not a blunder.
It a big blunder?
No, but what about, okay, king f1, rook c1 is coming. Rook c1, queen c1.
But ये blunder क्यों है? Why is rook f1 a blunder? I'm not even understanding this. I don't think it's an easy move here for black. Queen, people are saying queen b7. Queen b7 because you want to attack this and e4. No. Great suggestion. Problem is knight jumps to d6, defends both. So double attack defended by double defense. But great suggestion. The move is queen d7. Attacking this knight. The knight has only way to go back. Knight c3. And now the queen jumps into d4. Once again the knight is attacked. And if it moves, you lose the e4 guy. And if you defend with the rook, look at the pieces, super passive, the knight jumps in. So that would be completely, like for white, he would be in a devastating position. So what she plays, Stefanova plays rook d1 and she has found the best defense, rook d1. Will it not convert after knight takes f1? You don't need to take rook f1 now. You can take king f1.
But still I feel Vaishali is better. I don't know why.
Yeah, practically. Oh, you
because this king, that king looks weak.
Why are you laughing, Sarah?
The position is equal, but I feel that Vaishali is better. I really like that attitude.
Oh, sorry. When did you come? Because I may have missed,
Just now. I was just watching the analysis. Actually, this blunder which you're telling with Queen D7 and all that, it is not a human blunder, it's a computer level blunder. It is
Yeah.
very difficult to spot immediately that it's a blunder. Human blunder will be like, okay, ye kiya to wo gaya to ye gaya, something like that. This is like
कुछ
A,
नहीं
B,
गया
C, D,
पर
F, G, H,
आराम
and
से
then
जा
it
रहा है.
happens. Yeah, that's what exactly. So
So,
this is a computer level blunder, let's say.
so now knight F1 is almost forced, na?
No, she plays knight takes e4.
Okay.
Wins
This
the
is
pawn.
big fight between two players who are extremely ambitious. See,
See,
this
but
is the point.
yeah, now because
Black is
what
a pawn up.
I
Black is a pawn up here, but according to computer evaluation, the position is just equal. It's very difficult to prove why it should be equal.
but I do think that is because of the king. Maybe if this bishop is on this diagonal, you feels a little bit of weakness there for the king, or am I wrong?
Just the piece on that diagonal, does it really drum up any attack? I'm not sure. Let's say, see if here, for example, if I just go back, knight f6 here, or queen d, queen f3.
Queen f3, knight f6.
Yeah. By the way, she has played queen f3.
Queen f3 played.
So I just played knight f6 here. Let's say, now you can go queen a8 check and grab the pawn on a7 probably.
Oh, but then the rook pawn can get very dangerous, right?
No, that
No,
is
but
also,
you will capture that pawn
rook
also.
a5. Yeah, you will capture that also.
Okay, then pawn in one side only will be there.
This
Na?
will
So
be draw.
that looks like draw.
Oh, so then knight e4 actually. Oh, if she would have played knight f1, king f1, practically better chances here with h4.
Yeah, because you remove the bishop, it is always better chances. And also, yeah, exactly. I think knight e4 was a little bit of a mistake. Admirably, Stefanova plays her move within 1 minute, but anyway, both are under. Stefanova is having 2.5 minutes, I suppose, and Vaishali is
Now
under.
Vaishali is more in pressure.
40 seconds.
Yeah. This is a very, very tense situation, guys.
But h5 is also hanging. No, h5 is defended. There is another possibility for Vaishali, which is rook d5. Take here, rook d1, and if you take here, then there is e takes d5, and then the knight jumping to c5, but queen h5. So this is another way to go ahead. She plays rook e5. Vaishali goes rook e5.
This is tightrope walking, One wrong step and it can all go wrong immediately. Real tightrope walking. See, rook e5, she doesn't want to go knight f6 because she doesn't want to allow queen a8 check. Which means, come what may, she wants to defend that pawn. That is, showing real ambition, which I like a lot. Let's say, now what happens to knight d4 now, threatening knight c6?
But what happens to bishop d3? Like, no, you want to go knight c6, so there is a very big threat here. Okay, knight d4.
Bishop d3 may be a mistake, Amruta, because knight a c5 will come into the game. You're allowing the knight to come into the game with a tempo.
And maybe in one moment a6 will come also, and so
yeah.
After this. So I think knight d4 is very dangerous because a6 bishop is attacked and knight c6 is threatened.
And only knight b4
such a move is played in time pressure. It's very effective,
Yes. Because 49 seconds for Vaishali, she will have to find what to do for knight d4. So knight b4 is other. What else? Queen b7.
Queen b7.
Defending this.
Putting yourself into one more pin. Self-inflicted pin, but okay, you're threatening knight a c5 anyway.
Just the rook on e5 for now feels a lot of discomfort, right? Having nowhere to move, but luckily there is no f4 or then there is no knight f3. Somehow it is she's hanging in there. The rook is hanging in there.
I think now this is very crucial position. Time gone? Okay. How much time left?
28 seconds for Stefanova. Let's wait here so that we can see her time as well after rook e5. So Stefanova needs to fine knight d4 idea. What else can she try to do? She can try to attack the rook with queen f4. What did she
She
play?
has played knight d4. She has played knight d4.
She's playing
Sorry.
accurate moves from the long time. Yes, yes.
Now Vaishali also has to
No,
make
she
it.
didn't play knight. Sorry, she played queen f4. f6 was played. And
Ah,
now she played knight d4.
Now queen b7 is even more effective. No, you're threatening a discovered attack.
Yeah, but if you now play knight b4, then already you are in trouble because knight f3 is a big threat. So queen b7 is forced.
No, knight
here.
c5, na? Knight a c5 will be better, na?
No, still knight f3. Oh, no,
Ah,
still
okay.
knight c6. Sorry, now.
Ah, okay. Knight
Hey,
c6.
but wait,
is
knight c6, queen b7. If you take, I don't have a disco.
You don't have
nothing. No disco.
Knight c3, I have no. Knight f3.
Amruta has made disco a very common word here. He almost doesn't remember a discovered check or a discovered attack word.
She played queen b7, na?
Yeah, she played queen
Direct.
b7. She played queen b7. Oh, with 3 seconds on her clock.
Oh.
3 seconds on the
Man,
clock.
yeah.
Oh
This is
my
a really exciting match. And both are fighting. This is good.
32nd move only, 8 moves to be made. And they are playing such, in some way, it is highly complicated.
So there is a second time control after 40 moves.
Yeah, because their game started late. First time control, not second.
Ah, okay. No, that is not called second time control.
Gukesh has lost his game. Narayanan has won his game. Aryan's game ended in a draw. Hari's game ended in a draw. Anish is playing. I think, who else? Fabiano's game ended in a draw. And
Stefano has
Hikaru's
played knight f3, which looks like a mistake to me because black just grabs the second pawn with rook to a5.
Yes. Did she forget?
Show me
about
a
the pawn?
compensation.
Yes.
Okay, see, rook f5.
Yes, Christ.
Because I should not write right now. Maybe I don't know when I shifted or what happened exactly, but
Yeah, we are back and you have to give.
It's almost winning now.
wait.
Vaishali is winning now.
Okay, we are back. We should be back. Can you all see it? Can you all just check the stream once?
Yes.
Yeah, we're back. Yeah.
We are back. Amruta, go to the current position.
Yes.
So we can maybe show the last 2 moves what happened to our viewers.
Whoa.
So rook a5 was grabbing the second pawn. And after rook into a5, white still had a move in bishop c4, which would have been very dangerous, but probably too much to spot in time pressure. Instead, Stefano had typically played a pressure releasing move, rook d8 check and bishop to a6, which is, after bishop to a6, just black just wins because he's just a 2 solid pawns up, and I don't see much of an attack coming against the black king anymore.
Whoa, Vaishali is actually winning this game.
Yeah.
And she's going to lead the tournament.
Man.
Sole lead.
Does this kind of assure her top spots or not yet, Nikhilesh?
Huh?
Do you think this assures her top spots?
1 minute. Yes, Anna game is equal. And Stefanova, she's beating. Yes. Anna game is, till now, Anna game is equal only.
Rook b4 played. And she goes knight g5, 37th move.
Yes, just
so
exchange the
40th
pieces and
move.
just go to simple endgame, na? Just exchange the queen even also.
But rook end games are always a little...
No, but 2 pawn up. Amruta, 2 pawn up.
Yeah.
This is too much.
No, rook
He's
end...
And
almost
also,
ple-
and
he's
not only...
pleading with you. Amruta, 2 pawns up. Amruta, 2 pawns up. Please.
And there is no pawn weakness also. I think next move is queen into f3. We frozen or we are okay? Okay.
No, we are okay.
Nobody is. Everyone is.
I'm setting the bar. I think Saravanan disappeared right now like a genie. But this time we are all okay. Guys,
I'm
Vaishali
here, I'm here.
on her course to win
Saravanan ji,
this
what do you
game.
think? Queen f3 is fine move, na? Next move. Already happened.
Yes, yes, yes. H4, knight f3 happened. Queen takes f3. Queen takes
Queen
f3.
takes f3.
King
King
takes
takes
f3.
f3.
And now we enter a rook
King
endgame.
g6, I think all is fine.
King g6, what if I go rook b7?
There's no issue. I will give the check. I will start pressing my f pawn. Then I will play f5, shift my king. No?
King e4, and then you will just start pushing the pawn. Yeah, the main advantage is you have one pawn extra here. So you can
Yes,
just...
yes.
Yeah.
Any moment I will trade with f pawn, g pawn.
Yes, yes. You can just, give the a pawn and win the f2 pawn. That also
Yes,
would be
yes.
possible. Plus you will have this... Two pawns are way easy. Vaishali winning! Guys, Vaishali OP to ho jaye for time pressure right now. The kind of decisions she took definitely put Stefanova under pressure, and it was a very complex position. She played full...
Vaishali Shaktishali.
अरे नाइस, तुम्हारा टाइटल
बेहद
वैशाली
बहुत प्रभावशाली.
शक्तिशाली. क्या बात है. I like that. I like that.
आली रे आली वैशाली आली.
Oh man. Both siblings. Yeah, if Vaishali wins today, you know what happened yesterday? Both Vaishali played a beautiful combination. She was winning, but in time pressure, some mess ups, and it ended in a draw. Pragg also at the end, whether it was a draw, but it at the end with the f and h pawns, he was winning at some point, and then he also missed the tactic. So both of them ended in a draw, but both of them were winning, and today both of them are actually winning. Like Pragg won and Vaishali on the course. And this one is now too clarified to, mess it up. इसमें
एक
तो
और आ रहा
formula
था, मतलब
बहुत simple
वैशाली ने कर दिया सफेद प्यादों से बोर्ड खाली.
नहीं, वो अच्छा है. वैशाली शक्तिशाली.
वैशाली
प्रग के लिए भी
शक्तिशाली.
सोचना पड़ेगा तुमको, निखिलेश.
हाँ,
प्रग के लिए भी, उसके कॉम्बिनेशन के लिए you'll have to think. Pragg's combination.
you know the correct name of Pragg?
Pragg. What correct name of?
No, full name.
Yeah, Pragnananda.
No. The correct name is Pragyananda.
No. Acha.
I already had video with Pragyananda.
Yes. His mom calls it Pragyananda.
No, it's actually
his name is
Pragnananda. Pragnananda.
No,
It's
in
not
English.
Pragyananda.
But in Tamil and Hindi is when you convert, it's a Pragyananda.
In Tamil, it is Pragnananda. In Tamil, it is not Pragyananda.
I confirm with his father and Pragyananda both. I have a video on that.
Okay. I confirm with him as well. Okay, fine. Okay.
They are basically making... Nikhilesh ne pucha रहेगा, is your name Pragyananda? And
No. I asked with his father. I asked with his father, and the correct name is Pragyan. Actually, in his name is Pragyan plus Anand. That is in Sanskrit. That is the Vartani go.
That's what. There is no ya there. It is Pragnananda.
Pragyananda.
Pragnananda. No ya. There is no y at all. Anyway, we can check it tomorrow.
We will check. We will check.
Maybe abhi interview, I'll ask another question. I'll ask Sagar to ask him again and reconfirm to pronounce his name. But A5 here, Vaishali has gone A5 and Rook E7, and yes, this is clearly winning.
So,
and what's happening with Muzichuk? Just to, it's super complex. I mean, crazy complex. Too much chaos. But Sarah, you are not well. Someone's in the chat also mentioning that you're not feeling so well.
No, I'm fine. Just a little bit of dust allergy. I'm in a new place. So I'm fine now.
Okay.
I'm fine. Yeah.
But your background is same, so for us, you are in the same place.
That is why I'm not revealing my actual background.
Oh my god. But I'm sure you are. No, you may not be at a chess play because it's a family function. Otherwise, it would have been fun to guess which chess player's place you are
All
at.
was fine till this round got preponed to 5 o'clock.
People
Otherwise,
are
you guys
saying
would not have known at all whether I
Niklesh and
was.
Saravanan jhagda OP.
Yeah, but so are you like out? Just tell us, are you in Chennai or away from Chennai?
No, I'm in Tamil Nadu, a little bit southern part of Tamil Nadu. I mean, I had factored in everything and I was going to travel and still do the commentary. Then it happened at 5 o'clock. So, I mean, it was supposed to be at 7 o'clock, right? You guys would not even know where I would have been.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it pulled down to 5 o'clock. So, many things, got complicated. That's all.
Got it.
Okay, so Vaishali is winning now.
Yeah.
So Saravanan ji, you heard about na Vaishali Shaktishali.
Yeah, I heard.
Okay, in the chat, it's a lot of discussion going on for the Gya and Nya, and very interesting.
No, actually, what happened? I wrote one article about. Until that time, I was writing Pragnananda. Pragna is like that. So then, someone from Tamil journalist, he attacked me on Twitter that you are writing wrong name, so many things like that. So after that, I start research and I found out so many things. I talked to his family also, Pragyananda. And then from till that time in Hindi newspaper, his name is printed as a Pragyananda.
Oh, got it. Niklesh, काफी मेहनत
And also one more thing. If you go to the Arjuna Award, when they give award to Pragyananda, they call Pragyananda.
Okay.
And there mostly they spell only means they speak only correct name.
So we will have to tell Niklesh, Amitabh Bachchan ji को बोलना पड़ेगा for 7 crore question. You please ask how do we pronounce Pragnananda? That would be the best question. Oh, nice. And so Vaishali goes A4. I think this is like bread and butter for her to convert this.
And not only that thing, I think Vaishali will be very close to become GM after this win.
So she needed 13 points. If she wins this game, 2-4, 2-4, she might get another. How much points she will get? 8 or 9 or what? Roughly like that. Oh, it would be incredible if she becomes a GM in the same tournament. That will be like a bonus. I always said that if she gets 30 points, she is going to candidate.
Even apart from everything, people become World Junior Champion and become Grandmaster. And someone will win FIDE Grand Swiss should not become Grandmaster. FIDE should do directly something, means leave up everything apart.
That might be there also. Maybe we are not yet aware, but it could be a possibility. It's a very good point.
Means maybe after this game, she will be away something like 8 points.
Got it. Nice. So look at this, by the way. Anish's game, this is what we were looking. Knight F2, attacking the D4, D1 guy. You are forced to take on D4. Knight takes D1. We were looking at C takes D4. This is what, and then bishop went to F3 and then the pawns just rolled. But knight takes D1 and Anish goes back with the bishop. Actually, only squares are A1 and G1.
And what about bishop F6 check? No. Also.
No, bishop F6 is also there. That's maybe a good question. Bishop F6, king D7.
But there is something. Okay, king is moving automatically, so that is not good.
And in fact, when he goes bishop G1, I think if any exchanges happen, maybe he gets more. Bishop A.
Yes.
Sure.
This looks better.
But he actually finds a good move, bishop G1. Let's understand why. That's the important move. Knight goes to C3, and Anish here plays bishop E3, which even the computer says the only move to keep the advantage, because I think knight threatening to go to E2 or A2 B4. I'm not sure. It looks complex, yeah, Sarah, this position?
I don't know. I'm not able to understand all these moves. Bishop G1, Bishop E3. Why not B4? You have to
Yeah.
seriously analyze this
Yeah.
position.
So let's
This
say
exchange.
here for knight d1, let's say he went bishop g1. If I go bishop f6 check, as Nikhilesh was saying, king d7, and now if you go b4, takes, king takes, knight comes to e4, and you don't have c5 ideas. Knight e4, knight d3. Not a clear plan there. Seems like as of now. So going back, we can come back here again. Just what is the difference between bishop g1, knight he goes to c3. But if he would have gone king d7, and now in this scenario, king takes b4,
Takes B4.
the knight doesn't have any square to get out.
What happens to knight B2?
King c3,
Knight
and
A4.
if knight a4, king b3, and you force him to
Knight
go to king pawn
C5,
again.
and that's a winning ending. Yeah, good.
Yes.
That is a good one.
So that's the reason he went knight c3 here. So tries to get the knight out. And now bishop e3 here. So this is a tough move. Once again, why not b4 over here?
Yeah, D4 now, CB4, King B4, Knight E2 is possible. Or Knight E4. Knight E4, both. Knight E4 as
Knight e2 again. So
yeah,
knight
Knight E4 is
e4.
fine. Yeah. So to stop that Knight E4 from coming, white plays Bishop C3 first.
No, but for knight e4, don't I have c5 still?
No, the point is, Amruta, why would I give up the pawn?
Where am
I
I?
mean, it may still be
G3.
possible, but ending in a draw. But with Bishop A3, I may be slightly still better, you know. Why give up that advantage here? So Bishop E3 first, so that when you have Knight E4, I have Bishop F4. That's the point.
Bishop
that's
f4.
yeah.
Yeah. And also, maybe is it a zugzwang or what? Your computer suggests the move g4.
Ah, the knight is kind of trapped. Wow.
Oh my
Knight
god,
E4.
this is amazing. And if king d7,
English, you must have got some slogan for this in Hindi already.
Huh?
Huh? You must have got some slogan already in Hindi for this. Vaishali, Shaktishali, jaise. Huh?
Nikhilesh, did you?
Goda, Gaya, something. Huh?
Goda bana gada. So, so king d7. So he played king d7, did not go knight e4, king d7, and now Anish has this b4 break.
घोड़ा करे काम थोड़ा.
Okay. Guys, I got confirmation from Pragg's coach, Ramesh. He says it is Pragnananda. Because earlier I confirmed with Ramesh in Dubai 2021. That's why I was very sure.
Actually, I asked competitive, so competitive. What?
But now, if Ramesh is wrong, then Nikhilesh is right.
I asked Ramesh
Pragg
this. Ramesh told me to confirm with his family.
Pragg comes back to Chennai, I'll check with him again.
What I'm saying? No.
Nikhilesh not ready to accept defeat.
No. Because I have a proof.
I have a proof just now. I have a proof just now.
I have a voice note from Vaishali. And then I have a confirmation with Pragyan and the family. So I'm fine. No, and also in this case, also I read it something. I read about it in literature also. I read it about it.
You must be
what
right.
happened
Actually,
is,
in that case, you must be right. Nikhilesh, you must be right.
Definitely. No, but both can be right. Both.
No. Actually, according to my knowledge, what is happening is when Gya came, Pragya, this word came in, in Tamil or Sanskrit. When they write this thing in English, Gya, they don't have a proper word. So they use G and A to write Gya. And then in English, it's become Pragna. But it's...
That's what the word you're telling is Gya. It doesn't exist in Tamil. It is Nya in Tamil. In Tamil, the Sanskrit base is...
yes.
One minute. The base in Sanskrit is Prajnai. it is the sound is nya, which doesn't exist in English.
Yes.
Nya doesn't have a Y. So it is never pragya, it is pragnya. It is possible that you might have a voice message, but the voice probably you transliterated wrongly, or you are right, because definitely Vaishali is bound to be better than Ramesh. Definitely. So your information it must be correct if you have deciphered that letter correctly.
Okay, no, but okay, let's see what will happen.
I love a competition as long as it is friendly. I love a competition.
I'm seeing how Sarah is enjoying, it's like a chess game, maza aa raha hai. Very quickly in between, he made sure he confirms from Ramesh what is he saying. Oh
Pulling
man.
Ramesh also into complication.
Sakar is saying arbiter decision will be final.
Who's telling?
Sakar is saying we need arbiter decision.
Is this a known guy to you?
Yeah, he's very regular to our streams and yeah.
See, one of the Tamilians is typing in Tamil, Prajnananda. That's what he understood what I told.
Oh.
In Tamil, the base of that Sanskrit word is Prajnai. Prajnai means awareness. Ananda is Anandam, happiness. So Prajna plus Ananda is Prajnananda. It is not Pragyananda. You understand what I mean? So that was my understanding. Because Nya doesn't exist in English, it is Pragnananda.
But
that's understanding.
Maybe the reason
Niklesh, I agree with you. Vaishali must be the better authentic source than Ramesh. I agree with you. We'll check with Vaishali after.
What if Vaishali is not aware?
Vaishali says something different from Pragg himself. That will lead to another
conversation. Exactly. That's what I told Sagar. Please ask Vaishali to pronounce his name. Then I am telling him not to tell them, and Pragnananda will say how his name is pronounced.
Okay, even in Sarja Master, I have a special video with Pragyananda. Means I will say continuously Pragyananda. I will say, what is your name? And he say, yes, this is my name, but people call me like this. Yes, it's Pragyananda. He have video. Amruta, you should play that video.
I am going to invite Shakespeare now.
No. Let's get off it. Guys, let's get off it.
But why not we discuss? We will take directly from the person whose name is that.
We will do it. I'm telling Sagar. But guys, I cracked such a nice joke. You have to laugh here. With Sagar, I kind of can force him to laugh, but here on your Zoom cameras, I cannot force you to laugh.
Just see what came out. What came out. Jesus. I can force Sagar to laugh. That's a fantastic statement which came out of Amruta just now.
Oh man, she is dangerous.
I love that sentence.
Sarah is dangerous. Listens very carefully. Sarah, you have to not listen so carefully when I speak. That's the moral of the story.
Yeah, so let's go, guys. We haven't seen.
Yeah, so Vaishali is converting, and in between we will look at how she's converting. Just it's gonna be fun. Anish endgame very interesting, so we will keep a watch here. Arvind Chidambaram, let's try to see what's up because it's a very complex position. So this is one which we can try to understand.
Good fun today, guys.
This is going to go a long game, but only one pawn is something which Arvind is having. So for queen, such a lovely imbalance. 2 rooks for a queen and 3 pawns for a knight. Amazing.
So what is happening here?
F6 is the last move.
Amruta,
this is a.
I send you something.
Okay.
Guys, get off it. Come on, guys. This is. You remember what I told about this position? The way humans will understand this position completely different from computers. I think slowly it is going there. Only thing is, if Black had retained one more pawn, he would even have had chances to win the game. That's what I felt.
So here, if Black wants to try it for a win, or to press, it is basically going to be the rooks and the knights against this king, trying to create a mating net, because there is no other way, right?
I have this feeling that white is no more winning. Why? I'll tell you. It is impossible to create a passer for white anymore, correct?
Oh, this is controlled here. Oh, yeah, they just drew after rook f6.
They drew.
Yeah, a draw was agreed. Rook f6. I
Oh
don't know
my
who
God.
offered. But
Why? I thought black could try in this position, right?
how?
Okay, it is let us say instead of rook f6 after queen c2, let's go knight h6 here. So with
Okay,
knight
this is
h6, I'm
defended.
basically trying to bring the knight out and create threats against the white king. Okay.
Yeah.
So what can I do?
So Nicholas, you can also suggest something. I'll look at the engine. You can try to think on your own. You're in good form. So queen c7.
Queen c7, the point is you're just restricting my king, I believe. Yeah.
Also perpetual.
And now I go rook f6.
Rook.
The idea is to play f4. The idea is to play f4 here.
Okay, and if I just try and give you checks here, queen, let's say queen c8 check, king g7,
Yeah,
queen
let me
c7,
play king
queen
g7.
g7, you have rook
Yes.
f7, no? No.
Yeah. No, not rook f7, knight f7. Rook f7, I mean, the
Blunder.
d6 is hanging. See, the point is, Amruta, what I'm trying to make is it is only black who is trying. So why did he agree for a draw? He could have played on, right? I don't think he could have lost this position at all. So this is a big surprise for me, Arvind agreeing for a draw here.
Yeah. Yeah, here this is interesting that you could go king h6, try to win this pawn with the king, and then regroup the pieces. Then maybe if you are able to get on the 7th rank, could get dangerous. Could get dangerous, but what only problem is your two rooks, they need to keep this pawn in check. So not easy to get it to the 7th rank.
See, I'll go step by step. First, I'm aiming to win the h5 pawn with king h6 and king h5. Stop that, please. I'll go step by step.
Yeah. Yeah, he could have
I'll
tried.
win the pawn, even come back with the king to g6, and then look around what is happening. I have all the time in the world. Why he agreed for a draw is a mystery.
He has 23 minutes here. He had 23 minutes. Okay. Let me just check somebody at the door. 1 second.
Parham is winning.
Who is it? Sorry?
Parham is winning. And Nakamura match is almost draw.
So Maksudlu, Param Maksudlu is winning against Alexis Sarana.
So now
it's like a crushing position. So Param moves to 6.5 points. Him also. So another guy to tie at 6.
6.5.
We're going to have a large group on 6.5, Niklesh.
Yeah.
5 people.
Oh, Anish got
5
b4.
people. The 6.5.
Anish played this endgame amazing actually. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, what is b4 is on the board. While he's thinking, rook a4, Stefanova versus Vaishali. 50 moves are complete. And she's winning.
This is one of those cute end games, where in the last moment, black just plays e4 and the king over to the queen's head. And just, I mean, only thing black should be careful is she should keep the pawn on a3, not on a2. That's about it.
Yeah, so Vaishali is thinking. So Nakamura, let's.
I want to show a small thing there.
Draw. For Vaishali?
Kind of, yeah, Vaishali. Let's say e4 check here. Just a variation. Okay, yes. King e2, let's say. I mean, I'm just.
Yeah.
Let's say a2. And now, whatever happens, black wins with e3 here. Very cute basic in this position.
Nice. Just. Oh, this was a nice question.
Yeah, this is it is a very cute basic in this position. E3.
Yeah. Typical tactic. If you push the king here, actually it's deflecting from the square. So check and queen. And if takes, then all of you guys, black to play. Find the best move. Black to play, find the best move. Let's see, 25 people. Nahi yaar, 50.
What? Oh yeah, here. Okay.
Best move. Tactical, best tactical pattern, guys. We've seen this again and again and again and again.
Is already in the game position?
No. Just maybe how many people have answered here? 20. Come on, very slow. 50. I'm looking at 50. But please. Okay, I'll negotiate. 30 maybe. Rook G1, Rook H1, same pattern. Though, take care. Well done there. Rook H1, Rook G1 also works, so that's why definitely you got that. Rook A2, the X-ray, Rook check, and you win this. So yeah, that was nice. E3 tactic. You can keep this pattern in mind, guys. What Vaishali played here is A2. Yeah, she's gone A2. And now Stefanova is thinking.
He went A2?
She went A2.
That's a little risky, man.
Why? Because she also has G5, G4 check in hand, no?
Oh yeah.
And
There's
after
a lot
G, no, but after G4, if King H to King G2, you don't have King. Yeah, you may have to come from this side.
a little risky. Okay.
Or
Okay.
you want to
She
give
has a
E4
win. She
threat.
has a win, but which is a little, See, what she has to do is she has to exchange a rook on the second rank with rook d2 check after black takes rook into a2, and she will get an opposition and win the game. That's another way to do this.
So,
Why
Stefan.
do that? That's the point.
Sorry?
I mean, I don't know why she did this particular one. I would have preferred to keep the pawn on a3 and just, move the king to the, to b3 square with the pawn on a3. That would have been the much easier win in my opinion. Anyway.
Got it. So yeah, while Stefanova is going to think, she has 25 minutes. They have got increment here. So can we move to the end game which Anish is having? Very interesting. B4.
Yeah.
Knight D1 was played. Bishop goes back to G1. I think this bishop has made the best decisions in his life. Knight B2. And now B takes C5. Anish winning a pawn? No, not really. Knight takes C4 check.
C4. This is I think, a very clear win here because C6 check is coming. So King B4 is a very
King B4.
it's a trivial win here after King B4. Once White achieves C6 check, that's it. End of the story. Khatam.
Knight was very much dominated.
Remember? The best knight is still worse than the worst bishop.
Oh, actually. Yeah.
Actually, this was a principle told to me by Praveen Tipse when I was very young. I used to have a lot of the endings I learned was thanks to Tipse and Koshiji and their analysis together. So as a joke, he told this: the best knight is worse than the worst bishop.
But actually, it is making a lot of sense because somehow we are seeing it so many times in this tournament also towards the end, time pressure, that suddenly that bishop, the worst bishop, that's getting activated and it's flipping the situations.
Correct. And now you think about Vishy Anand, you will understand his greatness. All his life, all his career, he doesn't care about the bishop. That is why Vishy Anand is 1 in a million, 1 in a billion.
Yeah. Oh man.
So what else are the remaining games?
Yeah, so other remaining
Have
on
you given
top.
a complete roundup of women players Indian women players in the women's section?
So no, looking at the bars right now, we have Harika's game going on unclear. Tanya's
Ah.
game has ended in a draw. Savita Shri has lost. Divya is having better position against Elena, and Vantika is also having a better position against Trisha. Yeah, that's about the women's. We can also check, but Anish, and right now for men's section, especially which could affect the top, the joint leaders is Nakamura's game, and Nakamura was clearly better. But here, 2-3 moves back, look at this position.
Oh, Chaparano blundered, guys.
But let's ask the chat, black to play, what was the move which he had to find? Do you want
Did
to
this
try,
position
Nikesh?
come already?
This position
position
came.
did
He
come.
didn't play that move. Black.
Oh, he blundered.
Yeah, black to player. What was the move Sheparino had to find? But he had 58 seconds. No, that is not right because maybe the time was not added. Nikhilesh, can you think of a move for black?
I got it. I think.
Means
Yeah, to
reduce the pawns if possible, no?
yes, amazing. And
Reduce or win, it's all up to you.
Moksha Mehta, you're the only
No,
one
but
who's got it.
F5 95 check. Okay, King F6 is there. King F6 is there. Yeah.
And you don't have rook a6, very important, discovered. But what if rook c7? Because you're attacking and now you're also threatening rook c6 check. So here is another, again, you have to continue with the calculation.
Now white is getting rook c6 check, which I don't like.
Now white is getting rook c6. No, white is not getting. If black makes the next move.
It's possible. Knight e6?
Knight e6 if you play, then
okay.
c6 is possible, but
rook c6, yes, is okay.
Stronger, yeah, rook c6 is just simply possible. But here,
pawn to pawn.
what
no.
else? Forcing.
What
about
forcing someone to calculate at 11 o'clock in the night is very cruel.
Oh, it is 11. I had my dinner, I had my coffee, and now it's like a morning for me.
About English boy.
I'm sleeping now.
Nikhilesh, find this. Nikhilesh, आना ही पड़ेगा ठीक से, फिर ही जाने दूंगी. Black to play.
Means let me think. Something is happening. Knight d3 check is I think only way to continue.
Knight d3 को king e3.
Okay, king आ रहा है ऊपर बस. But what to do then?
And then
One
rook
minute.
c6 check.
Okay, let me think. Okay. So knight b3, then what to do? Then I have to take one pawn at least.
No, so not knight d3. Give a check. Rook a2 check. But the question is, what if king e3?
What? Arey, this is dangerous. F4 is coming. F4 knight e6.
Dangerous
you are alert. Exactly. So that is why you couldn't play king e3. And if you couldn't play king e3, if you go here, like नीचे गया तो rook a1 check. If king g3, f4 check. King h3, I'm sure you will find, looks a little dangerous. Anyway, there will be drawing patterns. But rook a2 check was important. So that's why f5 and this follow up.
Oh. No, it's difficult to see.
Amruta, I wanted to check something. Instead of f5,
yes,
you can go back to that position. Is it after a5, is it knight b3 enough for a draw? I'm threatening rook a4 now. So I'm curious how you're going to defend this position.
King e3, suppose.
Rook a4.
And if king d3 now?
You're drawing by holding. I didn't see.
Yeah, Amruta,
Yes.
I will leave now.
Okay,
Okay.
Niklesh. Thank you so
And-
much for joining.
And I
Maza aa
send
gaya.
you, and I send the link, both of you, to so
चैट
you
में भी
can
डाल
check.
दो निकलेश
हाँ, मैं चैट पे भी डाल देता हूँ यार, लोगों को पता लगना
बाद
चाहिए.
में मैं देखूंगी, लोग भी देखेंगे शांति से. once the whole match is over, the very next thing we will do is to check out that video.
And this will go continue now because Sagar in perfect place to talk to both people. Maybe after the tournament.
Okay, I'll definitely give your message to him. But thank you. And
Good night. Thanks,
yeah.
Niklesh. Nice of you. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Saravanan ji.
Thank you.
Take care of you with dust.
I'm fine. Just a new place, so it's okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care. Good night, everyone. Yeah.
Now I will be adjusting
Thank
the camera again. 1 second.
You told about Saravanan. Saravanan is very competitive.
Uh,
I remembered a story by Sunil Gavaskar, one of my favorite cricketers. Many years after retirement, I think somewhere around the time when our country celebrated the 75th birthday, at the time they interviewed him about what is competitiveness for him. He said, I was always extremely competitive. That was one of the reasons why I think I did well as a cricketer. At that point, he was around 45 to 46 years old, much later after he had retired from cricket. He said, I play badminton with my friends nowadays in Bombay. And even now, doubles, not even singles, doubles. And even now, when I lose a game, it hurts me for a little while. Badminton.
oh man.
Actually, I was thinking about it when you told me, okay, this is just, we are friends and we are bantering. But this is something I found. Chess players, even away from the board also, extremely competitive. Extremely competitive. Whichever game and I mean, what to say? As long as we are all friends, it's okay. It stays within civility. So it's very enjoyable if you are all friends. So in that boundary, that competitiveness, it's one of the very interesting, admirable, and enjoyable quality about chess players, in my opinion.
Yeah, you are very right, actually. Even when I've seen the chess players playing badminton, it's pretty similar. Yeah, they want to.
Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
Badminton, even not it, but this board games, many chess players play games. We play a lot of board games at home, and many times there will be a chess group. It gets very competitive in no time, extremely competitive.
Wow, that's at some point after 40 moves we have 3 days, but that is an important question because I know that your knowledge about board games is also pretty high, so you could recommend some board games.
And both of you guys came.
Yes.
You made that first book on books video. Remember, Saga told me about a board game called Hive.
Which one?
Hive. H-I.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Hive.
That's like
We
chess,
got
actually.
it. We got it. Hive, we got
Oh.
it. We got it because it was not available in India.
Huh?
I got it ordered and I got it from the US, but it took a long time, 8 months or so. It's such an interesting game. It was worth ordering thanks to Sagar. Okay, last time Sagar came, I showed him the game also. Then later on, we found out, Hive also has opening theory. Hive also has online portals and all. It's a very interesting game. Now, whichever chess player comes, whether to train or to play or friends, we have taught them Hive. My son has taught them and we play whenever we come. But actually, in no times it becomes so interesting.
It is very addictive, but it is somehow very similar to chess. We found in
A
some
lot
way.
similar.
Yeah.
Oh, you played you know the game.
That's why we really got, like, at some point I and Sagar really loved playing that game. So every night we used to do that.
We really enjoy Hive now.
Nice. Wow, that's excellent. But it's a tough
By the
game.
way, the best board gamer among chess players whom I know, it's definitely not me. Surya Shekhar Ganguly has real board gamers as friends. Those board gamers who have they play one game for 6 hours, 8 hours, and all that. Those kind of board gamers, they are as friends, and he plays with them regularly and all. A lot of Facebook posts of Ganguly with board gamers.
Surya
Very
good in
complicated.
everything, yeah.
Correct?
Surya good in everything, whatever he
Yes,
does.
Surya is a very, very interesting guy. I really like his company and very interesting guy.
Yeah, nice. Ooh. And here we have Vidit. Here we have Vaishali. She went G5 takes and F takes G5 and yeah, another pawn.
By the way, before that, we moved away very quickly from Nakamura Chaparino.
No, I'll go there again. Yes, we
I would
were
like
here.
to see why 95 is a blunder. The last move played by Chepa
Yeah,
is
he
95.
played. So A5, knight D3 check.
Yeah,
Naka went king E3.
yeah.
Knight went to E5. And the
Yeah,
rook.
I would like to know why 95 is a blunder.
Yeah, rook endgame. Takes, check first.
And then just king e4 and grabs
Yeah.
the pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
King e4 and king f5. Maybe you don't even need to take this. Just take this.
Oh, I mean, why not? It's free material.
No, but king f5. Here, if you play king f5, maybe not a good idea because rook f3.
Yeah.
King g5. Yeah. But here you can't take king e5, right? Because of rook f3.
Yeah. Still be winning after. Let's work it out. Let's work it out. I mean, was it necessary to take king e5? Can't
No,
you play anything?
not at all. In fact, of course, that is.
Oh, I don't have anything better here, I think, no? Because rook moves away, it must be a
What if you
simple-
don't take and delay and just first take your pawn to a6, a7?
The king coming to f6, you're not worried.
Okay. So that king e5 he did take, and rook takes f3 also happened, and now he goes rook d6.
Keeping the rook on d6 is much better than keeping it on a8, obviously.
From side. So for rook a3, you're going to go.
Yeah. What should I do
or
here?
what?
I was thinking rook d5, but then king g6 is a problem. If a6, black has rook a5 check.
Yes.
So everything
Yes.
points out to rook d. Can I go rook d7 check now?
Yes, rook d7 you can go.
King g6. Now I go back rook a7 maybe.
No, rook a7 is a little bit of.
No. Rook a7, there is rook a4. I'm sorry. Rook a7, there is rook a4.
No,
which
not
means
rook a4 because here again you have rook a6 check and then you go king f5.
Okay.
But rook
f3.
Rook e3.
E3. It's a very.
And then you attack rook g3. Once the king is pushed here, rook g3. Win the pawn.
Pretty heavy. So king e4 you went.
Yeah, so he's gone rook a3 and Naka is thinking. But even rook d5 which you wanted to play, king g6. Oh, he plays a6 already. He plays a6. So not worried about rook a5.
Have they reached this position already?
Yes, a6 has this position they've reached.
Okay.
But Naka has allowed rook a5 check. He's not worried about taking his. I think he's going to go king d4, king c4.
Okay. This is a trivial win. Because after a6, let's say rook a5 check.
Yeah. King
d4. I just take this route to go towards the b5 or b6 where this is a trivial win actually.
Yeah. The nice thing is if you give a check and try to take this pawn, a7, rook a4.
A7, rook a4, king b6 still wins.
Yeah, because rook d7
because the rook on d6 is cutting off the king on f7, right? That's the most important thing here. Yeah, because I'll allow you to come to g3, then I go to d3, it's a win. Yeah.
Yes, guys, this is an important third rank cutoff. So king b6. Okay, so a6 by Nakamura. So Nakamura clearly winning here.
Beautiful. And just one more blunder to think of it. Ivan Cheparino.
But that was not a simple thing. I think F5 was a little bit complicated.
By the way, this must be something all of your viewers must be knowing. But anyway, I'll ask them anyway. Please don't Google an answer. Do you
Yes.
all know whose second is Cheparino? Famous, very famous. Cheparino was the second of a very famous player. Who was it? Don't Google and tell me. Let's see how many of you know it already. We got one answer. Correct. Someone's selling Anand. Really? Chaparano second. Yeah, many guys got it. Sahil Nair is asking whether he was my second. It's very funny.
Topalov.
Yeah, he was second of Vasilin Topalov. I mean, the country should give it out. Both of them are Bulgarians.
Nice question that was. Kasparov's martyr in 1999. Says
What is that?
Himank. What does it mean? Himank?
Kasparov's martyr in 1999. What did Cheparino do to be martyr for Kasparov in 1999? Are you talking about Topalov? The Topalov was the last player to defeat Kasparov in his last professional game. I think that's what Himank means, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is for sure. Last game of professional game of Kasparov, Topalov beat Kasparov. I think that's what Himank means.
By the way, Sarah, if Stefanova would have gone king e2, then that tactic which you showed with e3,
yeah,
could it be? Yeah, could have happened.
Cute,
but she went king g2, and now h4, gh4, gh4. Vaishali doing it very cleanly, and your h3 should finish the game, or what? h3, king h2. And then you always have the route.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can never take this pawn. So yeah. Amazing.
Always.
So Vaishali winning here. h3 played on the board. King h2 played by Stefanova. Did you get to see yesterday the end position for Pragg, by the way? So later I will show you. Don't see. If you have not seen, then don't see. I'll ask you one question at some point.
Did I just fall into a trap with my eyes wide open? Why am I getting this feeling that I just fell into a trap wide open?
Oh my god. It's like king g4 there. But by the way, one thing, you are there for a family function. So is it over, or is it tomorrow, or was it in the evening?
It's in the evening as well as morning. So I sent my mom in the morning. I basically wanted to bring my mom more than myself. The function is early morning tomorrow.
Early morning tomorrow. Oh, you need to sleep soon, that means.
No, that's okay. It's a family function.
That's okay.
Who is going to ask me? I mean,
do you think none of your family people are watching this, right? Because
that's okay. We are all very close, and no one's going to be angry or something if they go late. Basically, okay. I mean, these are things we do for fun. Tamil Nadu has a very good system of highways now. So it's a pleasure to drive through Tamil Nadu, southern Tamil Nadu. So generally, me and my family, we have made close to about 30 to 40 trips inside from Chennai to, Madurai, Nagarkoil, Tirunelveli. There are a lot of, if you are interested in historic and architectural places of Tamil Nadu, there are many, many places to drive down from Chennai just Saturday, Sunday and see and go back.
Wow.
So I've done this a lot. So today, I mean, it's one of those trips now. Everything is
Nice. Like in Mumbai, we have like Lonavala as the main hill station, similar to like that in from Chennai. You go to places. Got
I've
it.
heard enough of that from Punaikars. Pune, we can do this. Pune, we can do that. Of course, we can.
Hmm.
Oh, you're a Punaikar too. I forgot.
I'm not a Punekar. I was born in
You're originally a
Pune.
Punaikar, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but you know
Yeah.
the Pune people are very proud of being Punekar. So I am not
Don't tell
having
me about
any
it. Let's not
pride
even
of
start
being
that.
a Punekar. I'm just a Punekar. So that's the
I know.
main difference.
I have a lot of friends in Maharashtra. Since my junior days, I have very solid friends in Maharashtra. So I know a lot of these jokes and good natured banter. Very enjoyable. Like what to say? Yeah, I also enjoy Pune and Bombay. Both the cities are two of my favorite cities.
Yeah, and now Abhijit Dada is in Mumbai, Soumya is in Mumbai, so a lot of Punekar is coming to Mumbai and becoming Mumbaikars. King G4. Okay, Vaishali is winning. Let's go to Anish. Oh, we forgot about Anish.
Can you
Oh,
forget
is it
about that?
over?
This is Nakamura.
Yeah, that one was Nakamura, but Anish, we just forgot to check what
Should be
happened.
over. I mean, see, just Bishop E5.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we?
Yeah, here we are. Bishop
Should
D4,
be
knight
over.
F7.
Anywhere there should be a zugzwang somewhere. Bishop F6, let's say.
Bishop F6.
The knight on E8 is
Can
gone.
H6? H6? Yeah.
6. Really?
Really? Not easy.
Let's try G6. How are you going to draw this? As Mr.
This is a
Vishayanand said,
problem.
it's not a problem. King D3.
King D3.
I'm just playing blitz with you, but I hope I win. G4.
Yeah, knight F7, G4.
Yeah.
Oof. Got you.
But we just blunder after knight H6. Knight
Yes.
H6. Sorry. Then for.
G5, knight F5, and then I'm happy.
Oh my God. Kank.
So natural
Then
moves are
this
not
one.
working. That means
Yeah,
actually.
in that case, let's go King E4 now for knight F5, King E4. Let's see.
Here, knight F5,
Still winning or it's a
King
draw
E4.
now?
But then you
E4,
will take knight takes G3.
that may not be winning anymore. Huh? Oh my God. It's suddenly complicated.
Yeah. H6. Anish
Very
has played.
tempting
By
to
the
go
way, Bishop
for-
F6 is played. So I'm sure Mamedav will play H6.
Okay, Amruta, I've got a very funny idea in mind. G6, knight H6. King C4, let's say.
King C4. Okay.
Yeah.
What a move. King C4. Where are you going?
I'm having a sinister idea in mind.
Knight F5.
Can I win this position after King B5? That's what I'm trying to work out.
Okay, let King B5.
No. King B5. Knight D3 is a problem. Knight D3 is a problem. Knight E3. Knight E3 is a problem.
Knight E3 as well. So
That's
not.
okay.
But this
God,
still is
so
not.
difficult to analyze without a computer.
Absolutely. But no, naturally, let's say either one of us can check if we need to. But let's say this
No,
is
we
the
shouldn't.
position.
We shouldn't.
So
Let's
should
win
I
this.
should I also not check the engine? I can do that.
Yeah, we can try that. We can try without
Okay,
checking the engine. That will
let's do
be
it.
fun. Yeah.
So then G4 comes to the mind first,
Yeah.
as to consider for me. But then knight H6, G5, and why is this position? Once the knight is on F5, and even if you got the pawn on G5, this is a draw because there is no breakthrough. Yeah, is that the reason? It's supported, and you just go King B8, King C7.
Okay. Why is all these complications? If you can go back one more. Yeah, King D3, Knight F5 you played, na?
Here,
King was on.
yeah,
It's
King
like
D3.
King D3, Knight F5. Just go Bishop H4. Should be a win.
Can never enter a king pawn endgame.
That's a loss. I was afraid of G5 and whether it's a win. It should be a win. Bishop G5, Knight G3. Now I have to get my king to E6. That's the point. So King E3. This should be a trivial win.
But can I not attack the d5? Like, oh yeah, you can always
That's
cover
why,
the
that's why, that's
squares.
why. Yeah, that's why. I will guard the king side first.
Oh, that is, yeah, this is nice. This is, in fact, it felt like eliminating more pawns feels a little risky, but now that we
Exactly.
understand, it's a
Yeah,
simple
yeah.
plan there. Nice. So bishop f6 played by Anish. Hmm.
You know this, right? In the history of chess, the best ever talents were all great endgame players by birth, they say.
No, I don't know. But why do they say that?
Because actually it's a little bit of a deep philosophy for 11 o'clock, but anyway, I'll tell this.
Yeah.
Games, you have very less number of pieces. So when you have very less number of pieces, you make the maximum use out of them. So those who are good in endgames are those who know the value of each and every piece at its purest form.
Hmm.
Let's say only rook and pawn against rook. You know what to do maximum with the rook and pawn, as well as maximum with the rook. If you're the attacking side, rook and pawn, if the defending side, rook. So when you know the capacity of each piece in its purest form, you become a naturally good player in using it in the middle game and the opening. This is
Wow.
the logic not given by me, by the great Mikhail Botvinnik.
Oh, you should have asked this to guess. Which player
So
said
this is too much philosophy,
Botvinnik?
too much to guess because, yeah.
This is, that's why
So
they say like start from end games, then middle games, and then come to the
that
openings.
I
But
don't
what do
know.
you
One
think
of
about
those,
that?
there are a lot of advices in chess which are actually, what to say, doesn't make much of a sense. I know some personally, I hate some. For example, when you find a good move, don't play it, look for another one. Bullshit.
No, I have
When you
heard of
find
when you
a good
find a
move,
good
play
move,
it, hit
make
it
the good
fast and
move.
go.
I,
Huh?
I have heard when you find a good move, make the good move. So
Exactly. There is another selling that when you find a good move, don't make it, find another one. This is all this complete. There are a lot of BS quotations about chess, by the way.
Got
But
it.
this quote basically, what to say, about ending. There is one more about ending. Those who are good in endgame will be very good attackers as well, which is very true because endgame is about perfect
Calculation.
calculation.
Yeah.
That is why Alexei Shirov is one of the greatest endgame players.
Oh, this makes a lot of sense actually. Now that you say it. Amazing. Lovely.
People are telling Sagar loves to use that quote.
Which one? In
That when you find a good move, find another one, don't play it, which I is called as BS. So,
I thought no, I thought the other way. When you find a good
hey,
move,
there is
no,
a
maybe end
genius
game, not the move. Na, which one?
endgame thing. Okay.
I'm not sure which one, guys. Sanket,
I
but they
think,
all remember.
Ginny Weasley says Sagar is roasted. So I immediately thought what I told
Ah,
was
it's
roasting
possible. It's
Sagar. That's what.
possible. Nice.
By the way,
Very good.
You know Ginny Weasley, right?
No,
One of the most wonderful Harry Potter. Ron
I
Weasley's sister. Ron Weasley's sister. Yeah.
okay.
I mean, Potter universe is a special, what to say, it is special people. It is basically a special place in this earth.
No, very creatively made, beautiful movie. I think first part, second part, and then I kind of
Hoy,
got to know
hoy,
it.
hoy, not the books. Very brilliantly written books which were made into
Ah, you're right. Actually,
brilliant.
Sagar loved it. In his like, he really loved Harry
Actually,
Potter
a
and the creativity.
very interesting trivia to Ginny Weasley as well as all the other Potter people in the chat. Today morning, my son came up to me and said, Appa, Harry Potter movie is being made in my school. You know, I very consciously avoid being competitive with him. I'm trying to, kind of show him that it is not correct to be competitive and trying to be number one all the time and all that. I try not to, what to say, I try to temper him that way. I didn't show any emotion. I casually said, okay, is that it? Then he says, yes, Appa, and I got a part. Like, actually, my heart was thumping. Which part is going to be? He said Severus' name. I was so happy. I said, wow, it's a wonderful, wonderful character you got. My wife was like, "What? Why Severus Snape? I mean, Harry Potter must be more enjoyable and all that." I say, see, any character with negative connotations is fun in a drama. Okay, and Severus Snape had the most, Potter stories, right?
I mean, I know the
So
faces
Severus,
and all, and a few
yeah.
things.
So Snape had the most difficult job in the world, being a Dumbledore man, but being allied with Voldemort. That's a wonderful, wonderful part and a very, very difficult life Severus Snape did. And so, this fellow got, but I was like, wow, fantastic. Yeah, such things we encourage him to talk to us, to rehearse with us, and all that.
Amazing. But that's like an
Very morning.
acting, yeah? It is an acting he's going to do of that role.
Yeah. Seventh standard.
Oh,
Yeah,
lovely.
Hikaru.
So many people in the
Seventh
chat also are like, Snape
seventh
is the
standard.
best,
Yeah.
Snape is the
See, I
best.
just want him to have fun. Yeah. R.I.P. Alan Rickman. I tell you, Harry Potter's Severus Snape was a wonderful character, but Alan Rickman did a wonderful job of making it live on screen. I mean, Rickman did a fantastic job. I don't know how many of you know this. Rickman was actually a villain till then. He was there as a villain in Die Hard against Bruce Willis. He was a villain in Robin Hood and the Prince of Thieves against Kevin Costner. But the moment he became Severus Snape, he was like wonderful.
Wow. Yeah. I think all the people, in fact, who love reading books, they have
Yeah.
all read Harry Potter as the, initially
Of
everybody has read that.
course. Harry Potter universe is a wonderfully created, imaginative universe.
Mm.
Actually, they say it's called as meta literature or metadata. It's not about the literature you read, but it is the reading that you do in the literature. For example, this is my favorite. The whole of Harry Potter, except in two occasions, Harry never uses a negative curse. He uses Septem Sempra once without knowing what is Septem Sempra. And we hates Voldemort, so he tries to do Crucio, but it doesn't effectively come out because there is so much goodness in Harry that the Crucio curse doesn't come out. See, these are things which the author doesn't tell you, which you're supposed to find by yourself. This is basically definition of good literature, in my opinion, and it's supposed to be children literature, which is obviously it is not.
Oh, wow. Amazing. Should watch the movie again. I think I watched it many, many,
Don't
many
watch the
years ago.
movie. Read the books. Read the books. Don't watch the movie.
You know how I read books, Sarah. Sagar reads out to me. I'm not a book
Harry
reader.
Potter, you should read yourself.
Okay, I'll try to keep your advice in mind. While
Okay,
we
Vaishali won, but
yeah,
meanwhile,
exactly. Vaishali won her game. So Vaishali OP guys, great, like beating former world champion there. That too, taking these kind of decisions. I'm very impressed today with her move H5. This move just created this.
yeah. Wonderful. Brings another dimension into the game types, yeah.
Yeah.
But remember, I told you in this position, it is basically black will be pressurizing because of this precisely these reasons.
Mm.
The
And
dark square.
the knight on a6, like it was such a long time it was on a6, but still at some point it was just gone, kind of was hanging in there.
What made the difference, in my opinion, was the clock. This is not a position where when you're pressurized, you can hold it when you're down on time.
True. This also whole thing knight f3 going for knight f3. Maybe here was the moment where instead of knight e4, knight f1 could have been better. But I think the material, the feeling of being a pawn up, and even for Stefanova, the feeling of being a pawn down in time pressure, maybe it did the trick today. But whatever it is, Vaishali wins a crucial game and.
Very crucial. And against a very strong, experienced opponent in a very crucial round on a top board. Fantastic performance by Vaishali. I think we are looking at the birth of a superstar in India. With Vaishali is doing well. I know this is going to be start of something very big in women chess, and who knows in world chess itself.
Yeah. No, and India definitely needs uh, new women players also upcoming, like the gang. Yeah, we now have the gang, but I think the time has started for them to start performing in an exceptional way. Going to Anna Muzichuk's game to check what's happening. They are going towards a draw. Rook endgame. No, this is definitely going to be a draw. So Vaishali will maintain her lead. In fact, let me just quickly show you for women's, because here we have the standings. Here we have this. Here we have the results. Vaishali moves to 7 points, and if there is a draw, then Anna Muzichuk will be on 6.5. Only Anna Muzichuk. No, Tan Zongi also joins on 6.5. So Vaishali becomes a sole leader after this win. And if you check
Yeah.
the rankings here, before this game, tie-break wise also she was on top. So Anna is already qualified to candidates. Brilliant. Simply brilliant.
So basically, with 2 rounds to go, that's
Yeah.
basically a very, very good achievement by Vaishali. What about the
Uh,
event? Where are we?
oh, by the way, looking at Anish's endgame, after King B4, King C7, he went King B5. H6 was played just with the king on B5. Anish took the pawn. Knight at 6, and now he goes bishop d4. So if knight f7 was played, but if knight f5 here, then he had bishop b6 in mind. Maybe.
Oh, there's so much discussion on Harry Potter. Yeah, I forgot the fact that he tried to use it on Severus Snape, but I think he didn't use it versus, right? He tried to, but every time before he will do it fully, Severus will strike it down. You're right. Caro brothers, huh? I don't remember at all. I've forgotten about it. By the way, Himangosh says something very interesting. I hate the fact that India doesn't have any players in the World Juniors. DV Prasad is playing here. DV Prasad is playing in the above 50 category.
Oh.
Yeah. Was playing rather. I don't know his results. Was playing DV Prasad, International Master from.
Yeah, but actually we do have quite a lot of strong players above 50. It would be great if
Rishi is above 50, you're right. Yeah.
no.
Yes. Yes.
Vishy is an exception to everything. Yeah. So king. Okay, few moves happening here very quickly.
Yeah.
Let me take knight f7, king c4, king c8, king d3, king c7, king e4, king c8. Can you go king f4? But there is a full barrier here.
You can't do anything. You have to go on the queen side only. So, you put the bishop somewhere from where it controls most of the crucial squares, and then you take the king to b5. That's what you have to do.
Oh, but Anish is maybe confused or what? Because if he goes...
Now, if Amruta, let's just put the white pawn on g5 now.
Oh, last time this knight was coming to f5, so that was a draw.
Take
Why?
the king to a6. Take the king to a6 is a zugzwang. That's it.
Ah, because there is nothing to worry with the knight attacking this
Take the
pawn.
king to a6. Take the king to a6 is zugzwang.
So g5, if king c8, king e4, king c7. No, why king c8? Can he not go king b6 here? King b6, king moves.
Doesn't matter. You can't come
Yeah.
forward anyway. So
Anyway, you have to go back. So
get into zugzwang.
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 King
That's
b6.
it.
Finish.
King b8. King b8. c7 check. King c8. I hope
Can
there
I
is
go?
no stalemate. Yeah, I think there is no stalemate. But knight h8, how will you win? King d6 should win. Knight G5, Knight G5, Knight G5, Knight G5. Wait. Okay, King D6. It's still winning.
Ah. Nice. Giving the opponent a hope for a moment. Is there a stalemate? And then torturing in some way. So, yeah. Anish. Yeah, he's reached here. Anish has started with the king journey to b6. So, Anish winning. Wonderful endgame, actually. Anish played really
Very nice.
amazing.
Yeah.
Brilliant endgame. What happened to anyone else is playing? By the way, Abhijit Gupta yesterday played till the end. You know, he was playing the last game, and
So
he couldn't come in the chat.
you're saved. Yeah. Today, what's he doing?
So he's playing with Puno Mario,
Okay.
and he is in trouble with the pawn on a7. Yeah. So rook c7 was the last move there. So this is Abhijit Gupta, and we don't have today a lot of. Everybody finished kya from India? Yeah, for a change.
For a change. You are, I think, confusing with the time with the actual time. We are actually
Actually.
past for 6 hours, I think. Started at 5 and it's now only 11:30. We're into the 7th hour of commentary.
Oh, you are so right. You're so right. Hmm. Pankaj says I'm reading Stormlight Archives. I've not heard about them.
I don't know about it. The storm lights. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, Abhijit Gupta in trouble. Anish, King C4, King A6. So today Anish is the one playing till the last moment, and maybe we can also have a look at the men's results, because all the top games have been finished. So except for Anish, so what is the situation like for round number 9? Yeah, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5. Nakamura 6.5. Maksudlu 6.5. So 6 players on 6.5. Six players on 6.5. Man, that's a lot. Arjun on 6.
That's a lot, is it?
Yeah, Arjun on 6. Pragg goes to 5.5. Arvind goes to 5. Nihal stays on 5. Little unfortunate for Nihal today. Because
Yeah, that Gukesh. It was a difficult day for them.
yeah. Hari won. Oh, Hari beats Ran Melkopian and also goes to 5. Wonderful. By the way, Aryan Chopra drew with Van Forest Jordan. So that's a good one. Narayanan beats Axel Backman. So he also goes to 5. Abhijit Gupta is playing. Ronak Sadhwani beats Morizi and he goes to 4.5. Murli Karthikeyan drew with Santos Latasa. So he goes to 3.5. Adiban loses with Dimitri Collars. And Leon beats Wooly. So that is the situation right now. So for tomorrow, Vidit will be black most likely. And the top 3 divisions will be Nakamura, Caruana, and I think Vidit, right? Rating wise, if I look at, yeah.
Why do you
Yes.
bother so much? Let's just wait for the pairings in another
Yes.
2 hours. Okay,
Yes.
one unfortunate result of today's Indian results is that
Yeah.
now the chance for getting into the candidates is restricted only to Vidit and Erigaisi, Arjun Erigaisi from henceforth, which is a little unfortunate.
But that was always there since yesterday.
No, I was hoping, I mean, okay,
If
Gukesh,
Nihal would have won today, then there was a,
yeah, there would have been a chance. And if Arvind had won also, there would have been a chance.
Yes.
But again, it's going to be difficult. Probably he would have gone to only 5.5 anyway.
Yes.
But okay, now it's only between Arjun and Vidit to basically to qualify to the candidates. And in women, I think it's definitely only Vaishali, but it looks like now very good chances of Vaishali making to the finals.
Yeah.
The candidates.
Guryachkina is actually having not the best tournament in that sense.
Yeah. By the way, what happened to the second board in women's tournament?
Yeah, let's have a
Still
look
being
at
played,
that.
it seems. It's a draw, but they're just playing on.
Yeah, it's a draw.
I mean, I'm sorry, I shouldn't put it that way. I should say it's drawish and white is just trying, let's say.
So that's a draw there. But Anish on course to win. Must be hard for the players today, like in after yesterday long day and then today morning 11:30. So tomorrow's opening preparations will be a little different. Tiebreaker.
Funny thing that, due to fireworks, the whole tournament was postponed by preponed and all that. So assuming the second board ends in a draw, so Vaishali is on lead with 7 points, followed by Anna Muzichuk on 6.5, Ton Jongi on 6.5. So only Tom Jongi and Anna Muzichuk on 6.5, right?
Yeah.
So Vaishali has already played Anna Muzichuk. So tomorrow she's forcibly prepared with Ton Jongi, I think. So tomorrow will be another very interesting game.
And also, actually, even if I'll check Vaishali's live rating.
So she has increased 25 points in this tournament. So coming here, she was 2-7. How much? Chat? What
32
was
points
Vaishali
less. I think
live
32
before
points less.
she entered this tournament?
32 points less. So 2468. I think her live rating was. Yeah, here we have top 50 and Vaishali, Harika. Yeah, Vaishali 2487.5, but I doubt if today's score is not updated yet. Maybe +5 for today. With BB Sara when she won 2469, she got 5.3 points. So something around 5 points she will get today. So 9-2. She will reach 2492 almost.
So looks like she may do everything here itself.
King A6, King B6, King A6, King B6.
Oh, you're still looking at that.
Yeah,
Remember I
this.
told you yesterday? Beating up a dead snake thing?
Yes. No, but I'm just trying to
Is
see.
there a problem, but is there a problem? King A6, King B6.
Yeah, is there I mean, how is white winning so much? Like, is there a shot? Because C7 cannot work at even if.
There is a cute one. Amruta.
Let me find.
Put the
When?
gotta find. Yeah, now there is a cute one.
White to play, huh?
Yeah.
Guys, white to play over here. Can you try to find? Nah. Nice.
Cute one, yeah, cute one.
Very nice. Very nice. Nice, but
Commentary also brings you into chess form because you have to come to form to find the correct moves most of the time. I mean, okay, it's not a great sin if you miss once in a while and miscalculate. No one's going to say anything, but there is some justification you have to do to your job by being correct most of the time at least. So in such positions, when you actually find the best move immediately without the help of a computer, it's a good feeling actually.
true, so true. So normally when
Actually,
I
here
and
there's
Sagar
there is another cute point I wanted to show.
yeah, if
Now,
98
now
down.
let's say knight e5. No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Knight c7. That's okay. Tactically cute. Knight e5. Let's say here. Bishop c7.
Oh no.
F7 back now only move. King a4. King a4. That's a cute one as well. I mean,
You
I
can't go
just
anywhere,
moved around
Zugzwang.
things and brought the final Zugzwang. Earlier one was a
Hmm.
temporary Zugzwang. Now I'm going to the final Zugzwang. So King A7,
King B5.
King A6, King A5, whatever, King A8, King A6, ruthless,
Oh
ruthless,
man.
ruthless, ruthless.
Oh, amazing.
This is nice.
Um,
Another very picturesque position.
Lovely. By the way, here after knight f7, this wouldn't work, yeah? Bishop d6, knight d6.
It would
This
work, but as the
guy.
bar shows, this is unnecessary. This is how you this
You
is
mess
how you
up. This is how you
mess up
mess
a
up.
good life. When everything was going good in life, this is messing up.
Uh, yeah, bishop d8. Well done, guys. Nice move that was. So Anish on the board. I'm sure Anish would be smiling right now, walking and smiling. That's how I.
One thing I find, Amruta,
Mhm.
ChessBase India chat is one of the most positive chats. There's not much of trolling. There is not much of okay, I don't like to use the word, but many times uh, fellow chatters get abused and commentators get abused in many platforms. I'm saying ChessBase India's chat is one of the best behaved overall, which I'm honestly speaking, I never used to follow the chat in previous one. If I come into chat, I interact with you guys and push off after some time. And I think I'm commenting after a long time, commentating after a long time. I find, see, when we were talking about Harry Potter, immediately some guys started talking about some other fantasy novels, and other guys were thanking them. And this is a very good ambience, which is really nice. I'm not telling it for the sake of making you all friendly towards me or something. It's really internet can easily become a toxic place, especially when identities are not known outward easily. In such
Hmm.
a place, to be courteous and friendly with each other, that is actually class, which
Very
doesn't exist everywhere. Yeah.
Very well spotted. Thank you, chat, for being so kind, so nice, and giving such a lovely experience to Sarah over here. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, this is really one of the thing which we enjoy interacting with the chat. It's really something very close to our hearts, Sagar and mine. And they do come up with very interesting questions, interesting facts, and most of the times they help us like, chat, can you please help us with something? So yeah, also people have come forward to help us in many ways, not like from the chat, otherwise as
I
well.
know that.
So
I know.
yeah.
I know. Kaustubh Kulkarni says, "Sir, I hate you. I don't want to be nice." That's a good one. That's a good one.
Sarcasm. I think you're very good in
That's a good one.
understanding sarcasm, right?
Yeah. I told you this, I think, no? In writings, I love sarcasm because it is the most difficult to write. Enjoying sarcastic writing is a different thing, but to write sarcasm is very difficult. So I really enjoy it when I try to write as much as possible sarcastic. When I do that, I really enjoy it.
And
So
one thing really helps for that, marriage.
I don't want to get there.
Thankfully, Sagar is not here to hear. Oh my God. But अरे संकेत से अरे सारा
Why?
सर एक ही दिल है
But
कितने बार जीतोगे?
क्या है? What is it?
अरे सारा सर एक ही दिल है कितनी बार जीतोगे? They all
अरे
have loved you.
कमाल,
Like you should come here. Like we'll
कमाल.
plan more
बहुत
often.
बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो, बहुत मुबारक हो. Apu Kamble is asking me suggest chess psychology's books. Actually, that's a sad thing. Sorry, unfortunate thing. There are not much books on chess psychology. There is one by Krogius, which was actually a very outdated book written in 60s or 70s. And even if you're buying Krogius, be careful. There are two versions. One is an abridged version. One is a big version. You should go for the big version. But if you want to know more about chess and psychology, there are two books I can suggest to you. One is The Chess Mind by Gerald Abrahams. Maybe I can type it down on
Yeah,
chat.
yeah.
So, The Chess Mind by Gerald Abrams. Abrahams, I'm sorry. This is one. And the second is the one recently I wrote. Oval, I'm trying to remember the second author's name. Oval and Hyman. Yeah, so this is the book. This is actually supposed to be about improvement in chess, but in the process, both these authors discuss a lot about chess psychology, which I really like. So these two are very
Also, if
enjoyable.
you read Mind Master by Vishy, that will really help you to understand at some things about psychology or my great predecessors by
See,
Gary
that way, any candid writing about any top player will definitely help you about psychology.
Mm-hmm.
So, in my opinion, more than Mindmaster, the Anand files removes a lot about, um, tells you a lot about psychology as well.
Yeah.
This is, we can maybe, this can be the last big story of the day. This is a fantastic story, which I read recently, surprisingly. I didn't know this for many years. World Chess Championship between, okay, I can start with a question. Again, don't Google, answer me. How many World Championships did Boris Spassky play? Trivia question. How many World Championship matches did Boris Spassky play? I mean, only the final match for the World Championship. Don't Google, please.
Don't Google.
Many of them are answering two. This is what the whole world, I mean, many chess players, chess lovers think. Actually, Boris Spassky played three. Against Petrosian, which he won in 1969. But before that, he lost to Petrosian in 1966. So 1966 lost to Petrosian, 1969 beat Petrosian, 1972 lost to, of course, the great Bobby Fischer. Now comes the interesting thing. About the 1966 match between Petrosian and Spassky, Petrosian has given an interview after the match got over. So, interestingly, what happened was, Petrosian, the solid player, and whose just many don't understand. Petrosian was a very deep player, so not many would care to understand his chess. In sports world, this is a kind of a very common cliched kind of thinking, not only in chess, everywhere. People like to brand players. Ivan Lendl is solid, McEnroe is explosive. Starting that with today's Rafael Nadal is explosive types. Actually, it's not, no sportsman can be just made with one quote or just with one word, no one can be confined, explosive, solid, etc. You need a nuanced understanding. Of course, at that time, the chess, not surprisingly, the chess world didn't do. So they all wrote, Petrosian is solid, Spassky is dynamic, Spassky is younger. There can be another narrative, which I don't know. We don't know about those times, but Petrosian was an Armenian and Spassky was a Russian. They say there was prejudice also at that time because of that against Petrosian. Okay, this is, I don't know about it honestly, and this can be contentious, so I don't know honestly. With a disclaimer, I'm telling this. So all these narratives were built into those times. So they all wrote, Spassky is going to win. Spassky is a tactical player after all. Petrosian beats Spassky. So after he beats Spassky, he gave an interview and he says, before even the match started, I sat and studied Spassky's games and my games. By the way, Petrosian won with a margin, I think minimal margin he won. So those days only 24 games. So 12 and a half, 11 and a half, I think. Was it 13-11? I think it was 13-11 or 12-11, whatever. He won with a minimal margin, not thumping margin. But anyway, he wrote after the match, he told after the match, I made a big study of both these matches and I concluded that I was the better player in tactics.
In tactics?
in tactics. The whole world, the whole chess press wrote that Spassky is a better tactician. Petrosian is a solid player, being an older man. I think when this match was played, actually, Petrosian was not old. He was just 35 or 36. Okay, Spassky was not young either. He was 29, 30. Not a huge difference between them. So he wrote, the younger man is tactical and the elder man is boring. That's what the whole world said. But I sat and analyzed the game and I found that I was better than him in tactics. So the first thing I told myself, over the board, don't avoid tactics.
Wow.
This is confidence.
Amazing.
So Apurva, I think, asked me about chess psychology, right? So chess psychology may not be in a single book. But you read a lot of accounts like this. Of course, need not confine yourself only with classicists like Spassky and Petrosian. You read Fire on the Board by the way, there are these 3 books written by 4 books now. It is by Boris Gulko as a dialogue with Sneed. I bought the 4th volume from you, ChessBase India, by the way. So it is like 4 volumes about Boris Gulko's games. So much psychology in those games. So players' biographies and autobiographies reveal so much about sports psychology. I really like that statement by Tigran Petrosian. The whole world said Spassky is better. I sat and analyzed the game and I concluded that I am better in tactics. I told myself, if tactics comes on the board, don't avoid it.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Fantastic,
Amazing.
excellent detail. Yeah, I mean,
beautiful.
See, that is confidence,
Yeah.
The whole world tells something, you say, BS, I'll make my own assessment. I make my assessment and I say that my assessment is completely different from the rest of the world and I'm right in the end. That's confidence for you. Okay, that is why world champions are world champions after all.
The great story also you narrated beautifully and it has a lot of depth. Also, it can sometimes what can happen for players is like, in the similar thing, they know that somebody is aggressive and then they are intimidated with it, but then they can try to look into the problem of somebody being aggressive. They can themselves go for aggression in that, like there is a tip there in some way to fight against such.
Correct. There is another nuance tip also. Aggression doesn't mean tactics on the board. I can be a solid player and still be very aggressive. The best examples, Magnus Carlsen and Anatoly Karpov. There is a beautiful quote in Zen, right? The best fighter is never ferocious. It's a very beautiful quote which applies to chess especially. The best fighter is not ferocious.
Nice. Lovely. That was cool. Yes, guys, we'll definitely, after this tournament, we will definitely talk with Sarah and we will plan a lot of things.
I got employment. Thank you so much.
Yes. Not letting you go anywhere now. But Anish has won the game. By the way, it just ended and beats Mamedov. So, was that the last game going on?
I'm just curious. Let's see how the breakthrough was achieved. Did he agree with our own?
We went Bishop D8 here, where you had asked.
I went
95. Bishop
Not
C6.
bad, Amruta. We found it at 11 o'clock in the night.
Knight F7. King C4. He just... King C3. King B4. He triangulation and zugzwang now. Knight G5. Takes. Knight went back. King C5. Just resigned over here by Mamedov. Another
win in a long list of impressive endgame victories by Anish Giri in his career. Someone can already start writing a book on Anish Giri's endgames. He has produced so many beautiful endgames already. I mean, comparatively so young yet, but still produced so many beautiful endgames. I mean, we all think that in the current generation of players, only Magnus Carlsen has produced a lot of great endgames. Anish himself has produced so many great endgames.
Yeah. No, that is an interesting fact. Anish's endgames. Also, you were very right about the draws and all of that. It's so not necessary. Now, chess we are seeing, right, again and again, long games, crazy games, and they are ending in draws. But if someone hasn't seen the game, it's like, okay, draw hua. Arey, top board, draw. Everyone's drawing. That kind of a feeling.
Same thing what Petrosian said. Yeah.
Lovely. So that's this is the last game of our in men's section where Abhijit Gupta is playing, but it's almost
The troll is playing.
about done. Women's section started late, so is anyone playing? Oh, the second board is still playing. Leia is
That's
still trying.
that should be a troll.
Yeah, and what Vantika is playing. Vantika
He was winning, I think.
with 1 minute and 73 moves they have reached. So oh, they don't have extra
Oh,
time.
Vantika missed her win somewhere. That's very sad.
What is this
It's no more
position?
winning for her. It was completely winning for her just 3-4 moves ago. Oh, that's very sad, actually.
King
I
F6
find
was
Harika a
played.
very impressive talent, a very, say, a player with quite an impressive player, ambitious player as well.
Yeah, but now even I don't even understand that Vantika is 3 pawns up, and why is it a how is it a draw?
And it looks like she just blundered.
Another blunder, yeah.
No, no, not a blunder, speak one. The problem is, the pawns on e5, d4,
Hmm.
it's on the same color as black or the dampeners here.
Ah, but now she's threatening e4,
Yeah, now I go rook f2,
and if I go e4,
e4, I go queen d5, check and take e4, I think.
oh, can't go e4.
White played bishop e4, that's even better, guarding against bishop e4.
Hmm.
Okay, on that note, shall I call it
Yes,
a
yes,
day if
yes,
you
yes,
don't
yes.
mind? We have got
Absolutely.
7
Please, you
hours,
are
so
not at your home, so we'll see you tomorrow.
that's okay.
And
Okay.
tomorrow also join whenever you can. It's fine,
Yeah, no,
completely
tomorrow
fine.
I'm joining in the regular time, not an issue. Tomorrow I'll be back home, not an issue.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Sarah.
guys. Chat. Today was the most enjoyable day of all the days of commentary for me because you guys gave very good company, and this is turning out to be more of a dialogue rather than commentary, which I like a lot about the whole thing. Yeah, hello, Chess. Happy Deepavali to you too, and all those guys who kept company. And thank you so much, Amruta. Nice of you.
Thank you,
Good
Sarah.
night.
Bye.
Good night. Yeah.
Good night. So, guys, that was Saravanan for us. Really enjoyed his stories, his analysis, the way he calculates, the way he tries to understand engine moves, and he's able to explain. It's amazing. Oops, sorry, that was my blunder. Okay, now everything looks fine. And yeah, let me take this away. Okay, Vantika once again, because I think a lot of material here. So Trisha Kanyamarala 2184, that's her rating, and they don't have any time increment. So in this time pressure with exposed king, things could flip very well. And yes, I like that others chat OP to ho hi jaye ek bar. Thank you, chat. Really amazing of you all. Just too good. So chat OP. Chat OP. And for all those who have joined late, we had a sale today. We have the sale, Diwali sale, starting today. It's a very, very big annual sale, happens once a year, and this is the time we have launched it. Do check it out, 25% off. Tomorrow I will tell you a little more about it. The books which we have got, the new books recently reached Mumbai from UK, and do check it out. I think some books are just too amazing, so do not miss them, because it's not so easy to get the books from UK and all, and then so some books might go out of stock quickly, because we were out of stock for a long time for some best titles. So do check that out. Chat OP. So that is Vantika's game going on, and here Abhijit Gupta has lost. So in the men's section, all the Indian players, their game has ended. The only games which are going on is this is Shamsuddin Wakidov, not Wakidov, Jahangir Wakidov, Shamsuddin Wakidov, and Kirill Shevchenko. That's a rook endgame, and yeah, rook behind a pawn, B pawn. So that's winning for white. Passive rook, yeah, for black. Going to, yeah, this is the only game going on. It's the only game going on. And in women's section, the second board, Anna Muzichuk still playing, but yeah, this is a draw. So tomorrow's round also same time, 5:15. Rook h2 check, king goes to f1. Vantika going to exchange. Is Vantika going to is there a give perpetual or what? Let's see. Vivan says Kirill converts. I checked chess results. Pawan, there is a discount based on the slabs, so you can check that out. Yes, and guys, also check Chess Ranga every day. Do try to solve the position there. Nice tactics, very interactive. So one video a day can be a serious training. That is the reason. The way it is being made is that you get the feel as close as possible for all those who don't have time for training from coaches, and you know, that way you should definitely use it. It's a great substitute to try and learn. Summary for today to ho jayega. Should we stick to this game, or first do you want me to give a summary? Let me just pull out the results and we will do a summary for all those who have not been able to. We did it once, but okay, final time maybe. So that for today, guys, this was the day. Top board, Fabiano drew with Bogdan, so they go to 6.5. Vidit versus Esipenko. Actually, in the opening, Esipenko had to take almost an hour for finding two moves, and Vidit had a great time advantage. But there was a moment where strategically he had to make a decision, find this move, bishop e3, stop black's knight going to c5. But he missed that. Otherwise, he was very seriously having a great position. He could have pressed, but that was missed. And later, the game ended in a draw after some moves. So that was a draw, and Vidit will maintain the joint lead. For Nakamura versus Cheparinov, Nakamura beats Cheparinov and joins the joint leaders. Arjun versus Fedosiev was also what was the game? 1 second now. Arjun versus Fedosiev. That's how it is pronounced. So Arjun's game was going interesting, in fact, but it was French. Today he was very much in the mood to play French. We saw some nice ideas, and we did think Black might try to press, but it was just too difficult. All the pawns on one side, and it ended in it was no moment where Arjun was really pressing or something. So it ended in a draw, little complex, and then it went towards the draw. Maksudlu beat Sarana, so he joins the joint leaders. And Nihal today had a tough moment where he missed, where he would have blundered, and he did have to give his queen. Unfortunately, ended with a bad result for him. Arvind versus Firuza was a very, very exciting game. Roller coaster over there. Finally ended in a draw where Arvind could have pressed, but okay. Pragnananda, that was the game of the day, because Pragnananda versus Rinat Jumabayev, an ultimate combination we could see, we could witness. If you have not seen the game, do try to try to guess every move of Pragg and make it your training. Just beautiful combination there by Pragg. So Pragg wins after yesterday's 7.5 hours of game which he played, and that was it. Rest of the results: Hari beats Rant. Here we have Melkumian, Aryan Chopra drew with Van Forest, Narayanan won with Backman, and unfortunate moment for Gukesh. He lost his game with Temur Kuipokorov. In fact, he had found a resource. It was a draw. He had to give perpetual, but somehow Gukesh made a move where it seemed like it was super ambitious. It did not work out. So these were the results for today. But in the women's section, Vaishali beating Stefanova, a complete massacre over there in the women's section. She has moved to 7 points and is the sole leader. Sole leader. So that is amazing. I'm saying sole leader because Anna Muzichuk, that game is going towards a draw, dead draw. And if at all, then anybody if make, I mean, very hard, but if at all, there also Anna Muzichuk is not the one who is pressing. She's on the defending side. So that's why I'm saying that Vaishali will be a sole leader here, which is a great thing. Tomorrow's pairing, I am very keen because she has played against many of the top players here in the last few rounds. Maybe Desi Kori has moved to 6. Maybe. Okay, so these were the results for today. And we also launched our Diwali sale. So do check that out. Tomorrow I will tell you more about it. Apart from that, what else? और क्या बताऊं? It's already a draw. Is the game over? Vantika's game? No, Vantika is playing Rook G7. But yeah, now it's a draw. How did you like today? Maybe you can tell me some few things, and then I think by the time this game is going on. Krishnan is saying Vaishali versus Stan Zongi tomorrow. They haven't played it? Oh, how is it possible they have not played it? I doubt. Are you sure? Oh, they have not played yet. Okay, could be possible then. But Tan Zongi color, but 6.5. She's on 6.5. Oh, that's a tough one tomorrow. Shiv Shom says Pragg game का Dawn style recap. कभी ट्राई तो किया नहीं है, बट कर सकते हैं. सागर विल यहाँ पे ये कह सकती थी, यहाँ पे वो he never says that, but yeah, that's I could try. Now that Saravanan is not on the stream, I could try. He's like, what's happening here? Well, nobody told me something like this also happens here. Why am I here? Whom will VD play tomorrow? Actually, all the games for men's section are over, so maybe we will get to know the pairing also very soon. They have updated all the results, so let's in 5 minutes we might get to. Vaishali live rating of 2492. So 8 points. She needs 8 points. Yeah, tomorrow's matchup quite crucial because Stan Zongi, very strong player. And with what mindset Vaishali will come? Maybe a safer approach. Ranking in open section not yet updated. Vaishali and VD good chances for candidates. So guys, for all of you, yeah, King E7. Now this is going towards a draw or what? But Vantika is a pawn up. King E2. And then you just keep your bishop on E4. You defend this, and the king will go to. So let's say bishop E4. Let me make a few quick moves. Can't go king C7 or something. A4, king D1. Oh, king D1 blunder. My natural move is a blunder because after B3, the point is, not take. That's the point. The blunder is because A3 And if king c2, wow, what a move here. Black to play, guys. Please try to find it. Beautiful. Beautiful move. Black to play. Bapre, Shri Krishnan saying logged off early from work to keep watching this for 7 hours now. 7 घंटा हो गया क्या? 5. Oh man. पता ही नहीं चलता है वक्त कैसे गुजर जाता है यहाँ पे आप लोगों के साथ. क्या बात है. Nice move for black. Can you find it? Okay. d3 and bishop d2, everybody is saying if d3, bishop takes d3, king takes c6, nothing much here. b4 and king b3. But the move is bishop d2. Of course, if you take here, it's way simple. You can't control the queening square. But the question is, what if you don't take? What if you go king b1? This is the question. And here the point is you simply keep your bishop on b4, protect this guy, and now go d3. Because if you take, king takes c6, and this bishop on the diagonal will always stop the pawn. And then you are going to win this bishop in exchange for this pawn. And finally, the king is going to come to c3 and create a zugzwang. Amazing. Amazing, amazing move. Bishop d2. So that would be a problem. So king, what she played is king d3. Important move. King d3. Now if you try the same thing with b3, ab3, a3, that still works. But the problem is, for white, for b3, this is pretty hard to defend. Oh, c5 has been played or what? The point is, you don't take, not to take, and go a3. Yes, that is the point. It's a tough endgame actually to defend. Because, you know, bishop c1 looks so scary that it seems like black is winning the pawn. What's happening? This is what is happening. Because if you win the pawn here, then king b5, and from behind, I am capturing all your pawns. Because at the end of it, my bishop is on this diagonal and does a lot of multitasking. e5 को भी रोका, d pawn को भी रोका, b pawn को भी रोका. What an efficiency of this bishop on e4. Brilliant. So b3 played, and this is a critical moment for Trisha. She has to play a3, otherwise she's in trouble, but she has only 20 seconds. Will she play a3 or not? Yes, king c4, king b5. Will she play a3 or not? Zero, 0 times gone to 0, 0, but I don't think it flag down also possible. Yes. Let's wait for the move, because a very nice position on the board. Oh, pairings out for the men's section. Oh, she played. She did not play a3. She played ab3 and won. That's a blunder. Exactly in 20 seconds, it's a very hard move to play a3, because, you know, just with the feel, you know that the pawn on the dark square doesn't feel right. ab3. So you need to calculate, and for that you need time. a3 by Vantika, king c2, and Vantika finds this move in 40 seconds. She goes bishop d2. So we are getting into that position where Avantika is winning. Now even the C pawn you'll collect. So D3 you will collect is for D pawn, you will get the C pawn, and this pawn anyway you will get. So finally you will win the piece. Bishop for the E pawn. So Avantika is winning here clearly. Well played, Avantika. Well played. It was very tricky. So now let's check out the men's pairing. This game is almost like Avantika is winning, dead winning. There we have pairings for the men's section. Round number 10th. Nakamura versus Caruana. Oh, how come they're playing each other? Because Vidit has played Esipenko. So Vidit had to play with Bogdan. Vidit has also played with Nakamura. So that is the reason. Very interesting, because otherwise normally it cannot be Nakamura versus Caruana. So Nakamura versus Caruana on top board. Bogdan versus Vidit. Esipenko versus Maksudlu. Too much of a race over there. Arjun playing with Samuel Sevian with the... Oh, Arjun gets double black in the critical round. Vincent Keimer versus Fedosiv. Predke versus Kuzubo. Pragnananda is playing Anton Korobo. And Pragg is now reached 5.5 points. So, even if you imagine winning 2 games, still takes him to 7.5. And this tournament is kind of going a little slow. Imagine all draws on top. Could be a chance. There is always a chance. So, Arvind Chidambaram versus Hari. Oh, one Indian pairing we have. Nihal versus Nair. SL versus Tabatabai. Aryan versus Sam Shankland. Ronak versus Aydin. Leon versus Nijat Abbasov, if you all remember the guy in World Cup. Played really well. Gukesh versus Daniel Darda. Murli Karthikeyan versus Denis Lazavik. Abhijit Gupta versus Krasenkov. And Adiban versus Samunenko Ihor. Alexander Fear and Dimitri Collars. Tomorrow they're not playing. So yeah, that is the situation. But what about the rankings? Vidit on number 3. Esipenko's tiebreak is very good, it seems. So he's on number 1. Nakamura now goes to number 2. Vidit on number 3. Caruana number 4. So if we say Nakamura qualifying through rating, Caruana but then the question is, if Nakamura comes in top 2, suppose, will Nakamura qualify through rating or through Grand Swiss? Does anyone know that? What will be considered? Caruana, then there is Bogdan, and Arjun is 9th, which is top 10. Yeah, you need to be in top 10 and you need to be close. So, yeah, these 2 guys there. VD and Fabi had whites in the last 2 rounds. 3 continuous white not possible. Yes. Tiebreak 1, tiebreak 2, tiebreak 3. Buchholz is generally one of the tiebreak where this is rating performance, where they calculate the ratings of your opponents and then they make an average of that. No, sorry, this is rating performance. So how many points you scored against an average of, yeah, that's how it's calculated. Then there is Buchholz, which is the total points of your opponents. So you kind of, some places there is the lowest scorer. Like let's say you have played with in 11 rounds, one opponent will be gone who has scored the lowest, and the total of 10 opponents, that is, so basically it is, earlier it was progressive. Very beginning it used to be progressive, where it is like, okay, jiska bhi first round draw or loss, then their progressive got affected, which was a bit unfair, because if you play the whole tournament amazingly, even if you have lost the first round, which would have happened here with its case, that is unfair. So then they started calculating that in that particular tournament, how are your opponents playing, like that way. So if you see Esipenko, his opponents have played the best in that regard. So if that is what Buchholz is tiebreak 2, then tiebreak 3, I don't know. First preference will be to Grand Swiss. Oh, acha. So if it is, so if he qualifies through Grand Swiss, then Nakamura will not be considered in rating. Is that, am I right? Shivsham says that I can assure Buchholz ने काफी बार दिल तोड़ा है chess players का. The funny thing about Buchholz is that, you know, last moment, even when until the round is over, you just don't get to know, because suddenly in the last round, all those 10 round opponents, they mess it up actually, and your Buchholz goes down. So yes, okay, got it. So will Vidit face Fabi in the last round? Would be difficult. It all depends tomorrow, you know, how the results are going to pan up. But I think Nakamura and Fabi looks likely that they might keep it safe, I feel. So rating spot is the last one, says Anushila. Got it. Oh, then I think Nakamura and Esipenko. So ठीक है, देखते हैं. Our players, they're all trying their best. Finally, बाकी तो things which are in our control, that's what we can do. So let's see. Exactly, a lower board can affect winners many times. Samajit, anyway, it is not the rating of India, it is the world ratings. So that way. And Gukesh's chance of FIDE circuit here, because he cannot come in top 8. So in this tournament, he doesn't get points. Anish, by the way, yeah, for Anish, it is again very important. Anish on 24th placing. So if Anish has to be in top 8, where his FIDE circuit will be considered, I mean, the chat has said that you need to be in top 8. If I'm believing that, then for Anish, he needs to definitely win maybe both the games, yeah? Maybe both the games. He needs to win both the games, and there also 6.5, 7.5. Then it should be fine. So 2 out of 2 is not easy even for Anish. No, Arnav, there are many tournaments. Yes, Anish also has Singfield Cup. Correct, he has Singfield Cup. So he needs to be in top 5 of the Singfield Cup to win FIDE circuit. What about Arjun? He will also gain good points here. Got it. So maza aaya, guys. That was it for today, and I think I'll see you tomorrow for all those, a short recap of Pragnananda's game. So here Pragg, I will try Dawn. I don't think I'll try Dawn. I'll just try something in Hindi. Nikhilesh ji to है नहीं, but let me try. D4, Knight F6, Pragg ने बोला C4, E6 में मेन लाइन खेलूंगा. Knight C3 के बाद बिशप निकाल दिया. मारा और इधर ये सब स्टैंडर्ड. वो बोल रहा है कि अरे यार नॉर्मल करना है, क्या ही काय को कुछ अलग करने का जिंदगी में. यहाँ तक नॉर्मल किया, बट सडनली उसने बोला अरे नहीं यार, मजा नहीं आ रहा है नॉर्मल में, एबनॉर्मल करना है. खेलता है F4. अपोनेंट कंफ्यूज, क्या कर रहा है प्रग? शॉर्ट कैसल, लॉन्ग कैसल, F5 ओपन हो जाता है, किंग को बाजू में सरकता है, क्वीन गोज टू D2, और इधर मामू बना दिया है ब्लैक को. ब्लैक शॉर्ट कैसल करता है. प्रग बोलता है ये सब स्क्वायर्स इधर आपके क्या प्लान क्या है? मेरा नाइट, मेरा ऊंट गॉन है तुम्हारी पोजीशन. बट जुमाबाएव ट्राई करता है, ठीक है भाई सेव कर रहा हूं मैं, कुछ तो काउंटर प्ले, ओपन फाइल है इधर, कुछ तो करता हूं. प्रग बोलता है डजेंट मैटर भाई, F5 को देखो, दोनों रुक उधर पहुंच गए हैं. क्वीन D3, स्लाइटली धीरे से हल्के से चुपके से क्वीन H7 चेक, and Queen H8 mate in 2 he threatens. but then Jumabayev goes g6, stops that, and Pragg ने मार डाला ये बिशप को. जुमाबाyev बोलता है अरे थैंक यू बॉस, मेरा पॉन इधर लाइट स्क्वायर तूने मारा, अपोजिट कलर ड्रॉ करेंगे, घर जाएंगे कल रात को, तू कितना लंबा खेला, थोड़ा तो आराम कर दे. प्रग बोलता है आराम वाराम मेरे डिक्शनरी में नहीं है, और इधर खेलता है h4. शॉकिंग मूव. जुमाबाyev शॉक्ड. क्या हो रहा है बॉस? पीछे गया, बिशप d8. प्रग बोलता है कुछ नहीं, सबर का फल मीठा होता है. किंग h2. जुमाबाyev को अभी भी समझा नहीं क्या चल क्या रहा है. किंग g7 खेल रहा है, रुक f4, a6, क्वीन e3. ये वाला जो मूव था ना, ये वाला मूव, वो जो अप्रैल फुल प्रैंक रहता ना, वैसा था. क्वीन e3 समझा नहीं जुमाबाyev को. जुमाबाyev ने खेला h5, और इधर प्रैग ऐसे देखा नहीं तूने नहीं देखा ना, ये देख अब दिखाता हूं. बिशप g4. शॉक. जुमाबाyev कंप्लीटली शॉक. 43 सेकेंड्स. बेचारा करेगा क्या, मार नहीं सकता है. द होल आइडिया इज, प्रग बोल रहा है इट्स द टाइम टू डिस्को इज विनिंग मटीरियल, सो ही गोज बैक. क्वीन c6. यार पूरा हिंदी में बात करने को नहीं जम रहा है, पर ये वाली मूव जो आई बिशप d7, प्रग को इतनी खुशी मिली, उसने सब चैट को इतनी खुशी दी. आज प्रग ने अपने को जो खुशी दी है उसके लिए प्रग ओपी हो जाएगा इस फर्स्टली. सो बिशप d7, ब्यूटिफुल मूव ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट देयर. किससे मारोगे, इससे मारा तो भी ये मर रहा है, इससे मारा तो भी ये मर रहा है, कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं. जुमाबाyev बोला क्या खेला तू यार, मैं इम्प्रेस हो गया, ज़्यादा कुछ हो नहीं पाया. उसके बाद ऐसे मामू बना दिया प्रभु ने, और फिर वो गेम जैसे चल रहा है, गया वैशाली के पास, वैशाली का गेम देखने क्या हो रहा है, और वहाँ पे वैशाली भी जीती, और मस्त भाई बहन मम्मी के साथ घर गए और मसाला डोसा खाया. दैट वाज द एंड ऑफ इट गाइस. ओके, मैंने किधर दिखाया? ओ माय गॉड, मैंने दूसरे लीचेस विंडो पे दिखाया गाइस. बट ओवरऑल तुम लोगों को समझा कि मेरे पास कुछ समझा नहीं, तुमको समझा कि तुमको कुछ समझा नहीं. सो सॉरी. चैट में तो देखा ही नहीं, फोकस करना था, इसके लिए आज का पूरा ही फ्लॉप हो गया. वेरी सुपर फ्लॉप. सागर विल बी सो नॉट प्राउड ऑफ मी. अरे दीदी बोर्ड तो दिखा दो, ये क्या चल रहा है. ओ गॉड. ठीक है गाइस, फिर भी इतना कर क्या रहे थे तुम लोग इधर रुक के सुन के, विदाउट एनी बोर्ड, विदाउट एनीथिंग, विदाउट एनी मूव्स. वेरी नाइस. बट कल सारा सर को दिखाना साकार. अच्छी आइडिया है. फिर आगे वही मैंने बोला, वो जब नहीं है तभी, और आज कैसे वो बिजी है, कांट इवन सी व्हाट हैपेंड लेटर. सो इसके लिए सारा सर से थोड़ा डर लगता है. मजा आ रहा था, बोल रहा है दिव्येश, विदाउट द बोर्ड. Why not daily recap by Sagar today? Arey, because the rounds 3 hours before, and I don't know, must be really hard already. But guys, that was it. That was the recap. Blindfold 1. Once again वगैरह नहीं, एक ही बार होती है कोई मस्त वाली चीज. So tomorrow let's hope for Vidit, Arjun, somebody crushing their opponent, and then I will do this again. Okay, so take care. Have a good night. It's only 12:30. Jaldi sona. All those who have planned studying for their exams and working, having a night out for work, have a great day today. You will be able to focus on your work. So, tada. Bye. Thank you.